Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Oh, that sounded a lot better than I thought it was going to. I haven't said many words this morning, and I've been very plugged up the last few days, I think since Monday or Tuesday. Did my birthday thing on Saturday, so Monday it doesn't really count if you don't feel well, because that's kind of a two-day hangover thing, but yesterday and Tuesday I felt like crap, just a lot of congestion in here and everything else, and, you know, not to get too graphic with you, but, you know, you do the nose-blowing test. Does anybody else judge how they feel based on the nose-blowing test? You blow your nose, and if it's clear or, like, lightish yellow, lightish green, you're like, okay, you know what? I just got a little water buildup in there. We'll be okay. But then if it's darker, you go, shit. I had the darker one. Kind of bummed me out. But we're going to be okay. New Year's is just about here. It's not good that that my son slept all afternoon on the couch. Like, didn't even go up to his room. Just felt like crap and just laid down on the couch and passed out. Thinking, not good. Not good. But every day is a new day. We'll get better. I just feel like, you know, I'm having that thing where I feel like if I can get something in here that just blasts this out, just blast the shit out of it, I'll be good. You forget, you always think like, oh, I'm one nose blow away, and then, you know, that'll just break it up and it'll all go away. Like the asteroid in Armageddon. Just blow it to hell. The problem with your sinuses is you can blow them out, you can get all that, there's more waiting, you know, it just refills, you know? It's like the skee ball rack, you know, you throw a skee ball, it goes right back into the rack. It just starts filling up again. But anyway, we're going to have a wonderful show today. We've got plenty to talk about. April will be here in just a little bit. And somebody pointed this out in the chat a little bit ago. It's the second last show of the year. 2022 is just about done. 2022, the year the world kind of got back to normal, if you will. And then we kind of found out that we lost some people. You know, that some people are just never going to get back to normal. They made too much of their identity during COVID, and now they don't want COVID to go away. I saw an article yesterday. There's a band of people that want to keep masks around forever. We should wear masks forever. And this is what I've always thought about masks from day one. It's like, nobody's telling you can't. There's this weird thing with people who want to wear masks, who they're like, yeah, I want to wear a mask and nobody's going to stop me. And it's like, as if we ever would. None of us have ever said, maybe you know some lunatics. I don't know anybody who said, none of you should be wearing any masks. Stop wearing masks right now. I think our whole thing was we just would rather not wear them. Is that okay? As I sit here with a sinus congestion and like sneezing on people and shit, I'm like, masks are gay. Look, I know this rant is bad timing. But the whole thing with masks and people going, oh, you know, why don't we wear them year round? Literally nothing is stopping you beside your brain sending the message to your hands to pick one up and put it on. Just because the rest of us don't want to do the same thing you do, it doesn't mean that it's, that you're not allowed to do it. Go ahead, wear a mask. Wear a fucking beekeeper suit. I don't give a shit. Just, I mean, the weird mental state you have to put yourself in to like do the thing you want to do, but then be mad that you can't force other people to do it. That's crazy. By the way, those are the kind of people who run for office. Are the people who are like, I want to wear, we should be wearing masks year round. Well, go ahead, do it. I do. Then what are you complaining about? I want to make everyone else do it. Oh, have you thought about running? We have an open congressional district this year. And then they do. Then they lie about being Jewish and working for Goldman Sachs. And you know what I like about political controversies now? Like, I have successfully made myself so like no party guy that I don't even know what party these people are when they get in trouble. I just really like it when these people get caught lying or being shitbags or whatever. Like this George Santos guy. We're going to talk about him later. I love George Santos. He's like one of my new favorite stories. And old George has been lying about being Jewish and gave the worst excuse ever. By the way, he's a new congressman-elect in Long Island. And he was talking about how he's he's Jewish. And then they said, well, you said you were raised, it says here you were raised Catholic. And he's like, no. I'm like Jew-ish, you know, like I feel like I identify, he said this, he goes, I identify as a Jew, to which like go tell an Orthodox Jew in the Diamond District of New York that you identify as a Jew. And they'll be like, no, all right, let me chop part of your cock off. We'll see how Jewish you are. Not everybody is as progressive as you are. And they don't go with the, they were left back in the 1990s and 2000s. They don't go with that identifying shit. I identify as a Jew. Oh, really? Oh, well, I identify as not interested. Get the fuck out of here. So then he had to make up this lie that he's Jewish, even though he was raised Catholic. And I don't know. I don't know a whole lot of Jews who are, balls deep in Judaism who are taking communion. I'm just not aware of them. Maybe George can point them out to me. But George Santos is like my favorite guy. He's fantastic. He talked about like, I worked for Goldman Sachs for years. He worked for a company that did business with Goldman Sachs. That's way different than working for Goldman Sachs. He said that he went to some prestigious school and they found out that he went to like a community college or something. The guy's great. And now yesterday they found more lies that we're going to go over today. His excuses are almost better than the lies. His like the way, like instead he never just goes, yeah, you got me. You know, he doesn't do our Al Pacino thing.
You got me. Hand in the cookie jar.
Instead he like makes up these like grotesque covers for his lies that just don't fit. Let's go ahead and talk to you guys in the chat. April will be here in just a little bit. J-Dub Production says, JD, the winter snowstorms in America are like the last episode of the old TV show Dinosaurs. They're all freezing to death. Actually, we're on a heat wave here in Minnesota. I believe it's going to be in the 30s today. I'm not trying to brag, but I believe we're getting 30s. Balls Deep says, I'm thoroughly convinced Americans are too retarded to survive. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm seeing these articles, and I saw at least 2 of them yesterday where people were like, why don't we wear masks all the time? Because they're talking about like RSV and the flu and shit like that as if those have never been around. And they're like, we should be wearing masks to protect ourselves from that. And I see people like on Twitter in comments go, fuck these people. They're evil. They suck. And I'm just like, I'm watching it, and I'm almost, my effort to remove myself completely and just watch is almost complete, because I would see those fights and I felt, not only did I laugh and just read the comments and think it was hilarious, I felt no urge to reply. I felt no urge to retweet. I was just in the moment watching these people fight with each other. See, I'm with Trucker 18-Wheeler. I just judge quietly, but who cares? Right. Just wear your mask. Shut the fuck up. Don't care what the rest of us do. Happy Day says a lot of Asian folks wear masks. Good, fine, great. And you never see an Asian person yelling at a white person or a black person. Well, they wouldn't dare with especially in New York, yelling at black people. I mean, that's been the, Asians, black people tend to be like trying to put a magnet with 2 of the same poles together in New York City. It's just not working out for some reason. But you never see them go, put on your mask. It's terrible. Now I feel like Brendan Schaub doing Asian impressions. But you never see them doing that. They wear their mask. They shut the fuck up. They go about their business. And then some kid from the hood punches them in the face. Well, not all days can be perfect days. All right, I'm going to pick a random spot in the chat and just go from there, and then we'll get into a bunch of stories we've got. I've also got to tell you a story about this girl I found on R Cringe the other day. There's this whole backstory, this Kate Yupp chick. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of her. This is like a years old thing, but I've never I've never heard of her. I saw that she was back, and I watched a video of hers. I'm like, this chick is fucking insane. And then I saw a Sunny V2 video on her, and like there's this whole backstory and lore and conspiracy theories about this Kate Yupp woman. Bumbaclo says, Aaron, have you heard of the new Salvo Pancakes allegations? Oh, Little Red Bar? He deleted all his social media and allegedly is a creepy sex pest like Dalia. What? No, I have not heard of this. I'm very interested if it's true, though. Mama content. Wow, you're right. Oh, no, he's right there. What are you talking about? His Twitter's up and everything. He hasn't tweeted since the 26th. He hasn't tweeted for like 3 days. And that's actually really uncommon for him. He tweets a shitload. And he hasn't tweeted the 27th, 28th. I mean, it's early for today, but oh, okay. Is that a real thing? I don't have any links to this. I haven't seen any of this, but I mean, his Twitter's still up. He's just not tweeting. Maybe he blocked you. Maybe he hates your guts. Salvo pancakes on YouTube. I love allegations. I love it when people get accused of shit. Just to kind of, I just want to watch it play out. 13 days ago was his last video. 5 days ago was his last live stream. I mean, is the guy just on vacation or are you on to something there? I don't know. Look up the Salvo problem. He's in hiding. No, I don't think you might have missed on that. I don't think Salvo Pancakes is being accused of anything. Look up the Salvo allegations. Red Bar Jr. is in trouble. Any update on Ramon Bowman? Wow, that's a name I haven't heard for a while. No, I have no update on Ramon Bowman. Salvo Pancakes allegations. Salvo Pancakes allegations. YouTube. Maya called out Salvo Pancakes and Ice Poseidon. Huh. Okay, here's a guy named Chilled Venom with 120 views doing a 3-hour live stream about it.
In the slightest amount of...
What is with all these weirdos reporting on this? She made allegations against Salvo Pancakes and Ice Poseidon. Both happened after they didn't give her what she wants. Okay. Yeah, all I'm seeing is allegations from YouTubers with like 120 views. Not to say that something can't be true if it's 120 views, but it doesn't seem to be making any noise. Sorry. I loved Lockdowns too. Never heard of her. Blah, 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 blah. Just trying to catch up with the chat here. Republicans are unironically evil, but an individual shouldn't be criticized for identifying as Jewish, says Citizen M. What? No. They spoke of Steel Toe on Misery Loves Company. Chad was on fire, says Paco Marks. Chad is never on fire unless he's literally in flames. You understand we broke that gentleman, Paco Marks. Have you not been here? Just put out, by the way, a new Chad clip yesterday, the one where April ripped him to shreds and made fun of his existent vagina. And also, they found out yesterday on Misery Loves Company that Chad's whole thing with April and I is a total projection of his mom and stepdad. I didn't know this. It all made sense. I got sent this DM from someone. They said, dude, Chad just showed a picture of his mom on MLC, and she kind of looks like April. And he hates his mom because she married and supported this guy who beat him. And so this whole thing with April is a complete projection. It is so Freudian. You know how we say everything Chad does is projection? He's failed, so he yells at other people and calls them failures. He's on a show that they just beat him up. They use him as a whack packer, so he calls everybody else a loser. Now we're finding out that, dude, literally everything about this guy is complete projection. April reminds him of mommy. He hates mommy, so the sexual violence threats against April, that he's yelling at his mom. And then me, he's yelling at his stepdad. And then April being a step-parent, he hates step-parents, so he goes after them. April's kind of figured the game out now. She goes, oh my God, this was never about me to begin with. This guy's just angry and desperate and miserable and crying for help and full of shit. It was really eye-opening to watch. It really helped me understand the guy a lot more. He's got a lot of shit buried that he's just never going to dig up, I don't think. Let's continue on here. Chad was in his aunt's spare room. Yeah, I saw that. When somebody sent me that message, I went and watched it. And again, they're just beating him up, and he's on the same level as Ray DeVito. And no offense to Ray DeVito, who seems like a nice enough guy, but he's like on that level. It's just, it was hard to watch. It was really It's always hard to watch that guy. And it's kind of made that show, Misery Loves Company, really bad. Like, it's made that show really hard to watch because it's just, you're beating up this poor, obstinate animal. Excuse me, everyone. Give me one moment. Sorry about that. Got to get that shit out of there so it doesn't fester. All right. Everybody hates Chad, as they should. Yeah, go check out our new video on Chad. Throw it a like, the whole deal. I'd appreciate it. And yesterday we ended up making one too because we found out he had a cameo, and he's angry on that. So, God, the poor guy just can't catch a break. Salvo pancakes. Is everyone naming stuff problem? Now, people are telling me to look up Salvo pancakes problem. I'm not seeing what you guys are seeing. I guess he says that somebody said, it was being talked about in Red Bar's group yesterday. Well, that's not, I don't know if that's the most reliable. So, I mean, those guys, they like to have their fun, but they are kind of gossipy washwomen, right? So I don't want to read too much into that. Okay, let's jump through some hoops. Let's do some stories. April's going to be here in just a little bit. She's just putting the finishing touches. She whacked her head on the side mirror of her truck yesterday. And so she's got a giant Wile E. Coyote cylindrical bump on her head. She's just taking a mallet right now and just knocking it back in. And then she'll be right here. There was a story that went viral yesterday, and you would think that as our generation starts to get older and our generation starts to take over the internet, that you wouldn't see many stupid, obviously fake stories make it and get shared around, this way, the way they still do. But I think as we all get older, unfortunately, we all turn into boomers. Now, the reason I'm saying this to you, and it may upset you, is because I think there's time to change. We can kind of turn this bus around, but we are, millennials and Gen Xers especially, are starting to turn into boomers where they're becoming gullible for everything they see on the internet. Guys, make sure that you stick to the credo of, if you see it on the internet, it's not true until you prove it's true. It's all bullshit until it's proven true. Now I'm getting accused of beating April. A lot of people in the chat going, sure, April bumped her head. She fell down the stairs. Got it. The truck. Excuse me, it's Trug. You're right, Ronan. I apologize. Right. The truck mirror, says Lip Ripper. She hit her head. Now, I suppose if I have her come on here and tell you the story, that you're going to believe her even less. You're going to say she's a captive. It's Stockholm Syndrome. I'm forcing her to say it. Look at the look on Aaron's face while she tells the story. You can tell he's controlling her. She hit her head on the truck mirror. I was making the kids dinner at the time. It's not me. By truck mirror, do you mean your fist? Cameron, I do not name my fists the truck mirror. God, I name them Larry Holmes and Tommy Hearns because I'm a douche. I don't. Now accusations of wife beating coming in. Billy the Kid says, that has nothing to do with what I was saying. He's a little behind in the chat. European tourists can't enter the U.S. without being vaxxed, but 60 IQs crossing the southern border get bussed in every part of the country. Now they're just openly saying Aaron punched her. I did not. April hit her head on the mirror. Wink, wink. Child brides get hit. That's how the world works. Guys, no. April says I'm concussed, but it was my fault. Don't just say it was my fault. Or don't just say it was your fault. They're going to think that I beat you and you're now blaming yourself because you're a battered woman. She called me and told me the story. Now I have to start recording my conversations so I can protect myself from allegations such as this. Aaron is the one who gets beat in the relationship. Thank you, Ash Fuller, for defending me. I appreciate that. April ran into a doorknob, clumsy girl, talking back again, April. It wasn't me. I swear to the gods, I had nothing to do with it. You guys want to call friend of the show, Gino Bisconti, today? I know half of you like Gino, half of you hate him. And, well, I guess a third of you love him, a third of you hate him, a third of you don't know who Gino is still. It is his birthday today, though, and I feel like we should call him. He called me on the air on my birthday. I think we should call him. He's being really gay with the girlfriend on Twitter and whatnot. They're putting. Do you guys want to see you want to see the Gino being a smoochy cuddlebug gay video? Let's. Here we go. I think his girlfriend posted some pictures of him. Oh yeah, here's the 18-second video. You want to see birthday boy Gino and his lady? There we go. Oh, look.
I made him dinner. Look, see?
So fucking good.
She made him sketty, and he's drinking. Gino is drinking, but he's wearing a Chargers shirt. That's very nice.
So fucking good. I'm not even done eating. It's so fucking good.
Oh, no, don't. Oh, God. Why are we whispering love you on the camera on Twitter?
Fucking good.
Oh. People say I have a child bride. It's not appropriate. He is an elderly man. She's going to hurt his bones. His bonely fans, as Kevin Brennan would say. What the hell is that? Is that Canoe, says Bumbaclo. Yes, it is. Joe Berger says that's a dude. Look, you can say a lot. If you don't like Gino, you can make fun of him a lot of ways. I love Gino, and I'll still make fun of him a lot of ways. But Canoe is a very attractive young lady. However, people are asking, is she underage? No, she's not underage. She just looks that way because she's sitting next to Gino. Totally different. Hey. Why are we deleting... No. Hey, Dear Butch, what the fuck? All right, I got to find... As soon as Dear Butch shows up in the chat, I got to take your mod away. God, guys, if you quit banning people. Jesus. J-Dub says, is Cumia still on the out? Is Gino still on the outs with Cumia all because of... They were never on the outs. God, you're like little wash women. You know, just, they're on the outs. No, he had a guy on. And he didn't know that the guy hated Anthony's guts and Anthony hates him. And it was just a funny little story. In Aaron's defense, he wouldn't have struck April if she hadn't rose him to it. I didn't hit her, but thank you for defending me in the event that I did. Rain says, you love Gino not paying for your goals anymore. I'm sorry. Dear Butch says, take it. My mistake. Yep, I'm going to take it. I'm sorry, dear. I love you, Dear Butch, but we can't be fucking doing that. Can we hire Pat Dixon to deliver Gino a birthday gram? Hey, wait a minute. What? But Pat Dixon punched him in the... Oh, I see. Nick DiPaolo exposed it 2 years ago on his visit to JR. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, let's get around to some stuff. So anyway, I was talking about, I got to get away from the chat because you guys are talking a lot and I appreciate it and I love it and I'll get stuck there. You guys write funny things. I get distracted. I have a job to do. I'm not doing it. This is like when you're a server at a restaurant and you are supposed to be waiting on your tables and your customers, but all the other customers are so much fun and you're at the counter and bullshitting with them. This happened to me a lot. And you'd kind of ignore your tables. You'd be like, oh, I'm being entertaining and I'm being fun and these people like it, but I'm not doing the job they want me to do also. So I got to, kind of walk that fine line. Right now I'm fraternizing with non-tables of mine at the restaurant. Thanks, guys. It's all fun. So there was a story that went around yesterday, and I saw multiple people that I actually respect biting on this story. When you could just take a look at the Twitter account and the news organization that was quote-unquote reporting it, and you could just look at their logo and you go, oh, that's a fake news site. That's a satirical news site. It's like falling for an Onion article. There was nothing dumber and more boomery 10 years ago than having someone post an article from theonion.com and be like, oh, Bears can now operate AR-15s with night vision. And they're like, oh, we should have never fucked around with Bears. It's like, it's stupid. It literally says The Onion. Now it's that way with like darktimes.net and people retweet it and you're like, no, wait a minute. You think that this story is real, and you think that the only people reporting it are the people from darktimes.net. Nothing from ABC, nothing from CNN, nothing from Fox, nothing from even The Blaze or anything like that. It's just some website you've never heard of is reporting something that sounds utterly ludicrous, and you're going to run with that. Okie dokie. Hooters, there was an article that said that Hooters is shutting down so that it can rebrand because millennials don't like boobs. That was the headline of the article. It was, Hooters is closing down for a rebranding because millennials are just not that into boobs. And people shared it and went, oh my God, yeah, these fucking millennials. And I get it. Look, we're a loud, cocky, arrogant generation. We're easy to pick on, especially for Gen X, who was jealous of us growing up the entire time. They wanted to be us because they got shitty music in the 80s. They got, shitty culture in the 80s. They watched us grow up with the 90s and early 2000s, getting better everything. And they detested us. And we were smug about it, and we were arrogant, and we were entitled about it. And they always sat down in their cubicle with their heads down, hoping nobody would yell at them or nobody would start any issues or drama. Meanwhile, we loved that kind of shit. So, any excuse to yell at the millennials and call us pussies and gay and everything, we get it. Guys, it's a very Zumachian projection from the rest of you. I mean, us millennials are pretty much the coolest generation since the World War II people. I mean, don't get me wrong. They fought off the Nazis and everything, so they win. They get the tiebreaker. But I think we are the most entertaining generation since those fine folks. So a spokesperson for the restaurant told the Associated Press that this claim has no validity and that its concept is here to stay. So enough people actually shared this fucking thing and got this story cooking enough online that the Associated Press, the oldest news organization in the country, actually went to Hooters and said, would you like to comment on the rumor that you're rebranding because millennials don't like tits? The CEO of Hooters should have smacked him in the face and go, really? Does that sound like a thing we would say? Like, even if we were rebranding and we were creating something else, we wouldn't go, hey, millennials just don't like tits anymore. There's still divorced old boomers and divorced Gen X people who will go there because they're too ashamed to go on the strip club and they don't know how to turn on a computer to watch free internet porn. So they'll go to Hooters thinking they can establish a connection because every divorced Gen Xer who's in their mid-40s believes that they can still land a 25-year-old. It's fucking disgusting. And people like Gino give them false hope. It's bad for morale. The posts are misrepresenting a 2017 article that discussed some U.S. locations closing between 2012 and 2016, as well as changes the company made to its menu and decor more than a decade ago, and a spin-off concept that opened in 2017. A misleading claim spread on social media Wednesday that Hooters, the restaurant famous for scantily clad waitresses, is shutting down and rebranding due to millennials' changing tastes, and said that millennials are not interested in breasts. Even if you hate millennials and you think we're the dumbest, shittiest people, the gayest guys in the world, nobody would write that article. That would never be the way the article is written. But people fell for it, man. How many shares? 20,000 shares yesterday? People jumping in and going, oh, look. Yeah, look at the fucking millennials. Don't like tits. They're ruining Hooters. No. You guys wanted to believe that. You wanted to believe that we don't like tits because you're all mad at us. For some reason, I don't know what we did to you. I don't know if mommy and daddy boomer liked us more. I don't know if we got cooler shit than you did. I don't know what it is. But Gen X, they millennials are a little more peacocky. We're a little more out there. We're a little more rambunctious and exuberant than they were, and I think that kind of bothers them. You got to remember, Gen X is like the Carlton to our Will Smith. We're out there making friends and moving and being loud and notice me and everything else, and Gen X is like, wait, but I have a 4.0 and I'm cultured. Shut up. Go listen to Dawkins some more, you douche. Go listen to Nirvana and be sad. Sean Rass says, I love being Gen X, would never change it. Millennials are a bunch of weak pussies. We talk a lot of funny shit. You cannot deny that out of millennials. We talk so much shit. It's so, honestly, Gen X, Andy Dufresne. Millennials, Tommy from Shawshank. Yeah, sure, we're going to get shot in the courtyard, and they're going to frame it as an escape. I mean, look, we make a big target. But you guys are just sitting there being sad, getting raped in the laundry room. It's different. Slammin69 says the 80s rocked, dude. No, they didn't. The 80s were gay. I'm not going to say they were dog shit. I'm sure you guys had your fun. But you look back on the 80s now, it was gay. You had Flock of Seagulls, for fuck's sake. You had Culture Club, for God's sake. You had rock bands where guys would just wear mascara unironically. You guys were gay. You can enjoy it. You can like it. Everything else, but you guys are gay. We had cooler shit than you did. The Gadget Guy on Wheels says, when we went to Orlando for my 21st birthday, we went to Hooters. I didn't think much of it, to be honest. Hooters is kind of a passé concept. Like, if you want tits and ass, you can go to 9,000 other places, both in real life and online. The food is, middling. It's whatever. It's chain food. So, I will say, I don't know how they stay open, but there must be enough desperate Gen Xers and boomers still around that they're keeping Hooters, they're keeping it afloat, at least. I want to argue with Gen Xers now. I love this topic. And by the way, mods, can we get on these show and hide comments, please? Can we make sure we're clicking show on those as quick as possible? Thank you. Joe the Toe says, these people writing these articles don't look like people. All right. Good old JR says, I don't believe that when every time I go to Hooters, it's full. Really? Lazarus Arisen says, this guy thinks he's based. Did I say that? Did I say I was based? I don't say that I'm based or not based. I do a comedy show. I'm not fighting the culture war, Lazarus. I'm not here fighting for the kids. I'm not talking about the drag shows and how they're ruining. I'm not here to cut a cultural promo. I'm here to goof around and have fun. Kotod says, plenty of tits on the internet. We don't need to buy overpriced shitty chicken wings to see them. That's kind of how I've always felt about Hooters. Bumbaclo says, I'm excited for the rest of the boomers to die off. Yeah, they are a bummer. My keyboard just forgot how to English. All right, guys, we don't have to verbalize every single thought. Jesse Kling says, I'm Gen X and I love Dokken. I know, all of you do. It's disturbing. I didn't say it as a compliment. You guys like 80s hair metal. Stop it. What is wrong with you? Listen to Nirvana like the goth Bruce Wayne in the awful new Batman movie. Right, yeah, it's kind of the same thing. But Cheese says the Coke was good. All right, you know what? You guys do win that one. You do win the Coke. I mean, they're cutting ours with fentanyl nowadays. It's nothing to fuck with. Lab Glass, I've touched a nerve. He says, don't besmirch Boy George. Sorry. 495 Marauder says, you're out of line, Aaron. We had 80s WWF style wrestling. Right, and we had the Attitude Era. Wait, do we get the Attitude Era 90s, 98? I was 12. Yeah, I was like perfect kid growing up age. Yeah, millennials get the Attitude Era, for sure. Chad MC, we always knew which bathroom to use. Are you sure you're not a boomer? That doesn't sound very that sounds older Gen X-y. Always knew what bathroom to use. You do understand with like the trans bathroom shit, 99% of the country is on one side of the argument. You're yelling at a tiny group of psychopaths, which, I'm not against. But, to say like, oh, your generation doesn't even know where to pee. Yeah, we're good. Slammin69 says, we had Van Halen and Tyson top that. Oh, you're going to hate me for this. We had a much better heavyweight champion in Lennox Lewis. Oh, that is not cool. It is not cool. You have no idea how not cool that is. They don't like that in the 80s. When you tell them that Lennox Lewis was a better heavyweight than Mike Tyson, but I'm sorry, go look. It's true. Lennox Lewis had a better, longer run than Mike Tyson, and Lennox Lewis beat better fighters. Mike Tyson has what? A Michael Spinks who was wearing knee wraps to the ring, 38-year-old Larry Holmes. And, I mean, who did Mike Tyson beat? I love Mike Tyson, don't get me wrong. But Lennox Lewis has killers on that list. He has Evander Holyfield, Mike Tyson, David Tua, Razor Ruddock, Ray Mercer, guys who in any other era would have been Vitaly Klitschko. I mean, no offense to Mike Tyson, he never beat a Vitaly Klitschko. Lennox Lewis carved his face up while he was fat. Stevie J says puns are the lowest form of comedy, but I still love the word restaurant. Look, things are allowed to be low class, and you can still like them. Again, mods, I want to get in there on those show hide comments, please. I want to do a show. I don't want to be moderating comments during the program, so thank you guys. If you want to be a mod and you think you're a pretty loyal, dependable fan or whatever, I am now looking into mods, because if you've got a wrench and you're not helping with that stuff, I got to bring in other people. Bob Rivers says, I could take my wife to Sugar Daddy's anytime, but she refused to go to Hooters. Whoever's calling in right now, call back in a little bit, because guess what Aaron forgot to do? I'm having a really, sluggish start to today's show. I'm really sorry about that. I wanted to have a fun argument with you guys here, but I don't have the phone hooked up to the board or anything like that. I'm just having all kinds of fucking issues today. Tyson was undefeatable in his prime, so was Jordan. How do you know? How do you know Tyson was undefeatable in his prime? What fight taught you that? By the way, Buster Douglas beat Mike Tyson in his prime. I just want to point that out. It was, 1990? That was Mike Tyson's prime. What did, Trevor Berbick tell you that Mike Tyson can't be beaten in his prime? Tony Tucker? Tony Tubbs? I mean, who told you that? Franz Botha? I mean, he just didn't have a lot of people to fight, and that's not always his fault. Leave it to a millennial to idolize a British boxer. See, you can't even find good things in your own goddamn country. Oscar De La Hoya? Question mark? I don't know. All right, let's go to the phones here.
To send a voicemail.
Right. Hello, sir. How are you?
And the Steel Toe Morning Show fugitive.
No, we're not. No. And I'll tell you why. Like I told you last night, you went and sold me out to Carl after I played along. How dare you?
Nobody claimed the prize yesterday.
Yes, we had the prize show. It was a lot of fun, fugitive. We were able to. We turned the theft into insurance, and we took the claim, and we just gave the prizes away anyway.
That's actually a reasonable solution to having your prizes stolen from you.
Thank you.
You want this morning's clue?
No, I think we're good. Like I said, we turned it into insurance, and they made it whole.
Oh.
Yeah. So I guess you just.
With my dick in my hand, then.
Yeah, you are kind of just sitting there with your dick in your hand. But yeah, we found a reasonable solution to it. But hey, at least you got to keep the prizes.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, you know any potatoes by chance?
No.
Oh. Okay. Oh, he hung up. Oh, the fugitive hung up. I don't know. He must not like potatoes. I was just checking. Aaron a cunt. Aaron's a cunt. The fugitive in the chat. Oh, you won. You used the phrase that pays. All right, let's get into other things. So no, Hooters is not closing down, and Lennox Lewis was a better heavyweight than Mike Tyson. Guys, forgive me for 1 second. I'm sorry. You got to do the nose blowing thing. Oh, this is not going to be good today. I don't think I'm pulling off that 2 a day at the gym that I told April about yesterday. I think we'll just go tonight for sparring. I told her, yeah, we'll go in the morning and then I'll go back again at night. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Let's go ahead and talk about Canada, shall we? The Canadians are way out over their skis on this MAID program. Do you know about the Canadians' MAID program? It's their government, it's medical assistance in dying. Now, this country, Canada, has single-handedly turned me from pro-physician-assisted suicide to anti-physician-assisted suicide. I used to think, hey, if you're sick at the end of your life, like, who are other people to tell you that you have to stick around and, like, wear this out to the bitter end and suffer and all that? If you want to tap out, you should be able to tap out. The way it's actually been put into practice in Canada makes me never want to legalize this ever, because the government is in charge of the medical assistance in dying program, and they're trying to use it as like a coupon cutting. They're trying to use it as like a budget saving item in Canada. They're trying to do a thing where they're like, oh, like one time a veteran said, I need a chairlift. Like, I can't use my legs. I need a chairlift in my home. And the Canadian government sent him brochures on the medical assistance in dying program because they didn't want to, because in Canada, the government has to pay for a veteran's chairlift. And so the government didn't want to pay for this poor bastard's chairlift. So instead they went, how about we just kill you? And obviously he was not interested. He was just like, look, I mean, this escalated kind of quickly. I just wanted some help up the steps. You offered to, cave my fucking head in with a candelabra. I feel like we're on two different sides of this conversation. Well, it's gotten worse since then. They've expanded the program to the mentally ill, which is madness because the mentally ill will decide they need to die because someone left cheese off their sandwich. I mean, they're a mighty impulsive people. And also, don't they tend to, not need any help with that? They kind of, there's also companies advertising for assisted suicide. So like corporations in Canada, unless you're thinking, Aaron, why don't we just not have the government involved in that? Well, number one, that's probably impossible. They're going to have to at least regulate it. And number two, what's to stop these corporations from going, look, we have an older workforce and we'd really like them to retire because the people we bring in make a lot less money. Maybe we could tell them, hey, how about we just, how about you tap out? How about you call her a lifetime? But the Canadian government now is getting really weird with it. They're now having children's books. April brought me some Dayquil, by the way. I'm sorry about this, guys. I gotta take my medicine because this is obviously not going away on its own. But the Canadian government has now made a children's book to explain to them the medical assistance in dying program. Hold on, before we do that, cheers, everybody. A nice big shot of Dayquil to start your morning. It does work, though. It does break all this garbage up and gives you, it gave me a solid 4 hours, I think, yesterday of decent relief. Good morning, April.
Good morning.
You're just in time to talk about physician-assisted,
Yay, for when you're feeling sad, right?
Yeah.
Or just when your general body's falling apart and they don't want to help you.
Or when you just can't get up the stairs.
Or that.
Yeah. Just when you can't get up the stairs. Oh, man, I feel like this stuff is already working.
That one might...
That's totally a mental thing, but
yeah,
still.
that's a mental thing.
I'm draining.
Whatever helps, though.
I'm doing that thing where you drain. It's like when you do, my one bump experience with Coke. By the way, I found a video today that shows me on Coke.
Really?
Not literal me, but I'll show you what I'm like after that one bump that I did.
I was so excited that was like actually you.
It's doing that thing when you do the bump of Coke and it keeps dripping in the back of your throat.
Yeah.
I got that thing going
I know all about it.
Yeah, of course you do. You're more Adderall. You're you kids.
You kids?
Yeah, you kids like your Adderall. By the way, did you hear that the prize show fugitive got really bucky and hung up the phone right away when I mentioned if he knew any potatoes?
I must have missed that part. I was taking the garbage out like a good woman.
It just happened a second ago, and I just asked him. I go, "Do you know any potatoes?" And he goes, "Huh!" And he hung up the phone.
Oh.
So I don't know what that meant. Cameron says, April, blink twice if you need to get away from Aaron's abuse. Now, see, if she goes in now and she says that the injury to the top of her head was caused by her truck mirror, you guys are going to think that I made her do it. So there's no point. Go ahead, April.
I did. I had to have my head reshaped this morning because it's so swollen.
What happened to your head?
Yesterday, I got my front right tire on my truck stuck in like a hardened snowbank that I didn't see that was like a solid foot deep maybe, and my tire did the spinny thing.
The spinny thing.
So I had to go down, I had to crouch down and like dig out the snow behind it. Not a big deal, right? but I stood up so quickly in like just a normal standing up motion, and it was right into my goddamn side mirror. Like hard enough, I actually fell down and like sat there like this for a little bit. Like, what the fuck just happened?
They're not buying it.
It was so painful.
They're not buying it.
My head hurt all night, and it's like it's not so much here or here, but like right here. Just fucking hurts.
They're asking how was Tommy Hearns. They're saying put her in her place, Aaron.
Yeah.
She blinked.
Oh.
So look, they're not believing this.
Did you give me a nice whack on the head?
If I was going to beat April, I would not hit her in such an awkward place.
I feel like that's.
Well,
not
how
the
do you
one
even
to
do that? What are you like? Is it like
well,
a three?
you are taller than me.
But is it like a Three Stooges thing where I go?
Check it out.
Hammer fist you on the top of the head.
Yeah, I'm 5'6", you're 6'3".
I mean,
That's
6'3" and a half, but who's counting?
Okay, let's call you 6'4" then. You're tall. You could definitely just give me a good old whack.
I like to call it a rapping.
You grab a nice frying pan and just smash me.
But I would
right in the
never do that.
noggin.
I would never do that. Lip Ripper says your high country doesn't have 4-wheel drive. Lies. All lies.
Does. It totally
See?
does. And it was awful. I was so mad. Like, it just did the spinny thing.
Which is a technical term.
You know.
The spinny thing.
Well, it can get traction.
But this is the problem. This is the problem with the internet in general. They're starting with a conclusion, which is I beat you, and now they're making everything you're saying fit their conclusion that I've been hitting you.
And now they're making fun of my truck.
No, they're trying to call you out for lying. They're saying that I hit you, and they're saying,
no,
no,
okay.
your truck has all-wheel drive. That shouldn't have been a problem.
It's going that deep, huh?
Yeah. Bumbaclow's already calling this the Ike and Tina of podcasts. See, it's not good.
Look, someday I'll ask for help.
Beat her with a phone book. A liver punch will make her cry and sleep. I like seeing blonde people cry. Aaron's fist was there. No way it was a mirror. Not the truck, the driver. Oh, man.
My head is hurting worse recalling the whole thing.
Like I said, I don't think it was a good idea to retell the story because they're not going to believe it anyway.
Well, should this ever happen? Like, this is the most awkward thing and makes me think it happens a lot, like domestic abuse does. You know when I have to go
domestic abuse, no, before you continue, domestic abuse is quite popular.
That's what I'm hearing.
As more and more women go into the workforce, it really goes from strength to strength.
I hear you. No, we're all bitches. No, and you know when I have to go in for those ultrasounds and stuff?
Sure.
They make you piss after one of them, and when you go in there, it's plastered all over the backside of the door. Like, if you need help and feel like you can't talk to anybody about the domestic abuse you're experiencing, take one of these cards and call it.
You know what's funny? If you showed up to the doctor with a giant welt on the side of your face, they would have that talk with you.
They do.
I go there with a giant welt on my face. I go, oh, did you get that at work or something? Would you run into something? Like, it's never assumed that a man's getting beat. You know why? Because if a man gets beat, he's kind of a bitch.
I have been, like, I've had that talk before. Like, I've gone into the doctor's office before for, like, a stupid physical, literally. Or, like, something hurt somewhere, like, probably when I had that tumor. And they had to go through the whole thing. Like, have you been hit? Like, is somebody hurting you? This is so uncomfortable.
J-Dub Production says, April, get over to Chrissy Mayers and the rest of the Simpcast sisterhood. Hit the road. See, you're being beaten and you need Chrissy to save you.
Okay.
I don't, like I said, I'm not getting out of this one.
It does hurt. And it was all my fault, though.
Aaron, stop hitting April. Just spank her ass when she acts up. I've tried. She gets uppity. She still gets uppity. It doesn't fix her, you know? You got to spray her down. She's like Milosh in Ghostbusters 2. I got to give her the goo, otherwise she gets really obstinate. The Tigger next door says, "Don't worry, April. I believe you. My girlfriend hits her head on the mirror every time she doesn't clean correctly."
Yeah,
oh, see, good.
And sometimes, like, I fall down the stairs when I don't make supper right.
Exactly. Thank you. I'm glad people understand these things. It's called chivalry. Albatrax, we learned there's a difference between man and woman. Razor Tip says, sorry, Aaron, that April girl, you had to defend yourself. I think I understand what you mean. Jesus, Michael B. I can't read that one. Cameron says, Chrissy has some guns. You're in trouble, Aaron. I'm not doing anything, I swear.
Michael B.'s comment's very funny.
I can't say that, though. Ash Fuller says, spray her down. There's some fan art we all need. You didn't even know you needed it till I said it. Yeah, we all know you hit April with the door.
That's why there's actual holes in this bathroom door.
No.
It wasn't the kid locked herself in there. We had to break it down. It
The
was
3-year-old locked herself in there sleeping, and we were worried that something was wrong. So I took a sledgehammer and I smashed the door open so I could unlock it and get in.
Okay, I just want everyone that's listening right now, though, whenever you hear the story of like Aaron pushing my head into the door because he's mad at me, that's not true.
Local defense says, I hope you get her ice cream after you hit her. Why? I'm mad at her. I don't hit her.
Can at least give me a cold can of beer or something? I'll hold it on my head.
No, you drink it first. I wouldn't even make it to the top of your head.
What are you saying?
You just pound it. You just guzzle it.
For the pain.
Look, whatever you need to tell yourself. I'm not sitting here saying you can't. So anyway, back to Canada.
Oh, yay.
Before you were here, we were talking about the lovely topic of government-assisted suicide.
Yes.
So in Canada, it was just supposed to be, hey, I have like Alzheimer's, I have Parkinson's, I have terminal cancer. I don't want to go through the dark days of this. I'm tapping out. Well, now it's veterans who need chairlifts. It's just old people in general. It's corporations advertising it. I guess there was a church in Canada that held an assisted suicide ceremony.
Oh.
Because someone was going to do it, so they like celebrated them in their church. And I'm like, you know that your God is not okay with this shit.
Are we just all mentally ill in Canada?
Well, I did see one meme yesterday that I thought was really funny. It was Christian preacher reads from scripture, and then it said progressive non-denominationals. Whoa, that's a bit extreme. It's like, what? Your guy said it. Like, man.
It's all you guys.
Yeah. So now, Canadian Virtual Hospice published a booklet in July in order to prepare children who have someone in their life who may have chosen medical assistance in dying. Topics in the booklet include defining the program, who is eligible, and how it is administered to a patient. A person can only have MAID if they are at least 18 years old, it reads, and if they have a serious illness or disability that hurts their body or their mind so much that it feels too hard to keep living. This is like conditioning kids to be like, oh, so I shouldn't go through shit. I can just, pick this one.
There's an easier road for me.
Canada looked it up. I'm telling you, Canada looked it up one day and they went, no, we got too many mouths to feed. We got to get people in kind of a dying sort of attitude. I
don't like that. I feel like people like you and I might have had a conversation once upon a time like, okay, if you don't feel like you're contributing here, you want to go. But that's kind of
on you.
That's kind of on you. Like,
that's
this
not
is
for
like
the government.
steering the other direction now.
Right. This is the government literally sending you stuff going, if you get really sick and you don't feel like doing it anymore, we'll whack you if you want. And now they're sending that to kids.
Yep.
And they're describing how lethal injection works.
Oh.
They're describing what kind of conditions you can have. These are actual pieces of this pamphlet. The person also has to be able to understand, 1, the illness or disability, 2, all of the medicines and other treatment resources and supports that they could choose, and 3, what medical assistance in dying is and how it works. I think if you're told there's a program called medical assistance in dying, you're pretty sure you got the gist of it.
Yes. Medically assisted death. Pretty
simple.
simple.
Gross. They have activities. Draw or write about your ideas and feelings about the person in your life who is choosing MAID.
See, we don't even teach children how to prepare for like a normal death occurring, like their grandparents died or something. Like, kids aren't prepared for that.
No.
I don't think this is necessary. I think, like you said, this is going to teach kids that they don't need to ever feel that they can get through something. They can just end it.
It's 1,000% like brainwashing, like getting kids used to this being a normal option.
I don't find anything appealing about Canada anymore.
No, there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing.
Maybe the people that hunt and fish up there, but I can do that here.
You know what I'm doing? I'm making an executive decision. I'm making Stevie Lou a mod.
Oh, I had gotten an application a little bit ago.
From who?
There's a guy named Joe.
That's a good start. Hey, some guy named Joe.
Well, let me see if he put his screen name in there, but he says, "Good morning. Aaron said he's hiring mods and I would like to apply."
But
I'm an accountant and I just sit around mostly and watch Steel Toe. Thank you. I look forward to working with you.
I'm just looking for somebody when those auto mod comments come up, they can hit show. And Stevie Lou seems like a dependable guy, so he's a mod now.
Hey, P.S. I would like to put the mod pay towards a VIP.
I hope he's not being serious because I think enough of you mods have joked around about the mod pay enough that you're making some people believe it.
I don't know. Well, this guy's Joe. Like, here, what's your screen name?
All right, let's continue on here. The Greta Thunberg, Andrew Tate thing is so funny to me. So I guess these two found each other, Greta and Andrew.
Oh, this is good.
And surprise, surprise, they don't have a lot in common. Now, Mr. Approachable is saying, why don't you just turn the auto mod off? I have multiple times. I don't know what the hell the problem is. I think there's certain words and certain things that YouTube holds.
I just got to send a couple more videos, too, we can look at later from people claiming, like, oh, no, this is how you do it.
I've been doing it and doing it and doing it well. So Greta Thunberg and Andrew Tate found each other. And surprise, surprise, they do not get along.
No?
But they don't get along in a way that, like, I still think they could fuck down the road. There's a lot. There's a lot of hyperactivity. There's a lot of energy. You know, you don't really give things a lot of energy unless there's some kind of interest there.
Nope.
You know, the harder two people fight, the more you're like, if they met, they could bang this out.
They're fucking.
Because you get all this anger going on the internet, and it's all this hostility, and sometimes hostility and sexual energy are not that discernible from each other.
Nope, it's just tension.
It's just tension.
A lot of tension.
So on the internet, you've got way more anger and hostility. It's like we say with Zumach. He's not going to do any of the shit he's saying. He's just got all of this anger, and he feels defensive. He's like a little hedgehog. He's got to be prickly. Same thing with Greta Thunberg and Andrew Tate. They don't mean any of the shit they're yelling at each other, but because they have the safety of the internet, it's getting heightened.
Yep.
So there's all this tension and this energy where if they met at a party, you have all this, they could fuck.
That bothers me. Like, I still see her as a kid. How old is she?
I know, she's like 19 or 20.
Right. And he is, what, your age?
And yeah, Andrew Tate's probably about 35, 36.
Let me guess, she doesn't like Andrew Tate because he's got like 32 Bugattis.
Bugatti. I love, oh my God, Andrew Tate and I are literally 23 days apart.
That's very interesting. Your parents literally fucked at the same time.
Andrew Tate and I are 23 days apart. He's 23 days older than I am.
That is crazy.
Andrew Tate. And I don't have any Bugattis.
Yeah, what's your net worth compared to him?
Not good.
Not good. Aren't you somebody who actually has your net worth like listed online? I feel like I've seen it before.
Yeah, they've listed my net worth as like 500 grand, to which I'm like, okay, sure.
Thank you, Google.
Aaron Imholt is a radio broadcaster, and he's worth $500,000. Really? I'm worth more than Juvenile? Okay, fine.
That I'd buy.
I mean, even if
he seems like someone who would spend irresponsibly.
Why is that?
No reason.
Oh, okay. Just checking. So Greta Thunberg and Andrew Tate just started firing shots at each other. I don't know why. I don't know where this came from. I feel like it came out of nowhere. But Andrew Tate tweeted at Greta Thunberg. For what reason, I don't know. Hello, at Greta Thunberg. I have 33 cars. Oh, which car do you think he mentions?
The Bugatti. My
Bugatti has a W16 8.0 liter quad turbo. My two Ferrari 812 Competizione have 6.5 liter V12s. This is just the start. Please provide your email address so I can send a complete list of my car collection and their respective enormous emissions.
If you've ever gone on his Instagram, all he does is talk about his cars.
Got his Bugattis.
It's all the cars.
I love that it's not a Bugatti anymore.
No, it's just Bugatti. If I say Bugatti, it doesn't sound right.
The Bugatti is dead. It is a Bugatti. And that's all it is. How does he not have endorsements, by the way?
Because of the shit he says.
Oh, I guess,
I mean, that's a pretty easy answer.
Yeah, I guess the pimping and sexual assault allegations don't help either. Yeah, that kind of answers itself, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Whoopsie daisy.
I feel like you just look at the guy with his shirt off streaming. And
all right, I understand, April. It was a stupid fucking question. You're right.
Look, you're sick.
Yeah, look, guys, I'm stuffy as all hell. I sound stuffy.
You're
for God's
dying.
sake. I am not, as Jon Stewart always used to say, I've got the boobons. I'm allowed to say stupid shit. I'm all geeked up on Dayquil.
Wow, you know that if you had went to like the Canadian government and asked for this Dayquil, they might have just offered you death.
Hey guys, I got really bad sinus congestion. Could you give me some Dayquil? We could cave your head in with a pipe wrench. Like
somebody tried to do that to me yesterday.
So Andrew Tate tweets this at Greta Thunberg, and by the way, very telling that Andrew Tate goes to the cars. Feeling like kind of a dick thing going on there.
Oh, yeah.
Like, no, I mean, like, if you're talking about your car's emissions, It does feel like a cover.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it feels like a cover.
Oh,
if you're like,
boy.
look at how big my engines are. Look at how big my cars are. Look at how big my emissions are.
Yeah.
I feel like there's some dick stuff going on there.
Normally, I'd agree with you. I don't know. I feel like that guy is into girls.
No. I'm not saying it's a gay thing. I'm saying it's a small dick thing.
Oh.
Like, I mean.
That would make sense
Yeah.
because if any of those allegations are correct and he has to, like, you know, be forceful of any type, I feel like that's definitely a small dick thing.
Right. Well, this is why it upsets me because I don't like Greta Thunberg. And so after he sent her the Bugatti tweet and like, I'll send you a full collection of my cars with their emissions and everything else.
Yeah.
She decided to respond to him. And I don't want Greta Thunberg landing good counterpunches, but I feel like she landed a decent 19-year-old kid counterpunch.
She put you in a position where now you're on her side.
I won't go that far, but it was a
Oh.
good start. She retweeted it and wrote, yes, please do enlighten me. Email me at smalldickenergy@getalife.com. I mean, look, if it was a 36-year-old saying that
Come
to another
on.
36-year-old, it would be lame. But it's a 19-year-old kid talking to a 36-year-old kickboxer. That's not bad.
What is he going to do? Kick her?
Yeah.
Like,
I'll
that
tell
seems
you what I'm
kinda-
going to do. I'm going to kick that bitch in the face.
It wasn't the worst comeback, but it was a little corny.
Well, he did convert to Islam, so, you know, maybe rule of thumb. Who knows? If it's wider than your thumb, can't use it. To be clear, now the person who wrote the article writes, to be clear, I'm not stumping for either of these people. Tate is a narcissistic man-child who thinks fast cars and money equal success.
Accurate.
Well, I mean, how do you measure
But
success?
yeah, right.
Like,
What, you going to buy a bunch of land? Nobody cares about that.
this guy says that having money makes him successful. Well, I mean, what other metric are you going to go by? Weight? You know?
I don't know.
What other metric
That's
can
it.
you go by? Oh, he's got a lot of people who think he's cool. Oh, does he?
Oh, he's got love and adoration of millions.
Awesome. How does that pay your mortgage?
It doesn't.
He thinks a good argument starts with Insta pics of your muscles and stacks of bling. Okay, in fairness, not the B, and this is not the B. They're kind of square conservatives, but in fairness, he's doing that to dunk on people. He's not doing that to go, let me make an intellectual argument about my point. No, he's going, look at how much money and Bugattis I have, you piece of shit. He's dunking on people.
Dude, can you imagine the insurance on all those cars?
I don't think he cares. He's like Jay Leno.
That's insane.
He's like Jay Leno. Hey, you have an insurance policy on them, and you pay.
Didn't they do a story on like the insurance on Jay's cars? It's a lot.
No, I think Jay has talked about it. It's like tens of thousands of dollars a month.
Oh my God.
Jay Leno car insurance. Yeah, why isn't he doing car insurance commercials?
That's
how
a
much,
good question.
How much does Jay Leno pay for car insurance? The collection is worth more than $50 million. Breaking down Jay Leno's car insurance.
About 4 months ago, I bought my first car, and along
I can't fast forward this. I don't want to watch this guy. He creeps me the fuck out.
He's like see-through.
Yeah, I don't like him. Each car costs $250 a month. Each motorcycle $75. If you include the bundle discount, insurance would probably cost around $57,250. Inside an umbrella policy, as well as an additional homeowner's fee, it would come down to about $35,000 a month. So,
Oh my God.
$420,000 a year
For
to
How-
just to insure the fucking things.
181 cars.
Yeah.
God, that doesn't seem worth it to me. You know there's got to be some vehicles in that collection that you don't care about
Well,
anymore.
look, he has no kids. It's just me and Mavis.
He didn't have kids.
It's just Mavis and I, Mavis and my cars are my children. So, I pay a lot of insurance on them. Also, he's worth like $400 million. I think he'll be able to swing it. And he's like
That's
72
true. If
years
he's-
old.
Yeah, if he's older, he'll make it.
I think, you know what? By the grace of God, I think Jay Leno's going to have some money when he dies.
It's true.
Between you and me. So let's see Greta Thunberg getting ready to fight Andrew Tate. You ready?
Okay.
This is Greta Thunberg getting ready. Now,
What are these sounds?
now look. Full disclosure, not Greta Thunberg.
Yeah, right. Clearly.
But you know what? I want to do this sometime because this is kind of impressive. But there's a fun optical illusion going on here. They went out into the forest and found the deadest tree they could find
Right.
and just started punching a hole in it.
Just dry as fuck.
Still kind of impressive. I mean, you're punching.
It's got to feel good, though.
Yeah.
You're going to wreck your gloves.
Right, not good for the equipment. Yeah, look at how dead that tree is.
Oh, dude, you got sawdust in your eyes and
Yeah.
everything. I like the forest, though.
Yeah. Back to the body. To the body.
Get it.
There you go.
Oh, it's
the
not
tree's-
even a whole tree?
Oh, wait, it's just that?
It's just a stump? Oh, fuck that.
I thought that was a whole tree.
I did too. I thought it was a dead tree. They're filming it with an advantageous angle.
Oh, shit. So it was already a stump of a thing? I have a guess to make, by the way. Russian. That looks like the way
Yes.
Russians
Yeah.
train.
Mm-hmm.
Russian, like wrestling bears, punching down trees and shit. They do all that old school stuff.
I've never heard either of us make sounds like that when we're
No.
punching.
I have I have very basic bitch boxing breath.
I think
You
I
know.
do too.
Mine's just kind of this, kind of the pushing the air out when you punch. Just kind of, nothing, not like, Like you watch Canelo hit a water bag, it sounds like someone's coming.
Maybe he is.
Maybe, yeah, he could be coming.
It might be that exciting.
Yeah, when Canelo water bag, and it's just,
People that do that playing tennis too bother me. Like when they just hit.
I'm
it's just
Demetrius
a
Andre.
grunt.
This is Vitalize.
Who gives a shit? Yeah, this is it.
Jeez, why?
Yeah, he's a screamer.
That would be so infuriating.
I think De La Hoya did the same thing too. Like some guys when they work the bag would just. It's funny because Tyson would work the bag like an animal,
Yeah.
and he would just be, like that. Mm-hmm. But like I think De La Hoya was another guy. He would scream while he
I
did it.
hate that. To me, that's the equivalent of when I'm upstairs in the gym weightlifting and there's some fucking guy grunting every time he makes a lift. Can you stop?
Where is here? De La Hoya hard hitting the heavy bag for Vitor Belfort fight, which never happened, by the way. This is De La Hoya like 45, 50 though. Nah, he's not quite as loud as Canelo.
No, that'd be more tolerable.
Yeah. Is someone saying it's like he's yelling, Hadouken? That would be great. Fucking Canelo's in a fight. Hadouken! His big rights and lefts.
I feel like that'd be so distracting. I wouldn't like to fight somebody that like makes loud noises like that.
I love that clip of Canelo saying motherfucker. Oh, yeah. He does an interview where in Spanish, he called the guy a motherfucker.
Okay.
And the translator didn't want to say that. So Canelo goes, and then? Because Canelo knows English. He just doesn't
I'll
like
have to watch
speaking it as
that.
well.
Yeah.
But he goes, and then? And the guy goes, what? And then?
Go on.
It was, I think it was after the Caleb Plant fight. I'll play it for you, but if we show the video, we might get popped. Canelo motherfucker. Canelo explodes on Caleb Plant. No, not that one. It's the post-fight interview where he calls the guy a motherfucker. And he goes, and then Canelo Caleb Plant post-fight interview. Here it is.
Hello, congratulations. Can you describe this moment and what it means to you to become?
With your support, my family, my team, we've gotten real.
I'll fast
Know
forward.
the history, and this history means a lot to you. You now feel as you will go down as one of the. Was Caleb Plant a better fighter than you anticipated?
No, él es un buen peleador. Él es un buen peleador. Es un buen peleador. Mis respetos para él. Es un peleador con muchas habilidades. Me costó un poquito de trabajo descifrarlo. Mis respetos para él. Mis respetos para él.
Definitely, my respect for Caleb Plant. He's a very difficult fighter. He has a lot of ability. I do respect the fighter.
And what did you say to him after the fight? You guys embraced and spoke, and There was quite a bit
This
of
might-
back and
now I'm
forth,
worried
and there
this
was
might
a lot
not
of
be the one.
antagonism
Oh, no,
from that
really?
initial
Oh, wait.
press conference.
Here we go.
What did you say to him there?
No, él obviamente vino hacia mí, dijo que él quería continuar. Solamente le dije que él era un buen peleador, que no se preocupara, que no se avergonzara. Él es un buen peleador y me dijo que el decirme esas palabras no era un significado para mi mamá y se disculpó. Y le dije que no se preocupara, que somos hombres al final y aquí se queda todo.
We're men at the end. He wanted to still fight me. He wanted to still continue. And I told him, there's no shame. We had a great fight today. Of course, he came up on top.
And then.
Sigue con él.
Oh.
Qué mal le dije.
Tú say it.
Okay, no, he did say that sorry about, the incident that happened. But he didn't mean it that way.
And by the way, that is not how Canelo said it. Like, that guy was trying to be really diplomatic.
Yeah.
And then Canelo like, and then? He's like, and then? The guy's like, oh. He also said, sorry about the motherfucker thing.
He's just like, that guy's trying to keep his job and stay professional while making sure he's happy.
ST Motorsports says it actually translates to Aaron is a cunt.
Oh. Now you win all the
okay.
prizes.
Yes, now you get all the prizes.
I feel like Canelo always looks really good post-fight. Like, just nobody touched his face. Like, what, he had a split lip?
So you didn't watch the post-fight of the Dmitry Bivol fight?
Is that one I watched with you?
He did not look very good after that one.
I don't remember that we watched so many fights.
When he moved up to light heavyweight and tried to take Dmitry Bivol's title, and Dmitry Bivol caved his fucking head in. Oof. Then he went, yeah, I'm going to head back down to super middleweight and fight Triple G one more time.
Okay, let me amend my statement. Most times he looks pretty good post-fight.
He looked like Palpatine after his fight with Mace Windu after the Dmitry Bivol fight. That was I am going back to super middleweight to start the Galactic Empire. After Bivol handed his ass to him. Woo. Scott Richard Staska says Bivol beat that ass, made me sad. I love Canelo. I like Canelo too. Look, there's no shame. Like, he started at 147 pounds.
Yeah.
There's no shame in going up to 175 and getting beat.
No, that's a really hard thing to do. I can't imagine putting on 30 pounds.
I don't know many people who have done that in boxing or MMA. Think about it. 145 is what? Featherweight? That would mean someone won the featherweight, lightweight, welterweight, and middleweight champions. Like, in UFC, they're amazed when when one guy wins 2 world titles, like in 2 weight divisions. Mm-hmm. Here, Canelo's going welterweight, junior middleweight, super middleweight, light. Like, he's going 5 divisions. And people, which, by the way, he has won a title in that division before. Tex Fartson says 147 welterweight. Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking about UFC. In UFC, 145 is featherweight.
It's different, yeah.
In boxing, 147 is welterweight, yeah. Scarface says Roy Jones Jr. Yeah, Roy started at what, 154 or 160? I can't remember which one. And he went up to heavyweight and won a title. So that's pretty impressive. Floyd, I think, started at 126 and won titles at 154. Pacquiao started at like 116 and went up to 154. So that's pretty impressive. But Canelo, I mean, going 147 to 175, that's pretty nuts. What's
big range?
What's 116 to 154? That's 38 pounds.
Yes.
So that would be a bigger jump than what Canelo made. What's 160 to 200? 40 pounds. So that Roy's would be the biggest. 160 to 205.
I just feel like that's not healthy at some point.
Oh no, it ruined his career.
Yeah.
Like, Roy Jones went to heavyweight and he beat John Ruiz and won a world heavyweight title. And then he moved down to light heavyweight and was so drawn from the muscle cut that it wrecked him.
What fight was it we watched, like, semi-recently? Big white dude that we liked, big fighter, and he had put on a bunch of weight.
Don't say big white dude that we like.
I don't know how else to explain him. Miocic, was it?
Stipe, maybe. I don't know.
And remember he was like a big dude, and then he either lost a bunch of weight or like gained a bunch of weight, and we thought thought it'd be good for him, and then he just totally wrecked him.
He got really thin for the Ngannou rematch because he thought he would run around and tire out Ngannou, but it wasn't the same Ngannou.
He looked sickly
that he fought before. Yeah, when I heard that he lost a bunch of weight, I'm like, oh, he's gonna wear Ngannou out again. But then I saw him.
Like it.
Then I saw him on Fight Night. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, I did not like that.
He does not look good. And then he got destroyed.
And I felt like that was the end of Stipe.
He was supposed to fight John Jones, but that keeps being on and off and on and off and on and off. I mean, John Jones fights what? Once every, like, when's the next Halley's Comet? I think that's when John Jones is
Isn't that
fighting
like every
again.
16 years?
Yeah, I think John Jones fights whenever Halley's Comet is coming around.
Okay.
So
I think you're right. And in between, you know, he
yeah.
does some drugs.
Look
drunk
at
driving and hitting pregnant women.
Yeah, like in between all these things. He's got a lot
He's
of
busy.
shit. Yeah, he's got a lot of shit to do between fighting. He's got pregnant women to run
It's
over.
a real bag of shit.
You guys know about this thing, TradWife? Have you heard this term on the internet, TradWife?
Traditional wife
Yeah,
lifestyle.
TradWife is like this thing now that like conservatives talk a lot about. You know, white female conservatives are like, oh, I want to be a TradWife. And it's basically going back to like the memes of the 1950s wife, which
homemakers.
We could debate whether or not they ever actually existed and how much of it is like we're looking at posters from back then or like PSAs.
You have to think that was a real thing back then.
A version of it existed,
Yes.
but I don't think it's the smiling high heels.
No, not the smiles, no.
Dress wearing thing. It's usually a black eye and like you're never leaving here.
You're always pregnant.
Or you're always just knocked up and your tits are sagging to the floor. You know, you're like Britney. Britney's a trad wife.
Oh, no.
Britney would be a
Don't
trad.
do that to her.
Britney would be a trad wife.
Oh.
Essentially. Well, CNN, I can tell it's become a big thing and women are starting to like the idea. And that women are starting to think, well, you know, some women are starting to think, oh, maybe this is something I could get into.
Okay.
Because CNN is writing an article about how dangerous it is. Like the minute CNN starts writing articles about how dangerous a total personal choice that affects nobody is.
Literally no one.
That's how you know that they're running like cultural interference. So because they don't want people doing that. So they wrote an article titled TradWives Promote a Lifestyle That Evokes the 1950s, but their nostalgia is not without controversy.
Come on. Why can't it just be a lifestyle choice?
Right.
Like,
so
if people can choose to be gay and that's not like
well, how
an
about this?
issue.
If I can cut my cock off and go into the ladies' room, then somebody can decide they want to stay home with their kids.
That's kind of what I'm screaming.
You get more shit for saying you want to stay home with your children than saying, hey, I've got a giant cock and I want to go in the ladies' room. Like you get more criticism for the one normal thing than you do the abnormal thing I'm saying from CNN.
Yeah.
Or like from news organizations like that. On certain corners of the internet, the article starts, a segment of women is exhibiting a nostalgia for an era it has never known. You can't be nostalgic for an era that you did know because then it's just a memory. It's just something you did. These millennials and Zoomers glamorize the aesthetics of 1950s Americana. Well, I mean, okay, do me a favor. Go back and look at mainstream pictures of how people looked and acted and everything else in 1950s America, and now go look at a city street in 2022 America and tell me which one looks cleaner, nicer, safer.
More fulfilling.
I mean, look.
Everything.
Are we really going to sit here and say, I'd say the same thing about the 90s. Go back and see a 90s city street and compare it to now. It looks better and safer and everything else. We've decided to tolerate way too much horseshit now.
Everything is allowed to a certain degree.
Everything is allowed. Like nobody draws a straight line between permitting certain behaviors and the degradation of a culture or the degradation of safety, the degradation of decency and all that stuff. So I'm kind of caught in the middle because I kind of like rebellious people and I like people who are like, fuck these squares and let's do this. But I'm also someone who likes like order and neatness and shit like that. So
in the good old days,
I'm kind of stuck between two.
Yeah.
Like I'm kind of like, fuck squares and,
Isn't that how individuals are supposed to be?
Broomstick up their ass dorks and stuff like that. But I'm also like, get rid of your septum piercing. Go hide in your house. Don't come out in public. You make us all look like shit. What if the aliens come and you're out here?
They can be friends.
No.
Yeah.
That's what I think about. I think about all the freaks in like Kensington. And I think of all the freaks just walking around San Francisco. And I go, guys, clean it up. What if the aliens arrive? We got to put forth a forceful look.
That's true. If they arrive and we all look like pussies, they're killing us and taking our planet.
If they show up and we're having military parades and putting nukes out in the street, they're going to be like, holy shit, these people are insane.
Just visit North Korea.
Yeah, right.
Don't come here.
I hope they land in North Korea if the aliens get here. They'll be like,
I agree.
Oh, shit, this is how they treat their own people? Fuck.
Would Russia do the job?
Yeah, Russia would do it too.
Russia or North Korea?
They go to Saudi Arabia and they're fucking a camel. They're going to be like, we need to get rid of these people on principle. They do. They have camel beauty pageants in Saudi Arabia.
I forget about that. That was so fun. I love talking about that.
We have a story coming up later today where a dog was supposed to get sent to this woman's new living place, like flying. They're going to fly the dog out there.
Yeah.
Accidentally took the dog to Saudi Arabia. Dog came back with PTSD. They definitely fucked that dog in Saudi Arabia.
With like a machine gun.
Yeah. That dog definitely got fucked in Saudi Arabia.
Don't go to Somalia either. That's not a good option.
Yeah, that's not a good. Well, see, they might get scared shitless there too.
That's what I'm saying. Well, that's true. We don't want the aliens to stay.
Right. Sean Rass with $10 says, look up Parker Edmondson. You can play the music for sure. Trust me on this. All right, well, I'll take a look. And thank you very much for the $10. I appreciate that. Because of our prize show last night being one of the biggest prize shows we ever had, we did add a second $250 drawing last night. It was a lot of fun. You guys also almost knocked out our entire goal for next week. We're now $325 away from next Friday's goal. So thank you guys very much. If everybody wants to chip in a little bit and knock out the rest of it by the end of this week, that's pretty cool too. 325 away. There's all the links in the chat if you feel like doing that. So the TradWife thing, CNN is trying to steer women away from it. Notice they pointed out, hey, these millennials and Zoomers, so these young people, oh, they're starting to look up to this. I don't think we can have that. It's like, then why don't you write a big, long article telling them how shitty it is?
Well, they will.
Yeah. Their politics, too, harken back to that of the post-World War II boom. In their ideal society, men are the providers, women are the homemakers, and the nuclear family is the holy grail. Yeah, what a bunch of shitbags, especially when we have kid-friendly drag shows to go to.
Yeah, I feel like this isn't, all that bad at this point.
Right. You can't shit on a thing or a concept until you have an idea that you feel like can rival it. So if you're trying to knock down the idea of men providing, women homemaking, and the nuclear family, you can't counter it with, oh, here's men going into women's bathrooms, kids being taught about gender transition without their parents knowing, and here's a bunch of 3-year-olds at a drag show where a fat guy with a 5 o'clock shadow is going to wave his cock at your kid, and then you're going to put $1 in his pants for it. You can't juxtapose those two things against each other because if you're trying to destroy the whole TradWife thing.
Right.
Because, and this is where CNN lives in a bubble. If you go outside of your bubble, you're going to find that an overwhelming majority of people, if they had to pick between those two things, would pick the TradWife scenario.
Every time. I would.
These young women belong to a small subculture. You got to let them know it's a small subculture.
You're very niche.
Called TradWives, short for traditional wives. TradWives aren't your average stay-at-home moms. They're Nazis. No. They sneer at what they consider to be modern-day feminism with its girl bosses. And first of all, if you're calling yourself a girl boss, you're a fucking faker anyway.
Just stop calling yourself a boss in general. Like, I feel like real bosses don't have to say anything about it.
They don't call themselves bosses.
They just exist, and people know that about them.
Yeah,
they exude that.
I'm the district manager here at Honeywell. Oh, so you're the boss? Well, I'm not a complete douchebag, so I don't say that. But I mean, if that's how you want to phrase it. I'm a girl boss. If you have to put your gender in front of something and then the title of it in front of that, it shows that you probably shouldn't be in that thing because you're too childish to pull it off.
I agree. It's no different than calling yourself a boss bitch or something like that. It's gross.
I'm a girl boss. Yeah, you think they did that like in the 60s when they were making like business deals at, I don't know, pick whatever, RCA, the television wing. You think they were going... well, we're going to bring in the big bad Chad Trad boss, and he's going to talk to you guys. Like, what? No, we're just...
That
no,
makes
we're going to
sound cool.
No, Bill's coming in. We're going to have Bill finalize this deal for us.
Yeah. Everyone knows who Bill is.
You mean Bill, the total badass boss? No, we don't talk like that here. We're not retarded. No, he's just Bill. We go into his office, we have a drink, and then we discuss who we're going to buy out tomorrow. And it's ungratifying grind and wax lyrical about the value of traditional gender roles. I mean, are you going to argue that it doesn't work?
I mean, the two genders are definitely better at some things than others.
You want women going to work and men taking care of a house? Do you know what your house is going to look like by the end of the day?
If that were my only two options, like it's either you or me goes to work and the other one's taking care of the house and the kids, I'm terrified if the house is your job.
Right. And this is where where it works. It's just instinctively a woman goes, all right, let's say one of you has to take care of the house, one of you has to work. The woman's going to go, I'm taking care of the fucking house. It'll drive me nuts if I don't. Right. And a man's going to go, oh, dude, I will go to work. I ain't taking care of the fucking house.
And that's fine. I don't think that should be insulting to the other one.
But CNN will do this thing, and the mainstream media will do this thing because they're terrified of young people going, I want to turn back the clock and go back to a time where we didn't have all this bullshit. They're terrified of that because they've been trying to manipulate people into, like, forcing themselves into this culture for decades. So they see people start turning towards it, and they go, no, you don't want to because this is what they want. Look, there's a reason it happened in the past. It's not just because all these men just beat these women into submission. It's because they just kind of fell into these roles that they were good at.
Yep.
And it worked for a long time.
Right, exactly. That's why men went to war and the women stayed home.
Right.
Like that's just how it was.
For two reasons. One, women were more terrified of war than men were, and two, men don't want women fighting the fucking wars. We're kind of a, look, if this is going to go bad, it's going to go bad because of me. I don't want it in some girl's hands. That's how we think.
There's that, and there was also like a level of like chivalry back in the day where you didn't want to put women in that sort of position.
No, you don't put women in the way of a bullet. That's not how men behave. Like, so all these men are like, yeah, girl bosses, they should be in the military. Like, a real man goes, no, they fucking shouldn't. We're not going to put a woman in front of a bullet, you fucking lunatic. We get shot. That's the deal.
We're men.
And by we, I mean other people. I'm not getting shot.
It's like, not for me.
Yeah, I'm like Chris Rock. I don't care if I see a tank rolling down Flatbush Avenue. That Chris Rock bit of like gays in the military. It was back in like 1997 too. It was actually
God, I wish they'd play this for the military.
Pretty advanced for the day. Chris Rock, gays in military. It's from his Bigger and Blacker special. Yeah, his joke was he goes, let gays fight. I ain't fighting. I don't care if I see a tank rolling down Flatbush Avenue. So call me a fat. When the war's over, I'll be the with two legs.
Oh, problem with our military is like they play videos on like trans acceptance and they're not having people like called by their actual genders now, like their titles, like sir and stuff like that.
Well, also
we forget so soft.
We forget that it's a competition and like we're running like these commercials, like the cartoon commercial where it's the girl talking about her two lesbian moms and now she's in the military. So that's our commercial for the Army. China's commercial for the Army is, how about we colonize the world? Like, whoa.
How about we have no religion here and we're your gods?
Yeah, but like if you colonize the world, isn't that going to make our daughter of lesbian parents in our military feel bad? God. These women belong to a small subculture called TradWives. Crucially, they promote submission to one's husband, sometimes evoking fundamentalist Christian principles in their beliefs. Again, stone cold atheist here. You're not going to run me away from this idea by just saying fundamentalist Christian principles because I'm not an arrogant dick. They can have some shit that's right, too. Everyone can have some shit that's right. As TradWives showcase their idyllic, domesticated lives on social media, implicit is the message that today's women and girls are being red-pilled by the feminist movements that promise to liberate them, and that true security and fulfillment can be achieved by reverting to certain norms of the past. All right, now look.
Here we go.
We can compare the two. Women in the workplace. What has it done to women's happiness statistically? I'm not talking about I'm sure there's women out there like, if I couldn't work, I wouldn't be happy. I'm not saying you don't exist.
That's fine.
But statistically, what's happening to women's happiness as this whole women in the workplace thing gets into like its 50th, 60th, 70th year?
Well, their happiness and like quality of life has gone down.
It's going down.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying the TradWife thing is the answer, but obviously there needs to be some balancing out.
My way of seeing it is like every household is different and it just works for some people and doesn't for others. I get it.
So here's the sections of this article. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you. It's very long. Again, if you don't think CNN is trying to brainwash people, and the minute people, because again, this is just individual women believing a certain thing. There's no reason to write an article on it. There's no reason to criticize them. There's no reason. It's what they're doing with their own life. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with CNN. Unless you're trying to manipulate the culture and you want people to think a certain way, then you might attack something that looks like people thinking for themselves. By the way, this was written by someone named Harmeet Kaur. Someone said, oh, this was written by a woman. I think it is a woman. Okay. I thought that was a dude. Sorry. Yeah, Harmeet Kaur is the author of this article. She's a culture writer.
I mean, she looks fine, right?
CNN. I mean, sure. I got to go to the story. I don't have time to analyze her too. So here's the sections of this article. TradWives are a fringe subculture. The next one, their ideas aren't particularly new. TradWives reflect an anxiety around societal shifts. So this isn't like a fair look at this TradWife thing. This is why these people are shitty and you should ignore these women at all costs.
It is clearly biased.
Yeah, a tiny bit, as they would say. TradWife content is being adopted by the far right. Oh, see, so now if you're in this TradWife thing, you're far right. You don't want to be far right, do you? I don't know.
God, I mean, choosing to live that way or to go to work and stuff to me is it's like so unimportant. It's on the same level as like a girl who wants to wear jeans and boots versus dresses. Yeah. I couldn't care less.
It's a cult, like what they're doing, like what the media is doing with like discouraging this, but not discouraging like clearly degenerate behavior. And look, I'm no like hardcore suit and tie conservative. I'm a fucking degenerate too. But I also know that degenerate stuff is bad and I should keep it away from certain things. Like if you're going to drink your balls off and talk like a sailor, you probably shouldn't be around children at that time. You know, if you want to tuck your dick and, you know, shave your face and wear a dress and push, you know, fake tits up and be a drag queen, that's great. Kids got to be in bed, you know?
I agree. Like, there's a lot of things to be kept away from kids that suddenly it's acceptable to show kids for some reason.
So, like, CNN, if you criticize kid-friendly drag shows, they'll go, oh, it's far-right hatred. But then if you have women going, I want to be a TradWife, I don't want to go to work. They go, well, this is a lot of far-right nonsense, and it's based in a lot of old-timey thinking. You don't want to be associated with that, do you? So, like, the degenerate thing you can't criticize, or you're in this bad group.
Yeah.
But if you want to just, hey, I'd like to stay home and vacuum and cook and keep a nice house up and spend a lot of time with my children. Oh, what are you, some kind of a Nazi? It is a cultural suicide pact that these people have us in. Like CNN, the New York Times, all these other media places. It's a cultural suicide pact because the road they're trying to lead us down, we don't need to go down it to know, oh, this ends poorly.
You know what I think happens too with the TradWives and the women who want to stay home with their kids and stuff? I think that the man in that relationship gets looked at as like, oh, like an oppressive dude who just wants his woman at home. And, you know, that toxic masculinity thing comes back around for these stupid people. I hate that.
And then, and again, I'm the opposite of CNN. I don't think you should have to be a TradWife or you should have to be this. But if you want to be, it should also be none of their or my business. And you should be allowed to craft your life and your home however the hell you want to.
That's why I say each home is different. That doesn't work for some people, and other people it works great because now your kids aren't being raised by strangers at daycare.
You know, all this whole, like, believing in people's freedom of choice goes away as soon as that choice clashes with how they want things to be.
Yeah.
This is why you have to mind your own business and not worry what other people do. Because imagine spending your whole life worrying that a personal choice someone made is going to catch on and how that might affect you and this and that. It's got to be exhausting to be that kind of a person.
I could never imagine like having two friends, one that's a stay-at-home mom and one that just like works her ass off, a manager at a business, and like seeing them as any different from each other.
Someone in the Bumbaclo in the chat said, remember Gavin on Hannity? Yeah, Gavin was on with a woman on Hannity's show once, and it was like he was on there with some feminist telling her that she'd be happier at home, and she fucking went nuts. I want to see if we can find a clip of this. I think right now all I see is what do you call it? Commentary channels.
Do you go nuts?
Gavin McInnes.
Yeah, see this.
Do you go nuts like that because you're just insecure about your decision? Or, I can't imagine being like having somebody say, oh no, you'd be happier if you just stayed at home and didn't work.
Well, he's definitely goading her. Let's play this clip for everybody. This is from like 7 years ago. This is actually how I got introduced to Gavin. This was my first Gavin McInnes experience. Then he got a show on Compound that was really good. Then he did the Proud Boys thing, and he kind of like he's one of these people who Trump kind of broke him, but on the right-wing sense, like he got too into Trump and all that political shit. I loved it when he did stuff like this.
God's way, this is nature's way of saying women should be at home with the kids. They're happier there.
I hope that your viewers do not take you, sir, seriously.
There's a great book you should read. It's called Why Men Earn More, and it's all about women choosing to put family over work, and that's why they earn less.
Having a choice does not mean that you're less ambitious, and your comments are absolutely deplorable. Sean, I would like
less ambitious in the workplace.
I would like you to adjust it.
Yeah, I mean, Gavin is right. If you're more inclined to take care of your children than climb the ladder at work, that is by definition less ambitious in the workplace. I mean, that is
right, but that's got to be an insult now because, like I said, insecurity.
Yeah.
You're a father. You have a daughter.
If you were a real feminist, you would support housewives and see them as the heroes and women who work wasting their time.
Okay, I don't completely agree, but
you see how see how he's kind of goading her a bit.
I do.
Said that women are less ambitious.
Women are less ambitious.
You have also said that women are better suited in the home.
Yes,
you've also said that that women are emotional and women shouldn't run for public office.
I love that. You said women are emotional while she's throwing a temper tantrum. Ma'am, you are not the best representative of yourself right now.
Why are you calling me emotional? Hello?
I love how, watch that again. Watch how the people in the back start laughing.
Said that, that women are emotional and women shouldn't run for public office. All of these things that just
I never said women shouldn't run for public office.
Yes, you have. You've said that
If we're talking
before.
about 50% of the population, generally out of this 250 million people or 150 million people, most women are happier at home. They are pretending that they like working, and they're not making money because they don't stay all night at the office. They don't go the extra mile. They don't work all weekend. You're making a mistake. You would be much happier at home with a husband and children.
Oh, boy.
Oh, that got spicy.
I mean, kudos to the guy for saying it right to her face.
He's got some melons down there too. My God.
Oh,
I mean, I'm literally.
You just said you're single. You don't have a boyfriend. You're what?
That's
you're celibate.
my choice.
Yeah. Look, you're miserable. You would be so much happier with kids around you tonight. Imagine coming home. Mommy's home.
You know what, Gavin?
You know what? I'm going to make a call right now. She kind of wants to fuck Gavin.
That's what we were saying earlier. Most people that get this tense with each other, it could all be solved with sex.
There's a part of her that kind of wants to fuck Gavin at the moment.
I think so.
You're not funny. You're not what you do not do anything.
I'm trying to make you happy.
You do not do anything for the better. Sean, this isn't funny.
Feminism has made women miserable. Women were much happier when housewives were glorified.
Guess what? I had a choice to be married, and I chose not to. I have a choice to have kids.
You made a mistake. We'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
You screwed up. You made a mistake.
You screwed up.
Jeez.
I mean, this is funny.
Jesus
This is better than
Christ.
most comedies out today.
I think that your guest here is doing a disservice to all of the viewers and doing a disservice.
I'm trying to help. Now he's just dejected. I'm trying to help you.
This may be the most I've ever liked him.
Yeah.
Service to America by saying that women, that I need to be married, that I would be happier at home. That you're what, miserably married? Just because
No, I'm
just
ecstatic.
having a
I'm
ring
trying
on.
to share my joy. You should see my little
Not
2-year-old.
everybody has the same life pattern as you,
I know,
okay?
it's the fall
and not
of
everybody
life.
wants to
It's
marry
the death
somebody
of the
in a
world.
bootleg seersucker suit
end of
and go home to that. I don't.
Commercial break.
I don't like this guy either. Kyle Kuklinski is lame. But anyway, oh
man.
I remember that. That was years ago. Stevie J says, I can hear that woman ovulating.
Dude, I swear to God. Her tits were perking up at that one.
She had some nice tits, too.
She did.
Yeah.
You know what would make her happier? If she had a man at home to appreciate
If she had
him.
some milk in those tits, right?
Oh,
That's
I
what
don't know
would-
about all that.
That's what would make her happy if she had those milk ducks working overtime. That's what Gavin's trying to say.
What is he going to help her with that?
Yeah. The Bernie and Zach show says inflation makes it really hard, but yeah, he isn't wrong. Well, I mean, if you want to go back, and we have to go back decades, this isn't going to help anything now, but a lot of that inflation is because women went to work.
Right. But
a lot of the
today
reason
we can't fix it now.
Yeah, a lot of the reason the government has so much debt is because they started getting so much tax dollars from women going to work, which, by the way, was their intention. The whole point behind the government getting behind the push to have women go into the workplace is because they would take in more tax revenue. If you didn't have an income tax, you wouldn't have had that movement. I mean, look, this conversation could dovetail into 900 other conversations. Citizen M says, how is Kyle lame? Oh, no, I don't mean like lame like his political takes or anything. I don't really care about that. I just mean like personality-wise. He's charismaless. He reminds me of Beaker from the Muppets. He's just kind of...
Ash, really good question. Like, I wonder if that woman's married now.
I think she is. I looked this
Really?
up before because I played that clip before when we
Married
were on
with a
radio and
kid or
stuff.
two?
Her name is what the fuck was her name?
Tamara? What are you saying?
Tamarin something? She's a lawyer.
Tamarin?
Gavin
Is that a type of monkey?
McInnes debates. What was her name? Trolled by feminists. That's not the one. Oh man,
Put Hannity in your
Gavin
search.
McInnes Hannity debate. Tamara, I think it was Tamara something. Fox guest so vile and sexist, even Hannity cringes.
That was 7 years ago. That might be it.
Sean Hannity.
Okay. What was her name? Gavin McInnes, blah, blah, blah. Holder. Tamara Holder.
Okay.
Was her name. Let's take a look at Tamara. She was a lawyer. I know that. Tamara Holder, American attorney. She's 43. Let's see her Wikipedia. Career. Nothing about family. Oh, no. Left Fox News in 2017. Probably not long after the Gavin McInnes thing. Tamara Holder, husband? Husband Eric, married to her longtime boyfriend. Married, I don't care. Husband, kids. Does she have a boyfriend? Probably unmarried and single at the moment. Oh, that's not very. Utterly
that's not
classy. Nice. Who knows how to keep her personal, blah, blah, blah. I don't see anything about kids.
That's a nice picture of her, huh?
That's not her.
Married to Mike.
Eric was her husband's name. Married to a man named Eric for more than 5 years. Nope, I don't think she has kids. Missed the boat. She's what, 43? I mean, you can still do it, but
risky.
It's it gets a little risky.
Surrogates. Adoption.
All right, let's go to the phones here.
Call from Brittany.
Uh-oh. What's up, TradWife?
Yeah, that's what I'm calling. Can you hear me?
No.
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 Are you being serious? Because my service is terrible.
No, I can't hear you.
You're breaking up.
God damn it.
I can't hear anything you're saying. No. To answer your
Can you hear
question,
me now?
no. No, I can't
Can you
hear
hear me now?
No.
I can't hear you for all the screaming kids.
Nope.
Because I can't tell if you're joking or not.
I'm not joking. I can't hear you.
Oh, damn it. Fine. I'll call you later. I have to find a better spot.
You're hurting her.
If you ask someone, can you hear me, and they say no, that means they can hear.
You are so mean. That girl really likes
Come
us.
on. That was set right on a tee for me. How was I not supposed to do that?
Oh, that brings a tear to my eye. Holy shit.
Can you hear me? No. That means I can hear you. Brittany, call back. I had a little fun at your expense. We can totally hear you. Call
Come
back.
Everything's okay.
Look, I don't want to start a new story and then have you interrupt it with your phone call. So call right back.
We're just goofing.
And then we'll put you on and you can say what you want. Can you hear me? Nope. Not at all. This is
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Happy Plague Doctor says this is why women earn less. Brittany says, yeah, but you're you. I can never fucking tell if you're... Call back. Come on, you're holding up the show. I got to move on to drinking.
Call back.
I got drinking to talk about. I got more George Santos lies.
Yeah.
George Santos got caught lying again. JJ says, I'm buying way less foot pics after that. Oh, see?
I was trying to tell Brittany about this yesterday. She had this problem where she can't tell if we're kidding or not sometimes. And I'm like, usually if it's on the show, you can tell if we're, just fucking around a little bit. By the way, that application for Ahmad, that is brown candy. He would really like to be
I like brown candy.
Thinks he'd be good at it.
Sure. Lip Ripper simply saying, leave Brittany alone. Should we call Brittany back? We'll call her
here,
back.
Do you want her number?
No, it's right. She fucking called. Oh, there she is. All right, there.
Call from, I hate you.
What'd you say?
I said I hate you. God damn it. That's why
What?
I get...
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You're breaking up. What'd you say?
No, come on. I can never tell it. Yeah, because you're you. I can never tell if you're joking or not. That's the thing. I have really bad service. I get really self-conscious about it. I thought that...
Wait, hold on. All I heard from that was your cervix. Something about your cervix?
I hate you.
All right, no, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Now I'm done fucking around. I can hear you just fine. What did you want to say?
I don't even remember now. I hate you. No, because I thought that I was breaking up and that you couldn't hear me and you could just kind of maybe hear me.
That's that woman brain. Maybe you're pregnant again. You can't remember shit.
Why are you and Ed Sheeran breaking up?
I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not pregnant. No, but
why did you get all your gunk ripped out after the last one?
No.
Okay.
I'll get into why I know I'm not pregnant. I don't think
did your husband have his balls snipped?
No, I just know for
you guys are
I'm not pregnant.
You guys are trad as fuck. You guys don't tie tubes. You don't trim wires. You guys are just, hey, if it happens, it's a blessing from the Lord. I hear you.
Do you want more?
Well, when I was I guess. I mean, honestly, I didn't ask for the ones that I have, but I glad I have them.
Right.
I don't know.
You're making the best out of them. I mean, you don't really want them, but you're doing what you can, right?
Say it like that, Aaron. I don't ever want my kids to think I didn't want them. I just say they weren't planned.
All right, so
they were all accidents.
All right, you were calling in because of the TradWife thing. Go.
Yeah, I appreciate you calling me a TradWife. I mean, I guess I consider myself with you, and I think I've said that to you before. I don't know. I don't think that there's anything wrong with it, but I guess I'm not surprised. You guys shouldn't be surprised by this article either, because this has been said for years and years and years. It's been hammered in so much that, I get a lot of weird looks when I tell people, no, I don't really work and I stay home.
That's it. No, that's more. I think they do that because you're so Christian.
Okay, fine.
I think
maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, you have 5 kids and you're super into Jesus, so they look at you like you're trying to convert them.
I am a Christian, actually. But
I'm a Christian.
I don't really bring that up.
I apologize. Look, I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ, and I'm not here to have a trad wife picked on for wanting to raise her 5 kids in a family that's American, and 1776 will commence again if Brittany starts taking foot pics.
I don't think that Alex Jones would have a problem with my feet or the fact that I was really good on a kid.
Brittany, I understand, and I'm gonna do you a favor. You and your husband can go out. I'm gonna watch your 5 kids. We're gonna bring them to the InfoWars studios. Ooh. We're gonna have them on as a guest, and you can come in here, and you and your husband can go out on a date on me. I'm gonna take you out I'm gonna send you out to a nice brisket place.
Yeah. I wish. I don't think you could handle my 5 kids, to be honest with you.
I can handle 5 kids. Look, your 5 kids don't even exist. They're crisis actors.
Tell them that.
Your 5 children are crisis actors. They don't even exist. You're not real parents. You wouldn't even miss them if they were gone. I'm going to bring your 5 kids to InfoWars, and I'm going to make your kids disappear, and I'm going to show you they were never real in the first place.
Now I'm suing you for $1 billion.
No,
Alex,
they haven't been killed in a school shooting yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, well, then you're going to owe me $1 billion. What is wrong with you?
Get in line.
By the way, I have a question.
Listen, sugar tits, get in line because I owe a lot of people $1 billion, and I'm not paying them either. You can pry my $1 billion from my cold dead fingers, you crisis acting bitch.
Thanks. I have a question about what you said earlier. Are my tits gross All right, tits gross are nice. Make your fucking mind. They're not to the floor. God damn it. They're fine.
I said Tamara Holder's tits were nice.
What?
I said Tamara Holder's tits were nice.
Brittany wants to know what you think of her.
Oh, she wants to know what I think. Did I break kayfabe and say your tits were nice once?
Yeah, I think you
said
did.
last night,
I think
but
you said
I don't know,
last
maybe you
night.
were lying.
April told me that your tits were nice, so then we went and looked at your Instagram, and I said, yeah, you know what? She's got some tits on her.
Especially for having 5 kids, those things are in good shape.
Yeah, they're more buoyant than I thought they would be. I thought they would be like those tits where they like have weird meat at the end, but then nothing in the middle.
Like a weird,
weird meat.
empty bell
Yeah,
shape.
like a weird meatless tit, like a sock full of coins. I thought that's what your tits would look like, and they don't.
Oh, I've got it, like an hourglass shape. Right?
Oh, God.
No, I like
We're
sock
cool
full
if
of
you
coins.
grow up. Yes.
So-
Okay, well, thanks.
Well, you have
What are they more like then, I guess?
They're like full tits.
well,
You got full
thanks for that.
tits. Good job on your 5 kids and
Thank
full
you.
tits.
No, I like the description you gave me earlier. Yeah, disgusting with tits to the floor. If she's a trad wife like Brittany. Oh,
Well, yeah, that's just kind of fun to say that your tits hang to the floor. It's a funny visual.
I don't want you tripping over them and dying, though.
Yeah, people are asking if Paul Polito's asking if you have eggplant titties.
I don't think so. I
Okay.
don't know what that means.
I think
so.
you gave the right answer.
Do you still give your husband
okay.
boners?
Well, we have 5 kids, so I guess so.
Okay, so if your tits still give your husband boners, then I think they're still good.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, my ginger husband. is
Yeah,
still
so
turned on
he's
by
Irish.
these
So
things.
is he Irish
I mean,
ginger? Is he like red Irish?
He is Irish.
That's amazing
is
that a
Polish,
dick that
he's
small can
German.
have 5 kids. Sorry, it's Irish. It's
Oh my God.
I don't like gingers. I don't like the Irish. I'm prejudiced. What can I tell you?
Aaron thinks that Irish dicks are for utility reasons only.
Yeah, I find them to be much like a Swiffer. You can't take them on all surfaces, but they get a certain job done well.
I would say so, but I don't think that he's small by any means. But like I said yesterday, I've only been with one guy, so nothing to compare it
Right,
to.
exactly.
That's
So
true.
that's good for him. If you're gonna only fuck one guy, an Irish guy would prefer that he's the only one you fuck, because as long as there's no comparison, you have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't know about that. Ryan was pretty slutty back in the day. So
Were you a volleyball player in high school?
And no, I'm only good at hockey.
Hockey.
That's
oh, okay.
hot.
Oh, then you
Whoa.
were. So you were a lesbian until you were like 19.
My God.
I'm bisexual. I don't know if I consider myself a lesbian.
All of you
but
girls now are bisexual. Oh, I'm so bi.
No,
I'm so bi. If I have a couple drinks, I'll kiss a girl. I'm gonna behead all of you who just do that.
I can't run into her in New York.
You brought it up. I never mentioned it to anybody.
We're all
It
so
doesn't really matter
bi.
to
None
me.
of you are bi. You just like girl skin. It feels soft and nice.
Isn't it? It's remarkably soft.
I'm fine. I'm fine. Sorry. Okay, fine. Whatever you say. Okay, you can decide what sexuality I am.
Now I
Thanks
understand.
Thanks for telling me.
No, I just don't like false bisexuality. I don't think bisexuality exists.
I bet you liked a girl kissing a girl back in the day.
I know, because I was always like, quit kissing my bitch. Get the fuck off of her. Like, I'll beat up a woman for kissing my
What
girl,
if you got
too.
an in with both of them?
Look.
Are you going to turn that down?
These are all, because women are evil and they'll get mad at you if you take that. Like,
Nah, you're
women,
with the wrong girls.
Women are the
I
kind of
know.
person who will talk you into a 3-way with some chick when you're drunk and then get mad at you after because you spent too much attention on the other one.
Okay.
And now all of a sudden you're in the shit house. All you did was did exactly what they told you to do.
I understand.
Women are psychotic.
Probably.
What?
I never been for threesome. I
Okay.
don't know.
Okay, now it's not a bit. Now I can't hear you.
We can't
It's
hear
not
you.
a bit. You're now breaking up.
Brittany, why are we breaking
Can you
up?
hear me now?
Now I can. What unimportant thing did you say?
Okay. It said, I don't know. I said I
Bust his balls
no,
back.
I wouldn't. That's why I never went into. That's why I never went in for threesome.
Oh.
Okay, it was either guy or just a girl, whatever.
Oh.
The jealousy thing is a big issue.
So you got
I would never put myself in that
So you got
situation.
offered a lot of 3-ways?
I got offered a few. I turned them down because it's not really my thing.
It actually happens a lot more than you'd think.
It's not very trad wife of you. I'll tell you that much.
No. I
Could
would
be.
say it's pretty TradWives not to go in for threesomes.
All right, Brittany, I gotta head out. We got shit to talk about today. We got a show to do. It was fun having a little talk with you.
She's a good
Okay, well,
sport.
thanks. I appreciate it because I come to you to let me know everything about myself. So I'm glad. It was very informed today. Thanks, Darren.
Minnesota, goodbye. All right, talk to you later. All right. I heard a couple people saying, like, oh, the viewer count is dropping, this, that, and the other thing. I'm like, well, I can't afford that. Our viewer count has already been lower this week than it typically is. So my psyche can't handle that.
I thought that was a very funny phone call.
I thought it was a funny phone call, too. So if you guys didn't like it, I apologize.
It's your fault.
I'm sorry. Tweet out our show. Tell everybody we're done with the phone calls. And let's get 900 people in here to see how goddamn talented I am. John says, Aaron, quit being a gay. You're the only guy I have heard that is afraid of the argument after sticking your into women.
Yeah, you don't need to argue with them after you already got the threesome. Go away.
No, I'm
You know
saying
what I
if
mean?
you're I'm saying a man in my position. If you're married, you can't be doing threesomes. It's over after that.
I can understand.
It's over. It's done. You got to get your threesomes in when you're single.
I think if you're going to be like a married couple and doing that, that's got to be like a pre-agreed upon thing that you've got to test out before you get married and make sure that's going to work.
Yeah, you can't
because you can't go into it like not having a threesome and then get married, because I think you're headed for doom after that.
Dinosaur Fuel says viewer count dropped 20 people during that shit. I have a certain idea of what I think is funny, and sometimes people disagree.
It was very funny.
Hopefully you all come back. All right, let's talk about booze and New Year's. I hate in the last 25, 30 years, in my lifetime basically, that drinking has gone from it's your responsibility as a person to control how much you drink and don't drink and drive. Like that was, okay, I understand in the 90s they had to do don't drink and drive thing because people were driving giant metal machines at high rate of speed, completely plastered and killing people. Okay, we got to have the don't drink and drive PSAs. But then they went too far and they started suing bars and taking away bars' liquor license because a guy happened to have drinks in that place, got in his car, and killed a couple of people.
I completely believe it was that guy's fault.
I don't like those bars being sued for multiple reasons. One, we all know you can have friends go up and get you drinks.
Yes.
Number two, if that guy went to 3 or 4 bars that night, how do we know it was that bar that did the drink that killed the people? It's stupid.
Both of those are incredibly valid. You also don't know how alcohol affects certain people. Like,
right.
Smaller people might get drunk faster than a large person would. You don't know.
Right. So you could, it's caused these bars to have less like theme nights, like 2-for-1s and this and that, because they don't want to encourage the binge drinking. It's also led to bars having their liquor licenses taken away. It's not as much fun because they're worried about this, that, and the other thing. I hate it. It's just that lawsuit happy stuff. N-word says, I agree, but that's a clause of the liquor license. I'm not arguing that. My argument is that it's not that it's part of their liquor license or not.
Yeah.
I'm saying I don't like that.
Yeah, we change the license then.
Yeah, I don't like that. It's like, oh, I won't overserve customers. All right, well, look, just because a guy went home from your bar and drunk drove into, a car and killed 2 people doesn't mean it was your fault as a bartender. And that bartender should not be held more responsible financially than the person who crashed into the people. I hate that.
Also, how about, let's say there's several bartenders behind the bar, and it's a busy place that night. Like, how do you know if somebody else has been serving him or not if you're not paying attention to that guy?
Exactly. So let's watch this. In that vein, let's watch this story from Waynesville, North Carolina, where they're going to do a news story saying, hey, drinkers, don't drink too much on New Year's. But then also they're going to go, and you servers, you're serving hundreds of people that night. What are you supposed to be, fucking babysitting these people? Are we running a bar or are we running a daycare?
Right, you have to pick one.
It should not be the server's job. And by the way, there's some people who can have cocktails all night and look at you like this.
I've seen that before,
And then they'll drive home drunk and kill somebody. And there can be another guy who's had 1 beer. I'm not going to name any names. And he'll go, yeah, let's fucking sing karaoke, man. Night's going to be great. I'm not going to say who here would embody that.
God, I don't know that guy.
I don't, look, no, we don't name names on this show, all right? That's doxing. But there are people like that who you can still serve the beers to.
Yep.
Because they've only had 1. It's a really inefficient system, and I hate that they nag and guilt these bartenders and servers to the point where it's almost impossible to do your job.
I just think because of how many individuals there are, like you can't like babysit that. You just can't. Like it has to be you doing it. I used to party up in Alexandria where these two guys would
what did we say about bragging?
Yeah, you're right. It's a tiny lake house in Alexandria. I used to watch guys like take shot for shot with each other of Everclear, and they would sit there like absolutely nothing is wrong with them. But then you give them 10 minutes and they are puking their guts out outside and completely dead to the world after they're done.
Hockey players?
I don't think so this time.
See, hockey players can drink.
You know, half of them are hockey, half football, I think.
Okay. $2 from the fired Ginger says, the guy wanting to sing karaoke sounds like a gay.
Gay in the fun way? Gay in the happy way?
Yeah, maybe that's what he means. Trucker 18 Wheeler says, hey, psst, Aaron is talking about himself. I didn't say that. Beige Pebbles says, Zumock is going to drunk text you again. Oh, fun. What's he going to do? Project about fucking his mom?
Do you two text?
No, unfortunately, he doesn't feel like talking to me.
Shoot.
Yeah. He hates me. Did you know
think
that?
you two could really work this out.
We started talking about the Griffin, and we started tweeting stuff about the Griffin thing. And he wrote to me that he hates me. It's not a pro wrestling thing. He fucking hates my guts, and he's going to get my children taken away from me. And then he blocked me. So
did he really say that?
Yeah, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care.
Look, if you could just have some fun with it, people put my face on all sorts of memes that are less than savory.
Although you get the Mona Lisa, he gets the recognized.
Some are saying that's a very Downsy looking Mona Lisa.
Although he gets his face put on, or he gets his body put on the what's universally seen as the ugliest dog in the world.
Our kids love that dog.
That's true. They hate Chad Zumock though. They always call him cunt face, and my kids never swear. All right, let's go ahead and watch this.
They're not my kids though.
Right, those aren't your kids,
They're
April.
not my kids.
They're not yours. Why are you yelling at her for
I'm just taking care of his kids.
Yes.
Okay.
And hitting them when they don't bring coffee. Chad, stop projecting.
I would never do such a thing.
No, I'm saying he would say that because Chad's only capable of insulting people from his own experiences.
I don't even think my parents would hit me for that.
No. Bringing home a black guy, yes. But not the coffee.
I brought up
thing.
Justin to my dad last weekend. He didn't like that very much.
I saw like Superman laser beam eyes.
I can see him right now. Just like if I ever walked in with a black man, my dad would look to my mom like this. Like,
he would shout.
Are you fucking kidding me?
He would shout the N-word, shit himself, and pass out.
Are you saying I'd kill my dad?
No, he'd pass out.
Well,
he'd wake up again.
The rest of it sounds like heart attack.
Shouting symptoms. The N-word. You don't shit your pants during a heart attack.
If you die, you do.
Well, I didn't say he died. All right, let's do this North Carolina story. We're already ADD as fuck over here right now. I hate this shit about guilting bartenders about serving. Especially on New Year's where it's going to be busy
many
as
people
shit.
will go out and raise a glass or two to ring in the new year. But as News 13...
Wow, raise a glass or two. This woman sounds like a hoot.
What a prude.
Rex Hodge shows us a campaign that's underway to raise awareness about the consequences of drinking and driving on the part of consumers and those serving the drinks.
We know. Some people just don't care. I love that. They're like, you know what? This year, look, we found a new way to tell people not to drink and drive. I think they're all going to heed it this time. No. You've got people who know, they've known since they were 12 years old that this is a fucked up thing to do. And there's other people that go, dude, I drive so well when I'm shit-faced.
I actually drive better.
Yeah, I focus more.
It's the time of year where folks enjoy alcoholic beverages at bars and breweries. The Western North Carolina Regional DWI Task Force is reminding folks to be careful and servers to be aware of their liability.
We've got a good group of people, employee-wise.
Monty Bumbernick is the general manager.
That's not a real name.
That's like a porn name.
Frog Level Brewing Company and Monty Bourbonic. This is a front for something.
I love that. And
watch 6 months from now when we do a story about this place being shut down because they were doing something seedy.
Newsman's name was Rex, too. Like, everyone's names are weird here.
North Carolina sucks.
Manager at Frog Level Brewing Company in Waynesville. He says his staff is well-trained, serving craft beers.
Ew, look at that shithole.
That looks like Boudreaux's.
Gross.
Boudreaux's with, like, merch on the wall.
What, do you have a tiny gift shop over here and then concrete floors?
You look out for the customers, their families. We want everyone to get home safe to their families.
Wow, weird. A guy who owns a brewery and has a flannel shirt and a beard. Boy, I tell you. Where'd we get him? Central Casting? Jesus. Can I get one guy who doesn't dress like all the other guys running one of these breweries?
They all do look the same. It's
I've
very
got
weird.
flannel, I've got a hat, and I've got a beard.
It's well trimmed.
Why don't I make... So are they just like recruiting flannel-wearing beard guys and going, hey, brew me a beer? And he's like, I've never done it before. You're going to be a natural at it, believe me. Or once these guys start brewing beer, do they make them wear flannels and grow beards? How is this happening?
I think probably the second option.
And by the way, I know you're an outdoorsy, small town, farmy town, like, and flannel has a certain like thing about it.
It's endearing. It's warm.
No, it's supposed to be like I'm small town. I'm this and that. It's gay now. I'm sorry.
I love my flannels. How dare you?
What I'm saying is it's become gay. These guys made it gay. Beards is the same thing. Beards are now gay. Not the metaphorical beards. I mean, literal beards are gay now because these bathtub beer-producing whack jobs started wearing flannels and beards. And by the way, you know all these brewery run guys are like super woke, right?
Yeah.
They're all like
that's why I'm not with one.
They're wearing flannel. They've got beards. They've hijacked it, guys.
Check
it's
it out.
over.
Tell my dad beards are gay. I don't see your nugs coming out on that one.
They've been made gay now. I'm not saying everyone who has a beard is gay. I'm saying beards don't mean what they used to be, like Paul Bunyan butt fucking his blue ox. I'm talking about now it's just guys who are really sensitive and believe you should use the right pronouns and like to, pick each other's cock holes for butt scuzz.
The blue ox was the original Babe. Literally.
Yeah. Exactly. Where do you think the term babe came from?
No, I get it now.
It
That's
was what
very
Paul
funny.
Bunyan wanted to fuck.
No, I still want to hold on to the days where when I wear my flannel, I feel like the small town girl I am.
Sorry, Archie Bunker. Those days are dead. It's woke brewers now who wear that shit.
I still look at my dad with his beard and be like, my dad's a nice, tough guy. He's hardworking. I like him.
Now you look at him and you go, oh, my dad makes IPAs in his bathroom.
No, you want to know something? When we were little kids, I remember years and years ago, probably like 25 years ago, we got my dad like a Mr. Beer kit so he could make his own. He didn't fucking use it.
Good.
So I'd say he actually is like the exception.
Quit making your own beer. Everyone else makes better beer than you.
That is actually, I think, what he said. No, I can just,
go buy other people's good beer. I have not drank a craft beer from some guy just making his Schrader Browse in his basement. That's better than, like, say, a Big Wave.
No.
I haven't tasted that.
Bourbon's good, too. I mean, I don't need to, like, sit at home and make my own.
No, thanks.
mash.
I don't need your fucking bathtub gin. I'll pass.
Through the holidays.
Bumbernick, well aware consequences could come back to the establishment should a patron drive impaired, ending in injury or worse.
All right. Well, in fairness, while I'm against that, as long as it happens to the flannel guy at Frog Level Brewing, I'll make an exception.
It can come back to us. We don't want that. We all have families to go home to, so we're going to look after everyone.
That's what we hope everybody will be.
Ellen Pitt heads up the local
okay, we're going to hear from Ellen Pitt in a minute, but first, Ryan the Garbage Man, quickly, please.
I just got out of curiosity, is it gay to have a beard and make apple pie?
No. See?
And make out with what?
Make apple pie. He makes us apple pie, and he's got a very nice beard.
Moonshine isn't beer, sir.
You're good.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Yeah, if you're making things that get people criminally fucked up, that's totally cool.
Ryan gets a pass.
Yeah.
He has a very nice beard.
If you're just making heavy beer that makes people fat and only slightly buzzed, and then you're wearing a beard and you have a flannel on, you're gay.
DWI task force emphasizing laws pertaining to an impaired driver and to establishments that might serve too much.
Even if they're not held criminally accountable, they may be held civilly accountable.
Pitt says
she seems like
was that broad wearing glitter makeup and everything else was I gave up? This bitch is wearing glitter makeup while looking like Darth Sidious.
She definitely looks like the Emperor.
What the fuck?
That is like trans emperor.
This is I don't know what the message is sent here. I don't
drink.
I suppose and smoke. That looks like smoking, actually.
Accountable, they may be held civilly accountable.
Pitt says a North Carolina law change in 2000.
My name is Pitt, and you ain't talking your way out of this shit.
2005 allows alcohol by volume percentage in beers to more than double, something she says some patrons may not be aware of.
I think it would behoove a server to mention that, to a patron.
Especially, Pitt says,
stop making drinking so not fun.
And I'll tell you this already. I've been to plenty of breweries. When they have their beer list, it has the percentage right behind it. So if you didn't read it, that's on you.
And not only
make the
that-
servers like tell you.
And not only that, like, stop making your rules about booze. We have enough rules about booze and cigarettes and all this other stuff. You're not going to be able to legislate the shit you want. Everything else you want is based on individuals behaving themselves. And there's always going to be a certain level of individuals who don't know how to handle their booze, belligerent drunks who want to drive home and who, you know, accidentally hurt and kill people. You're not going to, hey, guess what I did? I sued a bar out of existence because some trash piece of shit killed 2 people because he got hammered and drove home.
Yeah.
Oh, great. So now that guy, he's going to be allowed to go drink somewhere else, and he might do this again. But thank God the place that poured the beer while he looked straight at them and seemed fine, thank God they've been shut down for obviously what they intended to do, which was kill that family in that car accident.
Do you know what else I hate about the percentage argument? Like, if you're sitting there and going to a bar, just like, I'm going to have like 4 drinks and I'm going to go home or something like that. Like, so that'll be, I've heard people say this, oh, I didn't know the percentage was so high and now I'm really fucked up. No, once you start feeling that fucked up feeling, how about you just slow the fuck down?
People
no matter what you're drinking, like, there's certain nights where if I didn't have supper or something, I feel fucked up. Supper.
Sorry, farm kid. Go ahead.
God, why do you hate that about me?
Dinner.
It's supper.
Okay.
Like, I'll start feeling fucked up real quick, and then suddenly I'm not having that 3 to 4 drinks that I thought I was. How about you have some responsibility? It's yourself.
People are going to hate me for this one. I think if you have more than 2, you should have a plan to get somebody to drive you home.
I agree. It's all poison.
Since knowingly over-serving could lead to legal action.
What does that mean, knowingly over-serving? That should be something that's so easy to get thrown out in a court that it shouldn't even be a rule. Oh, did you knowingly over-serve him? Nope, seemed fine to me. All right, well, you can't prove he's lying.
Right, it's just perception.
Yeah.
Come on.
Look at that. They're listing them.
Look at the dumb names, by the way.
Salamander Slam IPA. Oh, really? Are flannels not gay still?
Dragonfly Session.
Oh, God.
I think IPA...
Guy in a flannel and
honestly,
a beard catching dragonflies with a net.
I'll say it. I think IPAs are gay. I think
IPAs are gay.
I think they are the epitome of what your flannel-wearing, beard-having... like brewery owners
If you drink,
that is what they do.
Here's the right way to drink an IPA. Ready? You take the glass, you drink it, you turn the glass upside down, you squat your anus right over it. That's how you
like IPAs. But here's the only acceptable thing that I think, like, if you're going to drink IPAs, don't sit there and brag about your IPA. Just drink it.
There's one IPA that I'll drink.
Surly
Furious.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, I'm not making fun of you. I'm saying if you just sit there and drink your drink like a normal fucking person and don't brag about your IPA, I think it's fine.
If there is a Big Wave and a Surly Furious on a tap, which one am I going for?
Big Wave.
Big Wave. I like a Big Wave. I'm glad I found that beer. It's a nice, homey beer.
He likes his nice Hawaiian beers.
I like my nice Hawaiian. That's that Hawaiian beer on the tap.
You know,
you mind if I have a little sip of your Big Wave to wash this down?
If I'm not having like just a basic domestic like McGolden or something, I am definitely going for a Castle Danger Cream Ale.
Wait,
I haven't had it in like a year now.
Isn't Big Wave made by Big Kahuna Brewing?
I think so.
Big Kahuna Brewing. That's that Hawaiian brewing place down the street.
Kona Brewing?
Oh, no, it's Kona. Fuck,
I
thought I could do
Brewing.
Pulp Fiction. God damn it.
Shit.
To be proved, you know, for them to be convicted of a crime.
It's important to understand and remember that what you're consuming, what you're going to be liable for is the blood alcohol content in your system.
Haywood County.
No shit. How dumb are people in North Carolina that this needs to be explained to them on the news?
And how does that not translate to, that doesn't mean the number of drinks you've had. It's whatever it is in your body now.
Yeah.
Sheriff Bill Wilkie says servers need to pay attention to patrons before they get behind the wheel.
Hey, you know what's really easy to do on New Year's Eve? Take a head count of every single person who's in there and know if they're too fucked up or not. That should totally be your responsibility. That's a really efficient system.
Have you ever been to the bars downtown St. Cloud here on New Year's Eve?
I've been in my 20s.
Yeah, I did too. Every single year. You lose your friends in those places. They're so packed.
No, that's the stabbings. You lose your friends.
That too. I
they're
literally
killed.
have lost a friend to a stabbing on campus. Literally.
They were killed?
Yes.
Jesus.
Yes, I can show you the article sometime.
Hold on a minute. Your friend? The person who stabbed them, same? Figured as much.
In association with that person that house I'd like to torch.
Oh, okay. Wow.
It was the one good one in that whole house. The one good one, and he died.
Wait, the one good of
the
that.
The one good person.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, Jesus.
The one kind person.
I thought you meant
stabbed to death.
I thought you meant the one good,
No, I mean, that could apply, but we'll just leave that up to you.
They need to take responsibility too at that point and do something.
Correct. A person that is clearly intoxicated does not need additional service.
Wilkie and Pitt urge servers.
Why are our kids at the brewery?
Stop. For everybody involved, stop bringing your kids there.
You can bring your kids to a bar and grill. That's understandable.
Daytime hours only.
But you don't bring your kids to a fucking brewery. Because you know what all there is to do for kids at a brewery? Watch mom and dad drink.
Yes, it's not good. And then for everyone else, if your kids get cryy and whiny and shit, now we got to listen to that.
Yeah.
Okay. So look for additional.
That's like bringing your kids to Vegas. That's solely for you. And you have just totally, bringing your kids along for your thing.
The movie Vegas Vacation tried to tell us that. None of the kids wanted to go.
Right. All the fun shit they can't do.
Yep. They're
signs
underage.
of impairment like glassy eyes and slurred speech. All agree with having a designated driver and, if need be, calling a rideshare or a friend or even a police officer for a safe ride home.
How am I going to do that with Coke in my pocket?
Did they just say call a police officer for a safe ride?
Call a cop for a ride. Hey, bug a cop because you can't keep your shit together.
If I'm drunk enough that I need a ride home, I know exactly how I behave when I'm that drunk. I'm very friendly. I talk certain ways. I don't think a cop is the one I want to see me like that.
Fucking a cop.
Right.
Obnoxious John becoming a member. Thank you very much, buddy. That's very, very sweet of you.
Thank you.
We appreciate everybody who becomes a member. That's a great way to support the program. And also, it knocks down the goal every month for every show. We are, quick note, we're $320 away from next Friday's goal. So we are way ahead. There's the Streamlabs and the PayPal if you'd like to do any of that damage. Let's plug the VIP package really quick, and then we'll get back to business here. $250 in 1 week gets you all 3 of our t-shirts, which we will be updating next year. The hoodie, it gets you 2 of the 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, 2 free tickets to each of our live events. It also gets you entered in a $100 drawing every single month automatically. And when we come out with new merch, you get to claim a free copy for yourself every time. That's the VIP program. $250 in 1 week gets you into that VIP. All right. We have to talk about George Santos. Before we do, Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids, oldcapitoltavern.com. 50 beers on tap, 200 different bottles of whiskey. Amazing menu. Great chefs. The food at Old Capitol is better than anything else that's in central Minnesota. I mean, we don't have a lot of truly great restaurants with truly gourmet food, and Old Capitol is one of those places. But also it's got some of your bar favorites, but with a fresh, chef-driven spin behind it. Like, say, nachos, right? Bar nachos, like the cheese that comes out of the machine, right? Not at Old Capitol. It's their own beer cheese mix, and then you've got all these the fresh vegetables and produce in there. They also throw either their own smoked brisket or pulled pork on the nachos. It's all very, very good. That's at Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids, oldcapitoltavern.com, and Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. If you're into firearms, you're looking to get some new optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, tactical gear, whatever you're looking for, it can be sent to your door from midlandarmory.com. That's midlandarmory.com. And again, Midland Armory in downtown Foley. But if you go on midlandarmory.com and you use the promo code SteelToe, you're going to get your shipping is going to be knocked off, and it'll take some off the top as well. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Take a look at the shop. The links are in the chat. midlandarmory.com. Again, that's midlandarmory.com. Rupert with $9.99 says Merry Christmas and Happy Birthday. Was disappointed you didn't wear the juicy sweats last night. I did forget to wear the juicy sweats.
He's the one who gave them to you.
I've worn them multiple times on this program.
He does unironically wear them like around the house. He says they're very comfy.
Someone said produce in nachos, question mark. I meant the vegetables, the fresh vegetables that they throw in there, the onions, all
By
that
far,
stuff.
Old Cap has the best nachos.
Yeah, very, very good. Ugly Fuckling says, I Google mapped Old Capitol. It's only 11 hours and 22 minutes away. Yes, a lot of our central Minnesota advertisers did stay with this program when we moved from radio to here, and it's great to have them still supporting our program. All right, one of my new favorite guys to take a look at is Representative George Santos.
He's fun.
Yeah, he was recently, by the way, I have to say, I just looked at the bottle. That Dayquil worked a treat.
That's good. I usually prefer the severe stuff because it like fucks you up a little bit too. Makes you feel better about being sick. But
are you worried about yourself at all?
No, I never need it.
Okay. I just, it's good to check in.
If you're sick, why not feel better about it?
I will say this, with the sickness and everything, I think I'll just do sparring tonight. That 2-a-day shit I was talking yesterday, that was some cash money shit. That was...
Well, now I've got to find motivation to go.
Yeah, so I can go scope out our digs for tomorrow and Saturday, and I can go to Old Capitol and have that meeting with Salzer.
Okay.
But, yeah,
so you're just spreading it around.
Spreading it around a bit. Yeah, I'm trying to get everybody a little RSV.
Make sure you wear your mask.
So George Santos has been caught in more lies. If you don't know who George Santos is, he's my new favorite. He lied about going to a prestigious grad school. He lied about working for Goldman Sachs and Citigroup. He lied about being Jewish. And I think he also married a woman and then later came out as gay.
As you do.
But I could be thinking of another representative on that one.
Isn't that how most guys his age probably came out as gay though? Because it wasn't really acceptable, so he had to get married first.
No, he's 34.
Are you shitting me?
Like, he's young enough where you could basically pull your dick out at a playground as long as you said you're a homosexual.
He's literally younger than you.
Thanks, April.
He looks so much older.
Appreciate it.
It's all that lying.
Yes. More apparent lies have been uncovered from Representative-elect George Santos, mostly fictitious personal biography, including his enrollment at a prestigious Bronx prep school. So he lied about the grad school, so he lied about the college stuff. He lied about the high school stuff now, too. Now, a prep school, that's like a high school that has a lot of college shit in it?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
In the latest batch of newly revealed fabrications, Santos had claimed he attended Horace Mann, but the elite private school has, surprise, surprise, no record that the truth-challenged 34-year-old Long Island politician had ever enrolled. All right, swearing-in day is like January 10th, right?
Sure.
Let's go ahead and guess, is this guy going to make it in?
I don't think so. I think at some point people are going to see him lying about literally everything and they're going to be upset, and it's going to go to the other guy.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't see.
No, I don't think it goes to the other guy. I think they have to have a special election.
Sure, whatever.
Yeah.
They're gonna either way. He's not getting in there.
Right. Lemmy, by the way, put up the link to the Steel Toe subreddit. I know there's not like hardly anybody on there. We never promote it. I'll do a better job of that. Click on that. Join the Steel Toe Reddit. You can share your memes on there of the loaf piggy shit and all of that stuff. You can do some show gossip, put your fan fiction up there, the whole deal. There's also a Discord. Again, these aren't run by me. They're run by Lemmy and some audience members. So if you want to join those, please do. Okay, SC Motorsports says he got divorced 2 weeks before running, then said he was gay. Are you fucking... And these people still elected him?
That is so strange.
Wow.
Well, you can't... Look at the society we're in right now. Some guy gets divorced and says he's gay and you don't vote for him because of that. Suddenly you're the prick. Okay?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Brittany says, sorry for bringing the show down. Oh, stop it. Go.
Brittany, you need some confidence, damn it.
Need some dick.
Damn it.
In the latest batch of newly revealed... Ed Sheeran needs to dick you down and make you stop being so mouthy.
I know.
And stop being so self-conscious. Santos, in a campaign biography. Ooh, I'm playing footsie with April now.
That is gross.
I put my foot on her chair, and then I touched her foot.
They're so cold. You are sickly cold.
I do have some cold ass
Please
feet.
stop that.
Santos, in a campaign biography from his failed 2019 congressional run, said that he began Horace Mann Preparatory School in the Bronx, however, did not graduate from Horace Mann due to financial difficulties for his family. Wait a minute. So he's not only lying about going to school, but then he's lying about the dramatic situation around his exit. You know people like that in high school and college who they'd lie and then create more drama on top of their lie and make it an even more grandiose lie. And it's like, oh, you just have mental problems, don't you?
It's, as Red Bar calls them, additions.
Additions
all over the place.
Oh, my God. Yeah, where they're like, oh, I would have gone, but, you know, I had a mental breakdown. I started cutting. And then you find out, like, none of that's true. Like, wait a minute. You invented cutting?
Okay, my thing is, if you're going to lie about things, why do it with, like, easily like checked out items? Like there's going to be paper trails of where you go, or like your cutting option. Okay, where's the scars? Like you're going to be able to see these things.
I agree with Evil Robot. Pathological lying is the scariest mental illness.
Yeah.
Because you have this guy, nobody's asking him to even tell this story. Nobody's asking him to even like answer a question regarding this. He just offers the lie. There's a difference between lying because you're worried you're going to get caught like being a murderer or something like that.
Yeah.
That's a lie of self-preservation.
Yes, absolutely.
Those can be understood, as they say in the Shawshank Redemption, that could be understood if not condoned.
Sure.
Like if someone, like if you go to someone, you're like, hey, why'd you lie about being at that place the night of that murder? You're like, because I fucking murdered the guy and I was trying to stay out of prison. You're like, oh, well then, yeah, of course.
Makes sense.
Absolutely, you lie about that.
If you don't lie about that, that's even more concerning almost.
Yeah, I'd be like,
then,
what are you, a sociopath? You just don't give a shit? At least if
Are
you
you
lie.
proud?
Right, at least if you lie about that, you're admitting you did something wrong.
Yes.
You know? But to just offer up lies where you go, hey, by the way, I went to a really prestigious prep school. It's like, yeah, dude, I was going to vote for you anyway.
You could have gone to the most dog shit school.
Oh, yeah, and by the way, I never finished because my family didn't have enough money. You see, we're just like you. We're struggling regular people. It's like, none of us asked for this story. Like, none of us asked for you to talk to us about this at all. Or the other one, hey, I worked for years at Goldman Sachs. Yeah, that's not going to make me trust you more, bro.
No.
What was the other one?
Citi. Didn't he work
Citi?
for Citi?
I worked at Citigroup. Hey, I got a master's degree from this place. It's like, they said you were never there. I mean, just the shit he's lying about is just so unnecessary. Santos elaborated during an interview in 2020 that the 2008 financial crisis allegedly forced his parents to pull him out of the school. They sent me to a good prep school, which was Horace Mann Prep in the Bronx. And in my senior year of prep school, unfortunately, my parents fell on hard times, baby. When you can't send your kid to a prestigious prep school in New York City, that's hard times, daddy. When you're banging on an anvil for 17 hours a day and you go home to eat, make a poop and take a sleep. And then all of a sudden your kid goes, Daddy, why can't I go to my prep school? And I said, because the corporate man shut down the markets. That's hard times, Ric Flair. So if you're running for Congress and you tell the people, I went to a prestigious prep school, but the economy pulled it right out of my daddy's pocket, then you know hard times, Daddy. You go to the pay window and you reach in your pocket and you only feel your leg. That's hard times. Dusty Rhodes would have voted for this guy.
I agree.
Which was something that would just here, guys, quick piece of advice. Unless you want that to happen for 5 minutes, just never say the term hard times on this program. I can't resist. Which was something that would later become known as the Depression of 2008, he said. First of all, it's called the Great Recession, but...
Right, the Depression of 2008.
He can't even tell the truth about what the fucking thing we all went through was.
Who is this guy?
Oh, yeah, there was this... Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, and then we bombed him to force him back. You know, World War II. Dude, no.
He gets everything about 9/11 wrong.
Yeah, he's like, when in the Gulf of Tonkin, we faked a bombing of a ship. 9/11. No, dude, that's not. When the Israeli military attacked an American ship and killed a bunch of American sailors on purpose? The USS Independence. Okay, that one's actually. He knew that one.
You got to get one of them right.
He knew that one because he's a Jew.
Oh,
wait, no, I'm sorry. He's Jew-ish. That was another lie he told. If you could do an entire show as Dusty Rhodes, I think I could die happy.
That would be very funny. I don't know if I'd make it.
It's going to be a hell of a time if I do an entire show as Dusty Rhodes It's going to be the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, and my co-host, April. It's going to be a blooded American gorilla, brother. And there will be gorilla shit all over the podcast. I fucked that up so bad. Oh, no, USS Liberty. Thank you. No, I fucked that.
Right, okay.
I fucked that up. It was the Liberty, not the Independence. You know why I said Independence?
Why?
Guys, does anyone want to know why I got confused and thought the ship was the Independence and not the Liberty? If anybody can guess this and know what a fucking dork douchebag I am for not, there is a ship of some sort, maybe not a water ship, but there was a ship called the Independence. It just didn't have anything to do with this. I may have confused the Israeli attack on our Navy with a movie. Thank you, Ryan.
Seriously?
Thank you, Ryan the Garbage Man. I got it confused for one of the spacecraft in Armageddon.
How does one do that?
It was Sir, the Independence is a dead stick. She's not going to make it. What was a quick, April? What was the name of the other one? There was the Independence and the...
I don't know.
Come on.
We just watched this, too.
Don't look at the chat. They're going to tell you.
I'm not looking.
What was the other one? The Independence and the...
It's on the tip of my tongue, man. It's hard. I don't remember.
I'll give you a hint. It isn't free.
Freedom?
There you go. She got it. The Freedom and the Independence. You know what I've heard?
What did you hear?
Freedom don't come free. It costs a hefty fucking fee. If you don't throw in your $1.05, who will? Freedom costs a $1.05. Thank you to Omega Treads Gaming Channel with $4.99. Says, hard times, baby. That's right.
Thank you.
You don't know about hard times unless you watch the Dusty Rhodes promo. Okay, we got 3:10 away from next Friday's goal.
The USS Penetrator.
Oh, you don't want to be on the USS Penetrator.
That would have been a good one. Dude, that whole movie just makes me cry like a moron.
Does it really?
Oh my God, I can't watch that movie
What's a
without
sadder
crying.
film, Armageddon or Cinderella Man?
Oh, come on. Both of them are devastating. Just kicks in the dick. I think there's at least a little, happiness at the end of Armageddon, so I'm going to go Cinderella Man.
All right, Cinderella. Well, there's a lot of happiness at the end of Cinderella Man.
It doesn't outweigh the amount of crying I did
You know that
earlier.
motherfucker still went and served in World War II after all that shit?
I wouldn't.
Hey, you became the world heavyweight champion. What'd you do next? I went and fought some Nazis.
Well, in fairness, you do want the tough ones over
And then
there.
he built the Verrazano Bridge.
Why do you know this?
Because it's at the end of the movie.
I don't remember. I watched it one time and I cried too much and I couldn't do it.
So listen, back to George Santos. So this piece of shit keeps lying about this stuff, and then not only okay, if you're trying to run for office and you want to wow people and impress them, you might lie about stuff on the surface, I went to a prestigious school.
Sure.
This motherfucker's developed backstory. He's been lying about this shit for years. We were a little earlier on the over-leveraging of real estate, and the market started to implode. And the first thing to go was the prep school. You can't afford a $2,500 tuition at that point, right? So anyway, I left school 4 months to graduation, he says.
Really?
Well, according to a CNN report, that story does not check out. Can we do an episode of Maury with this guy?
I would love to. And also, what a dumb story. No parent is going to kick you out 4 months before graduation. They'll probably scrape together whatever they can because you worked that hard and you're almost there.
Your parents will figure out a way to get you those 4 months in, or
It's
they'll
4
talk.
months.
They'll talk to the school and they'll work something out.
Mm-hmm.
Where you can pay back the school over time, where you don't have to drop out 4 months because
I would never cut my kids off from something like that.
Right. We've searched the records and there is no evidence that George Santos or any alias attended Horace Mann. The news outlet uncovered a number of other alleged untruths Santos made in recent years. So what we gave you yesterday was the tip of the iceberg. Told a New York-based podcast he publicly criticized Goldman Sachs at a conference while he was an employee of Goldman Sachs. A job Santos told the Post on Monday that he misrepresented.
God.
Have you ever heard of a Goldman Sachs employee take the stage at the largest private equity conference in the world, run by Anthony Scaramucci, and berate their employer? Well, I did that, he said. He wasn't. He worked for some what do you call that? Not a shell company. He worked at some hedge fund. He worked at some hedge fund that did business with Goldman Sachs. And then he's like, "Oh yeah, I worked at Goldman Sachs." And I did it in the fashion of renewable energy and global warming. And this was the panel I was on. They're all talking about solar, wind, and this was back, 7 years ago now? And I said, you know what? This is a scam. It's taxpayer money that gets subsidized. Scaramucci told CNN that there is no record of Santos attending one of his conferences. So, again, the level of lying this guy does. Not only did he not say that, he wasn't on the panel. Not only was he not on the panel, he wasn't at the fucking event.
Nope. Because you'd think if something that epic happened, there'd be video evidence of it too.
That's like me saying, hey guys, I was at US Bank Stadium for the Minneapolis Miracle. And then they find out I was in fucking Venezuela. Wasn't anywhere near that place.
What a shitty place you'd pick.
Yes.
What?
Santos also apparently falsely claimed that his family's Jewish name was Zabrovsky, and he used it to fundraise for a pet charity.
Oh, yeah.
What a sack of cunt this guy is.
This guy really thought it out, though, for a long time.
Yeah, like, he's a creepy kind of liar where he's, like, developed backstory into all of it. And...
He could be a good writer.
Oh. Robert Darth Mode says that's Zumakian levels of lying. I
almost think it's more creative than that.
Yeah, because Chad just lies when he gets caught breaking the law. And that's kind of the self-preservation thing we talked about. Like, oh, I didn't pass out and crash into a tree. I just fell asleep and rolled into one. Okay. I didn't steal
Right?
I didn't steal credit cards. I just pled guilty because my lawyer told me, you're kind of fucked here because that looks exactly like you.
Those old men handed them to me. They didn't know. I said I'd buy him a coffee.
Evil Robot does point out, Zumock also lies when he says he's not homeless. Is couch surfing homeless?
I don't know how I determine homelessness. I feel like it's if you don't have a place to go. So if you technically have a place to go, I don't think you're homeless.
Okay. Scarface says, so this is the Steve Rannazzisi of politics. Kinda, yeah. Like Steve Rannazzisi was that comedian who lied about being in the towers on 9/11. And elaborately so, too. Like, Steve Rannazzisi went on Mark Maron's podcast, and he was telling stories about, like, how they used to get sandwiches and all this other shit, and, like, really heavy-duty lying. Steve Rannazzisi, 9/11. I'm sure we can find the Maron clip. Admits to lying, lied escaping the Twin Towers during the attacks. We have the confesses. But we don't have the actual thing. How do these guys get this shit scrubbed from the internet? Isn't that amazing?
Know. Enough money, maybe?
Do we
Popular comedian in hot water this morning, coming clean over
Gino Visconti. Oh my.
He's been telling for 14 years. Steve Rannazzisi now admitting he lied about escaping the Twin Towers on 9/11, confessing he wasn't even downtown that day. He was
in the second tower.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Exactly he was on September 11th, 2001.
So you were where were you when 9/11 happened?
54th floor of the
so
South
you were in
Tower.
The second tower.
Yeah.
That's
again,
really specific.
Again, wasn't there. And he goes, I was in the 54th floor of the South Tower. I don't know, man.
I don't think you can be doing this.
I can't tell you what section I was sitting in during the miracle. I think it was like 3-something. We were way high up.
I can't even tell you the section we were sitting at last time.
Yeah.
2009, he told Pauly Shore and friends he was working at Merrill Lynch when the first plane struck the North Tower.
Wait a minute. You lied to Pauly Shore? You son of a bitch.
I love him.
I walk outside, I see the fire and everything, and then I watch the second plane hit the second tower.
The story?
Like, again, just coming up with this crazy story. This level of lying is creepy to me.
Anything to get, like, that brief attention that is going to totally backfire on you later. Like, he totally just did this for attention, right?
Right, just made it up. And it... Again, he was a guy who already had, like, this guy was already in the league. He was already doing Buffalo Wild Wings commercials. He had a good comedy career going. The guy was already relatively successful. You didn't need to do this.
Let it get to his head, maybe.
Right. This would be like if we found out Pete Davidson's dad was alive and just living in Jamaica.
Uh-oh.
You know, it's like, wait a minute, what, you lied about being the 9/11 kid?
He goes there and visits him often.
Yeah.
Story even more vivid on Mark Maron's podcast.
And then it just bang. While you were standing right there. Well, it's like underneath the giant overpass that was... And all your coworkers were upstairs? Yeah.
A few small details have changed over the years. For instance, in one interview, he didn't see the second plane hit. He heard it.
And then I heard the plane hit our tower.
His route home changes too.
We had to walk across the Brooklyn Bridge back to Brooklyn where we lived.
Oh, my God.
Later, a different bridge.
I walked across the Manhattan Bridge.
Uh-oh. Again, nobody, you didn't need to lie about this shit.
Nope.
This was totally unnecessary. April, what do they call this in tennis?
An unforced error.
Unforced error. Nobody asked.
Nobody would have thought less of you if you weren't in the towers, by the way.
Right. Nobody's like, hey man, what were you doing on 9/11? Well, I wasn't in the towers. Well, we're taking your TV shows away from you. We only give TV shows to comics who were in the Twin Towers.
You're not a true hero.
Yeah. You know how you know he's lying?
How?
You had a great job at Merrill Lynch and you decided to go into stand-up comedy. No, if people find real jobs that make money, they don't become comics.
No, I feel like the grind is a lot harder as a comic.
Of the story that he told as recently as a week ago was that the trauma of 9/11 convinced him to quit the financial industry and move to LA to get into show business. And it was all a lie. He never worked at Merrill Lynch, wasn't in Lower Manhattan on 9/11. In fact, Merrill Lynch...
Oh, but you know what? He didn't lie. It was a misunderstanding. He told everyone he was drinking a Manhattan on 9/11. He had a Manhattan, and he saw the plane hit the towers on TV at the airport.
He was talking about, how unfortunate lynchings were.
Yeah, he was like, well, I was working at preventing a lynching, and I was drinking a Manhattan. And the guy's name was Merrill. They were trying to lynch Merrill, and I was trying to stop the lynching of Merrill while I was drinking a Manhattan, and I was successful. And then I was watching TV, and 9/11 started happening.
See, I'd buy that.
Yeah.
Didn't even have an office in the...
See, I was playing craps, and I rolled a 9.
Oh.
And then right after that, I rolled an 11. And then obviously, that's how...
Twin Towers. When the New York Times confronted him, Renazzisi came clean. I was not at the Trade Center that day, he said in a statement. I don't know why I said this. This was inexcusable. I am truly, truly sorry.
I would appreciate an apology for something like this if you would come back at me with even more honesty and say, I do know why, because he knows why he did it. Like, if a guy apologizes and goes, look, I thought it would be great for my career if I was the 9/11 guy.
Yes, exactly.
I thought it was something that made me more interesting and might be something they could put in my bio and would help my career. I lied about being there at a tragedy to help my career. Now, obviously, you can't say that because you're done forever if you do that. So if you go, I don't know why I said this. But to me, not knowing why you said it makes you even more of a sociopath.
And you not only just said it the one time, you kept talking about it.
There was Pete Davidson was on the Jim and Sam show. Was it Jim and Sam or Jim and Opie? I'm sorry, I didn't think it was Jim and Opie at first because it was funny what happened. But Pete Davidson was on, and obviously his dad died.
Yeah.
In 9/11, and Pete Davidson did this bit where he shouted. I think it's right here. They're listening to Steve Renazzisi's fake 9/11 story, and Pete Davidson just did something so goddamn funny. I don't want to give it away. Here you go.
And not for Merrill Lynch, which has no record of his employment and had no offices in either tower.
Can we hear that from the Marin podcast?
I'm the only 9/11 kid here. Nobody else in comedy can be the 9/11 boy. Back the fuck off, Steve!
Holy shit.
I'm the 9/11 kid! I'm the 9/11 kid!
Jesus.
I like that Pete defends his territory, though.
I do, too.
That's good.
I forgot there was a day where he didn't have his whole body covered in tattoos, by the way.
Well, he was like 12 when he did that.
Very strange.
He was 12 when he did that interview. So now, Representative-elect, back to George Santos now, another dirty, filthy, disgusting liar, is being probed by the feds. Ooh, I didn't know it was his birthday.
Lucky guy.
He's being probed by the feds over the origins of his alleged wealth. See, you get caught lying about one or two things. You get elected to Congress. They start looking into you some more. They found out you lied about this and that. Now you're opening yourself up to the federal government where they're like, I think we can grab some money out of this guy's pockets.
Let's check it out.
I think we can get involved. Like, anytime the IRS hears like an incoming member of Congress is a liar, they go, anybody need us? They're like, no, not yet. Hey, let us know if you do.
Just totally uninvited.
Oh, he lied about the prep school he went to and said it was a financial issue. Would you like us to look into his financials? No, aren't you guys busy? Don't you have to like...
No.
But no, we went through everybody's PayPal and we shook everybody by their ankles and took the tax money from everybody who took over $600 home from PayPal. So we got that. Honestly, it's getting to the point now where I would almost encourage people, like, even if you work for someone else, become a corporation. And just get...
Like, as an individual?
Like, have your work pay your corporation and then you pay yourself. Like, the taxes are getting so fucking bad. Because if you're an individual and you have PayPal, they're going to want 40%.
Oh, my God.
Like, with all the taxes, they're going to want contractor taxes. They're going to want self-employment taxes.
There was more than just PayPal, too, wasn't there? Wasn't there another
Venmo,
one?
all of that shit. If you take over $600, they're going to look in and tax you. At least if you start a corporation, it goes into your corporate account.
Mm-hmm.
It can't be taxed. You spend it all, and then when you take home profits for yourself, then you pay taxes on it. But the taxes there are like 18% versus fucking 40.
Jesus Christ.
40.
It's rape, honestly. Financial rape.
It's brutal, man. And yeah, of all the financial problems that are going on in this country, the IRS thought it would be important to shake down people taking home fantasy football championship money.
Yeah, there's that. There's like people buy things from somebody and send them like, $600 to $800 for a dumb piece of furniture, and now you're going to tax them like that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's gross. You're better off just taking out cash.
Yeah, pretty much. Tigger next door says, Aaron, I was the guy who stood in front of the tanks in Tiananmen Square. Please pay special attention to me from now on. Oh, my God. That's amazing.
I saw the second shooter on the grassy knoll.
I was the second shooter on the grassy knoll. Pontiva says taxation is theft. End of story. I mean, income tax, for sure.
Yeah.
That is fucking criminal. Like, that's
gross.
How we ever got to income tax is beyond. Here's how we got to income tax.
Break it down.
The way we got to income tax was the government lied and said, yeah, don't you fucking hate rich people? And people are like, yeah, fuck these rich guys. And they're like, how about we tax the shit out of these rich guys to pay for the war that we're not in yet, but we totally want to be. Like, wait, what? Nothing. How about we tax the rich people? Yeah, tax them. All right. And the rich people were like, hey, what the fuck are you doing taxing me? Look, it's never going to be more than 5% on more than like $100,000 that after $100,000. Like, oh, okay. Fast forward, it's like, the highest one now is 39% for people making over $250.
There you go.
Or $175 or whatever it is. Wow.
Yep.
We totally didn't get butt fucked into that one.
Promises.
It's never going to be more than 5% and only on millionaires. Oh, and we bought it. And we're still buying it. People still buy like,
oh, yeah,
if you like your doctor, you can keep it. Oh, sure. They never lied just to get some piece of legislation they really want passed. That, by the way, would... Here's the thing about that healthcare bill that still drives me nuts to this day.
Mm-hmm.
Any healthcare bill that the health insurance companies are endorsing is probably not good for you.
No, I've always felt that way too.
They're like, oh, if you like your doctor, you can keep it. Really? Why? How do you say that? Well, we're passing a bill where all of you have to buy insurance. Oh, so you're handing the insurance companies millions of new customers.
And then...
Oh, and by the way, we're going to force your insurance companies to cover a bunch of shit. So you're going to get all this stuff covered. Oh, that's great. For free? Oh, no, they're going to charge you out the butt for it.
And then some places don't even take certain providers. Yes. They won't do it. So then you end up paying more anyways.
Everyone thought that that healthcare bill was going to be such a good thing. And you look at the parameters of it. You're like, wait, they're going to force insurance companies to cover expensive shit.
Right.
Okay. And you think your health insurance premiums are going to go down because of that? That's like saying, hey, we're forcing McDonald's to put 2 more beef patties in each of their burgers, and it's going to cost $1. It's like, no, that doesn't check out. And then, and also, you're going to love this because we're going to force you to buy the expensive insurance. Wait, what? Yeah, don't worry. Health Partners says it's a great bill.
Of course they do.
Mirth Redrum says, my take from today's show is that everything is gay and everyone is a liar. I mean, it's not my total life philosophy, but if you start
Yeah.
there, before you get confirmation, you'll be all
It's
right.
not far off. I feel like you should start there and then be pleasantly surprised when somebody's not that way.
I got to remember never to mention the IRS on this program. I kind of go off on a thing.
Tiny bit.
I
They
don't
are infuriating.
I don't like those guys. They're evil. They're like
Dude,
they're the British to me.
Aren't they the ones that fucking do like gun training and shit like that?
Yeah, we
too?
watch their training. Yeah.
Oh my God.
With all the fat pigs. Yeah.
All the fat piggies.
So anyway, the federal prosecutors have opened up a probe into the finances of GOP Representative-elect George Santos, who's facing questions over the origins of his mysterious wealth. Boy, interesting. George Santos. Don't really know how he made his money. Lies about a lot of shit. Shady figure in the public eye. We should look into how he made his money. Jeffrey Epstein? Oh, yeah, he hung himself with paper clothes. We have no idea what happened.
You just died, kind of.
Jeffrey Epstein, billions of dollars. Nobody knows how. Has a bunch of rich and powerful friends. Flies them to a private island. Should we investigate what went on there? Nah, I'm sure it's nothing. Just a bunch of boys watching football. Don't you fly to an internationally protected island to watch football?
I would love to. What?
Yeah, exactly. So it's not a big deal.
No one can see what I'm doing out there?
Hey, Sam Bankman-Fried, some professor's kid, was able to run a multi-billion-dollar crypto company and then crashed it, siphoned off a bunch of the money. We have no idea where the fuck it is. Should we look into him and his background and who funded him and who got him started? Nah, just, give him $250 million bail. He'll be fine. But George Santos, he lied about his prep school. Let's look into his finances. God, it's so gross.
It's cherry-picked.
The investigation was launched by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York. Prosecutors are reportedly scrutinizing, among other things, the Long Island politician's financial disclosure filings, where Santos reported earning $750,000 from his DeVolder organization consulting firm, along with dividends valued between $1 million and $5 million. See, that's how you avoid. Whenever people say, like, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, they only paid this percentage in taxes. That's because they're smart. They take a tiny little salary from that business, and then the rest is all backloaded at the end of the year.
Dividends,
It's all dividends and capital gains, and if you reinvest those dividends, you pay no taxes on them. If you take those dividends out as capital gains with your write-offs and everything, you'll probably pay 12% tax on them. That's why I'm saying everybody should just be a corporation. The laws are right there for you. You cut your tax bill in half.
It's pretty nice.
It's the only way. If corporations had to pay taxes the way people do, they'd all go out of business. Every small business would be out of business if they got taxed on every dollar they made. They could never make it. In 2020, watch this motherfucker be the only guy who gets into office and they investigate his money and he actually gets busted lying, but making more than he did. Like he made less than what he claimed he did.
Okay.
Because all of his lies seem to be about clout.
Yes, I've done this. It's like Sartell over here with their nose in the air. I've done this and this.
This guy's the Fire Festival of politicians.
Ooh, that's a good one.
In 2020, Santos reported making just $55,000 in annual salary. Oh God, Tom Segura wouldn't even look at him. And the filings also show that he loaned his own successful house campaign more than $700,000. Hold on a minute. You made $55,000 in 2020. Well, pandemic. But you gave your own campaign $700,000. Nice.
Makes sense. I bet everybody can get a $700,000 loan, by the way, if you make $55,000.
Right, exactly. That's a totally normal thing, for
really
sure.
Really normal.
However, Santos's campaign filings did not disclose any clients of the DeVolder organization, giving him business of more than $5,000, which has fueled speculation about how the incoming congressman got the money for the loans. Now, again, I'm not saying they shouldn't investigate this guy. He's clearly a liar, but it's just funny to me that they'll investigate him, but an Epstein, a Maxwell, a Bankman-Fried, all of them, we don't need to look into them.
The Maxwell stuff still pisses me off too because, a bunch of kids trafficked to nobody.
Yeah. Evil robot, I can't let that I can't let that comment go, buddy.
Yeah.
I like you, but you got to exercise a little restraint on shit like that. You don't want to get us in trouble. Yeah, the Ghislaine Maxwell thing is amazing. Like, she has that black book, like the date book and everything
Nobody
else.
knows what's in it, though.
Nobody knows what's in it.
Nobody
knows who these people were trafficked to. Like, usually to prove a guy was guilty of trafficking, you have to have the names of the people he trafficked and to whom they were trafficked to.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, she got convicted of trafficking children to nobody. It's amazing.
And the problem is like, people know. I'm sure the judge looked at it just to make sure it was legit and like all the keepings of that book and stuff.
Right.
So somebody knows. I don't know why that's totally permissible to not talk about it now.
I mean, if you want to go the conspiracy route, it's because someone put their arm around that judge and said, listen, you like your family, right?
All right.
You're a family man.
You don't want to accidentally hang yourself with paper clothing, right?
You're really clumsy with your belt, I've heard, and you really don't want that thing getting wrapped around your neck.
Terrible way for your kids to find you.
Oh, man. I mean, if your kids find you, I mean, I hear their bus has really bad axles. And their bus driver drinks a lot of gin and drives near cliffs. So, yeah, we don't really know.
I heard your wife is being trafficked to some island right now.
Yeah, I hear
Actually.
your wife sucks off politicians in Barbados for a living.
What?
Yeah. So about that book. Oh, it's already in my fireplace. Good. It's very nice.
It's probably exactly how it goes, too.
Yeah, Gene says too many Democrats and Republicans in that black book. We would have no Congress left. I agree with Gene. I don't think that
Fuck them all then. Who cares?
Yeah, they did. That Epstein thing, people are like, oh, Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, this and that. You're going to be surprised how many fucking Republicans are on that list. These people, the people who ran that hustle are really smart. Anybody who had any power, get on the fucking plane. I'll take you, show you the greatest time of your life. Hey, here's a hooker. Oh, yeah, fucking the shit out of her. Taking pictures, taking video. Hey, by the way, that hooker you just fucked, Bill? Yeah. She's 14. Fuck.
Can we stop taking pictures and videos when we fuck, though? Like, everybody?
Like, the girls are the biggest victims of the Epstein thing.
Yes.
But I'm telling you guys, these people that you want to hate and you think they're gross, and that's fine. Hate them and think they're gross.
They probably are.
They also got roped into this thing. I don't think Bill Clinton went, hey, you got any 14-year-old whores for me? No, he fucked a girl who looked very adult-like, and he didn't ask any questions, and they told him afterwards, by the way, she's 14. He's like, oh, shit. So how much money you want me to give Israel?
I'll stop you there. I think half is probably the way you just portrayed it, like they didn't know and now they're stuck.
Yeah.
You know there's people out there that are into that. That's true, too.
Yeah, But Bill Clinton,
they didn't talk about it.
Bill Clinton didn't show a predilection for that outside of that.
Bill's probably not one of those guys. He
Yeah.
probably didn't know.
I could see Bill Gates being one of those
Yeah,
guys.
there's plenty
He
of
looks like
guys
a
out there that
fucking
want
creep.
young girls.
Yeah. Trucker 18 Wheeler says Donald Trump was probably there too. It wouldn't surprise me. I know one of his old lawyers was. What's his name? Not Greenspan. Always a
Greenspan.
Jewish guy. I know that narrows it down when I'm talking about people's lawyers. Motherfucker, I can't. The glasses. Dershowitz. Thank you,
Dershowitz.
Alan Dershowitz.
Remarkably gay sounding name.
Wasn't Dershowitz? No, Space Baby. You can't just say Cohen. That's every time I say anything Jewish, you're going to say Cohen.
Silverstein.
You know who else was on that plane?
Who?
Roy Cohn, Juan Perón, Toscanini, Dacron, Dien Bien Phu Falls, Rock Around the Clock.
It's a full plane.
I can't remember. Oh, shit. Now I'm...
Are you
Damn
joking?
it. Yeah, I'm he's choking. Oh, you're a disgrace. Yeah, they call me Rabbit, and this is a turtle race. He can't deal with me spitting this shit quickly, lickety shots, a spickety split lickety. So I'll turn around with a great big smile and walk my white ass back across 8 Mile.
I think you should just redo all his songs for him.
God damn it. What's the one? How do I get to Richard Nixon and then Studebaker Television? God damn it.
I don't know.
What do we...
It's hard to keep up with the
John
inner workings
McCarthy,
of your
Richard
brain.
Nixon, Studebaker Television, North Korea, South Korea, Marilyn Monroe. That's who else was on that plane.
Are you proud?
Yeah. Now I got it.
You got it.
Princess Grace and Peyton Place. And there was trouble in the Suez. I'm done now.
Thank you.
We can be done with that story. All right. Let's go to... You guys want to watch... Why are we listening to a German guy tell us how the world should be? This Klaus Schwab guy bugs the fuck out of me.
We've done that before, and it didn't turn out well.
Right. So this Klaus Schwab is like a super billionaire financier. Those guys never steer you wrong. He's a German dude, and he has these conferences where he tells all these corporate leaders and world leaders how the world should be. And then he gets mad when anybody says we have like these conspiracies about new world orders and really wealthy guys trying to remake the earth in their image and control people.
Yeah.
What is it? The World Economic Forum is Klaus Schwab. Yeah, he's like the big guy. Like when people talk about Illuminati and stuff like that, they talk about Klaus Schwab. He's one of the guys. And like there's been at least 3 times in world history where a German guy has went, I want to remake the world in my image. And we've gone, this sounds bad. Like we've fought hard to kill that guy.
Get rid of him.
But now Klaus Schwab, this is him telling us how we're going to do education in the future. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Because public education now is in the shitter.
It sucks.
So
Big time.
I welcome any new ideas. Here's Klaus Schwab's new ideas for education. And again, just listen to this guy and tell me if you think we should be listening to him.
We put emphasis on what I said before.
No thanks. There. That's all I needed to hear.
Is it over for you?
Yes. I put the emphasis on no. But I haven't even told you what we're going to do. It's a no for me. But I want to tell you what I think the world should be. Yeah, that's the problem.
Oh, we could fill this in with so many things.
Yes.
Emphasis on what?
Listen, I want to talk to you about the way the world should be. I think I have some wonderful ideas on who should be included and who shouldn't. Yeah, no.
I'm still curious.
I would like you to be, I wouldn't even trust you serving my breakfast.
Public-private partnerships which we accompany. So when we
public-private partnerships for schools. In other words, billionaires like me gives a bunch of money to the government, and then I tell the government what they should teach the kids in school.
Okay, I'm following.
So look, let's say I'm super duper into the climate change because I don't want these third world poor countries getting any kind of power. I will then have the schools teach the children that giving, let's say, electricity to pygmies is evil and we can keep them down.
So, I think that's going to keep us a strong race.
define a project like our global educational initiative.
Oh!
I just describe it in a second. We have.
But now listen, everyone. I think everyone who says I want one world government is being a conspiracy theorist. All I want is a global education system where all of the children from all of the countries are taught the same things. But this is not like a one world government. By the way, the countries, because America kind of cucks itself out now, the countries that are there's going to be 3 countries that save us from horse shit like this.
Okay.
Japan, China, Russia. They don't want this shit.
Say Russia for sure.
You come into Japan and you tell them, hey, here's how the world's doing it. Japan will purposely do it the opposite way. Same thing with China.
Under the leadership of Cisco and many other companies, practically all the big names, we try to revolutionize the educational system of Jordan, Egypt, and now Burundi, by working together with the local authorities. We work also together with UNESCO.
So basically, if we go into these poor third world countries with our own agenda as billionaires, we pay off the leaders a bunch of money, and then we get to teach the children whatever we want them to know.
Sounds fair.
This is like this is 21st century colonization. Like this is no different than going in, taking Africans' land and strip mining them of their resources and then fucking bailing.
And teaching them your ways.
Right, this is the same thing. But like when we did it in the 1800s to the Native Americans, progressives find this evil and terrible. But when a fucking guy with a scary German accent who sounds like a goddamn Die Hard villain says it, then it's totally cool.
Can I tell you something? I love this accent.
Yeah, I worry about you.
I really do. Why?
I am of this background and I don't trust this accent.
I'm half of this background.
Not only to equip this...
Right, and your Swedish half is stupid, so you actually are buying into this shit.
I find it sexy.
Tools, but to put, to retrain the teachers, to put the new curricula into place. So we work together with we accompany those we do not, such a difference to the Clinton initiative, which mainly, and which is a good thing, which asks companies to pledge some money to make a commitment, and then to come back and to report.
So the Clinton initiative says we just want the corporations' money so that the countries can educate the children. What we do is we basically give the money, and then we said we are the captain now, and we will teach your children whatever my corporate interests are. So mine is far more deliciously evil than, say, Bill Clinton's. So let's do it my way.
God, they really do try to like wrap this thing up like a present.
I know.
It's so gross.
They're like, hey, and you know what's amazing? It's woke liberal people who buy into this shit, and they're supposed to be all anti-corporation. But it's like, oh, you know what? The really authoritative German guy said it. I can trust him.
It sounds good.
The authoritative German guy says that the corporations and the government should work together to teach the children in some kind of fascistic government. That's never gone poorly before.
Not even once?
Yeah. How did Volkswagen get made again?
We are with the initiative from the beginning to the end. But there's one other difference.
So that's the difference. That's his whole speech on how education should be. That's Klaus Schwab from the World Economic Forum.
I'm sure he just got a round of applause for that.
Yeah, you know what? It would be funny if you just heard cartoon blinking. Like everyone was like...
just sticky.
Bro, you're not supposed to say that out loud.
I want Peter Ducey in a room like that and just start asking questions.
So what we have here is we have billionaires telling a bunch of third world black children how the world is and telling them exactly what we want them to do. And then after they get out of school, we have them work on our plant that we just made in that country for pennies on the dollar. And that is how we will, look, what we want is for the children to be well educated. A lot of people think this is just for us corporations to redesign the world in our image, to create loyal customers for our products. This is just silly.
But it does seem that way.
Maybe they're just good guys who want to pump billions of dollars into poor countries because, you know, that's always been our thing forever.
You know what? You're turning me. I can understand. Like, let's help them out.
This guy.
See, that's what happens to people, though. Like, no, I can understand how you're getting to the good there.
Here's the thing about Klaus Schwab that makes me more afraid of him than anyone else. Like you said, this guy talks about it like he's bringing you a present.
Exactly, but if one of us were to say it out loud, like it doesn't sound so sexy anymore.
Hey, I'm going to bribe your country with billions of dollars. Give me your children. What? No.
Now throw the German accent on top of it with a suit. Now I might think about it.
Jeff Jordan said, Klaus is the brain. Who's Pinky? That would be Joe Biden. All right. Let's go ahead and move on from Klaus Schwab because he scares the living shit out of me. Communications obtained by Parents Defending Education revealed that a former ethnic studies school administrator with Seattle Public Schools claimed that Judaism would not be a central topic in their ethnic studies program because, quote, white Jewish people benefit from systems of oppression that disenfranchise people of color. Fucking based.
Oh my God.
I like this. I like when progressives go off the reservation and they kind of go full Kanye.
Yes.
You know? Because like
they're
not progressives. What happens is these progressives embrace like black ethnic studies teachers just because they're black, but they don't vet their thoughts first.
Yep.
Like there's like, I found a black mascot to teach our ethnic studies class. And he's like, you know these white Jews run shit. And it's like, whoa, I did not know that we hired that guy. I just saw black skin and I thought I would be one of the good ones.
To get Whoopi in there.
Yeah, guys, when are these white progressives going to learn that if you want to brainwash the shit out of kids and you don't want to talk shit about Jews, black people, not the best way to go.
No, it's really not.
They don't. Look, there's a history there, okay?
Who is the best choice? That's kind of a hard question, isn't it? Because everyone's kind of afraid to say anything.
Yeah, I don't know. Who do you get to teach your ethnic studies class? Probably some really guilty white woman.
I
She'll
think
say
what
anything.
you've got to do is like film a bunch of like white people such as ourselves drinking and getting on the topic, and then you just play that in class.
PDE submitted a public records request via the Freedom of Information Act to acquire emails from Seattle Public Schools' former ethnic studies program manager, Tracy Castro Gill. The grassroots nonprofit requested emails containing the terms Jewish, Judaism, and anti-Semitism from September of 2018 to June 30th, 2020. The correspondence revealed that when Castro Gill was asked if the ethnic studies program included input from the Jewish community, She replied that the framework took, quote, an intersectional approach to every aspect of identity. Input from people and communities of color has been prioritized. So
that's good.
Intersectionality is basically like you get certain oppression points for each minority thing you are. So if your dad was black and your mom was Asian and you're a gay trans
Jewish person,
black Jew, you get all kinds of points. No, Jews will bring you down. They won't get you more points, according to this person.
Oh,
No.
yeah. Okay, that's true.
Right.
Yep.
Judaism would not be a central topic in our ethnic studies program, she said, because, quote, data shows that Jewish Americans benefit from current systems of power and, for the most part, have access to and control of systemic power. They said it. I didn't say anything. I didn't say nothing. I don't even do a show. I don't know what this guy's
My
talking.
head's exploding. What?
I just love that, like, really progressive people hired this person because they're like, oh, they'll help us with our diversity quotas. And the person's like, and they're like, are you going to teach the kids that Jews are oppressed? Nah, motherfucker,
Nope.
they run shit. Whoa,
They're like seconds away from saying, no, they are the oppressor.
I know, that's kind of
oh
what
my
they're
God.
saying. Castro Gill, wasn't done, by the way, noted that, quote, Jewish history of oppression and resistance is a major focus in the current Eurocentric narratives of history. In another email obtained by PDE, Castro Gill wrote, in studying Judaism, we would be interested in centering Jewish people of color and how their religious, ethnic, and racial identities intersect. To which Jews said, we didn't think we had any. We could also critically analyze how white Jewish people benefit from systems of oppression that disenfranchise all people of color. You see, if you dig down deep enough with black people, you're going to always get to this part. You know why? Because they've kind of got a point.
They do. They've been treated certain ways.
You're like, hey, we want input from black people on intersectionality.
Gosh.
And they're like, all right, I'm ready to talk about the Jews. All right, black person, step aside. It's nap time.
You wouldn't understand anyways. It's basically what they're saying.
Castro Gill blamed whiteness for creating racism. Therefore, people of color cannot be racist. Oh, so he's full of shit like everybody else. But they can engage in whiteness. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a woman.
Well, fuck
She
her.
claimed that white people have been taught to exchange their ethnic and cultural identities for the benefit of whiteness. Well, no, it's because being Irish sucks. Using whiteness instead of racism reminds white people they have an ethnicity too, and they've lost a piece of their humanity by perpetuating whiteness. You know, I don't mean to give this person too many points, but like German, Irish, Italian, Scottish, all this stuff did get rolled into white. And I do think it's way more interesting when you break it down more.
We're all a little different based
Yeah.
on where we're from. Yep.
A Swede and a Scotsman are not the same. They might as well be different skin colors.
It's accurate.
I mean, they don't, an Irishman and a Hungarian. Yeah.
Hungarian anybody. You know?
Hungarians, how do you feel about the Irish? I don't know anything about them. Hungarians, what do you know about Italians? Fuck them.
Fuck them all.
Hungarians, what do you think of the British? Gay. Hungarians, what do you think of the Germans? Terrified.
Oh my God.
They don't leave you alone. Founder and president of PDE, Nikki Niley, told Fox News Digital that it is frightening that an individual with such clearly documented hatred of so many groups has been able. Well, no, she hates so many groups so much so that she actually wants to break white people down into individual groups so she can hate those groups too.
Let's get to the nitty gritty of it.
But boy, don't ask her about Jewish people.
She'll tell you.
What's the name? Tracy Castro Gill. If she ends up being white, that's going to be a real.
Do you want to predict what she looks like?
I think she's black. Oh my God, she's a big old Pigham's white lady. I did not see Jew shit coming out of this lady's mouth. Fucking based, am I right?
The only thing like oppressed in hers are heart valves. My God.
That's the woman who said, yo, whiteness is evil and, Jews benefit from all that shit, and a lot of times they control it. Whoa! I did not see that face coming out of those words.
I bet she gets rather cunty about it, too.
I kind of like her take on white people, though.
Yeah.
Like, we should be breaking white people down into the countries they came from instead of just white. Like, you know what? I kind of like it.
Don't you rope me in with those people.
Yeah, exactly. When you say white, you're meaning like Irish people too. I don't want to be involved in any of that nonsense. They're saying she looks Native American a little bit. Okay.
I didn't see
Maybe.
that.
Yeah, Paul says self-loathing shining through. Yeah, but she's kind of got like a weird, like, there's an odd, like, yeah, she's a self-hating white person, but she also, like, really wants to give it to the Jews. So
Yeah, so who touched her?
Right.
You know?
Maybe
She
she's more
couldn't get a loan somewhere.
maybe she's more of like an all white people are bad except me
That could be.
kind of person. Yeah.
That could be. It's like, I have not done anything to harm any of you, and look what you've done to me.
Hulkamasha Baby pointing out, I thought it sounded retarded when I said it, but he goes, that face out of those words, you know what I meant. I was hoping everyone would just be really...
You know what? I was going to skate past that too because I heard it and it kind of fucked me up mentally
Yeah.
for a second trying to follow you. But I had to skate past it so I could recover.
kind of hoping everyone would just be really, kind of a pro about it, and we just kind of, move on. But
I tried.
I hear you. I get it.
That face out of those words.
Why am I craving a slice of Costco pizza?
Dude, I'm fucking starving
Are
right
you?
now. Yeah.
Are you really hungry?
I don't want to. Costco pizza specifically, though, I've never had it. What would you compare it to?
You want to try it today?
I don't know.
I would compare it to...
I'm not a big Costco girl.
You know what? It's a better Sbarro's. That's what I'd compare it
It
to.
has that really thin, crispy crust.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
I'd think about it.
Attack of the Flying Taco Sauce. Costco pizza is the worst. I think it's better than Sbarro's.
Okay, well, because Attack of the Flying Taco Sauce said that, I can't have it.
Now do I have to have a poll here? I'm sorry. I thought Costco pizza was good. I haven't had it in a while, but I always thought it was good. Is Costco pizza good? Yes. No. All right. There you go, guys. Or I'm not poor enough to eat it. I guess could be the other one. It's the cheapest tomato sauce ever. You do have a suitable pizza place near you, says Marquise. Oh, yeah, shitloads of them. We got good. I will say this about St. Cloud. Good pizza places.
I really regret that I don't order from Marnatelli's more often. Or Jets.
Oh, God. Now I got to listen to fucking New Yorkers like Stevie Lou. Can't wait to bring you guys some real deal New York City pizza. All right, we get it. You guys have floppy cock pizza. I've eaten it before.
I've had it before, too. I've been to New York twice, and the pizza is delicious. And the cheesecake. I went to a baseball-themed restaurant once, called Junior's, I believe, and their cheesecake was to die for.
People are shitting on me for the Costco pizza take. Look, I'm not saying I'm going to take April to a nice sit-down dinner at Costco. We have to go to Costco to shop for the week. We have to go there to shop for the weekend.
I prefer Sam's Club. If you have to bring me to one of those, why do we have to go to a bulk place?
Because there's going to be 6 kids at that hotel with us. That sounds
And then
fucked up.
Matt, of course.
And then Matt.
Matt probably eats quite a bit.
You got to have juice boxes. You got to have snacks. You got to have beers.
Again, Sam's Club has a liquor store.
All right, fine.
I don't know if Costco does. Do they?
Fuck my ass. We'll figure this out together. We maybe
Okay.
should have discussed this a
I've
little
never
more.
fucked an ass before.
I look like an idiot. Is Costco pizza good? 52% no, 48% yes. All right, so we'll let this marinate a little bit, if
Interesting. I'd kind of like to know after that if people prefer Sam's Club or Costco. Because I think there's a clear winner there. And you don't seem so convinced. I think if you need,
honestly, it's a coin flip for
if
me.
you need meat or produce or liquor, I think you go to Sam's Club.
All right, fancy pants, whatever you think. Can you believe that that's the same company that gave you Walmart?
Fucking hate Walmart. I don't care where I go. Walmart is dog shit. It's hot dog shit. And it's not, we had this discussion. I don't even know if it's Walmart's fault or if it's just the clientele, but there's got to be a reason that clientele goes there.
People are saying Sam's is trash.
What?
It's just some of the rumors I'm hearing.
I don't go to either one much.
All right, let's, I want to do the Saudi Arabia dog story. This is, there's a lot of conjecture I have.
Just get a load of
on
this story here. A Brentwood family's dog, this adorable dog, was accidentally sent to Saudi Arabia instead of Nashville.
How do you mess that up? The family was moving from London to Tennessee.
Oh, they said, send this to the place with a lot of inbred hillbillies. And they didn't hear the hillbilly part, so they just sent it to Saudi Arabia instead of Nashville.
Is inbreeding hot over there?
Saudi Arabia?
Yeah. I don't know much about
Look up the
inbreeding.
data. I don't know how much you're supposed to say about this, but look up the data of cousin marriage and inbreeding in Islamic countries.
So basically, it's the Targaryen nation.
It's, yes. The Targaryen dynasty lives in the Islamic culture. In Britain, it was like 40% of British Muslims are married to cousins.
I don't like British people in general.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
think.
Well,
They're all snooty.
I wasn't encouraging racism out of all this, but
is that racism? Saying you don't like British
saying
people?
I hate British people. Yeah, that's like the definition.
I didn't say anything should happen to them. I just don't like them.
Yeah, I think hating people as a group without anything. That's the. Actually, I believe dictionary definition of racism that you just exercised. Were you really questioning whether or not your position was bigoted? I hate this entire group of people, and I've never
not,
met them.
Retracting my statement.
You still hate them.
They're very snooty and bitchy. I don't like them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's about how racism works.
I didn't say anything about any personal inner workings of them. I just think they're mean.
Yeah, you're taking an entire group and you're calling them all one thing. That's racist.
I don't like your accent.
That's like if you were to say, hey, man, black people, I mean, thieves, right? I mean, that would be racist. So.
Look, I didn't say that.
Right, you just said that you hate.
You just said that Saudi Arabia is a bunch of inbreeding people, hillbillies.
Yeah, that's racist. See, I'm not.
I don't see how we're different.
Right, because I'm admitting what I am.
Fine, I'm absolutely racist.
You're trying to run. You're trying to run and try to be a cute blonde girl. While I'm sitting here, a dark-haired German man going, "Fucking inbreeding."
You know what? I have absolutely never been racist in my whole life.
This is April's favorite greeting card.
I think everyone should send me those Valentines this upcoming February.
The sea, and when they got to B&A, they were given the wrong dog.
WSMV's Marissa Sulik explained.
They were given a pit bull, and they walked up to the nearest black man and said, "Sir, I believe this is yours." And he went, "What? No, I'm here on business. I don't have a dog with me."
How the family did everything they could to get their dog back.
So she is a lab mixed with a dachshund.
Oh, you don't like her.
Why?
She has an accent.
You're right, but I do like her choice in dog. That is a cute ass
She's just like a lab
dog.
with like little short legs.
Look at the dog.
Madison
The
Miller
dog's
rescued
fucked up now.
5-year-old Bluebell
Cute-ass
in
dog.
London.
Watch.
Place she felt at home until her parents moved to Nashville.
I had months of nerves about sending her on this plane. I'd read so many horror stories.
Miller says they flew British Airways and said goodbye to Bluebell on her way to cargo hold at London Heathrow. It wasn't until they landed at B&A they realized Bluebell didn't make the trip.
They said that she wasn't in Nashville and that their best guess was that she was in Saudi Arabia.
An hour.
That's always good to hear.
no.
My best guess.
How do you lose a dog?
Look, guys, we're just spitballing, but my best guess would be.
Later, Miller says airport staff tracked Bluebell down, sending this picture of her locked in her crate.
Oh, poor
The
Bluebell.
Dog came back broken because the Saudis bent it over and were like, "Oh, we never get any of these anymore." And they just started walloping its anus.
Everyone got rid of their blue balls on Bluebell.
Yeah, or poor Bluebell was now, the recipient of all the blue balls. That's only the look a dog could give if it's been reamed over and over.
I think so.
Yeah.
So we knew she was in Saudi Arabia. It was just all hands on deck. How do we get her back?
After 3 days and many sleepless.
Well, if you're the Biden administration, just give them an arms dealer.
That'll work usually.
Yeah. Just give them an international criminal, and then you should be able to get your dog back. I believe that's the going rate.
Throw in a couple weapons, they'll send a cousin too.
Yeah, maybe a nuke.
Nights, Miller and her husband got the call they were waiting for. Bluebell was home, but she wasn't the same dog they left at London Heathrow.
Uh-oh.
All right, baby. All right, it's all right.
I anticipated kind of the reunion you would expect to see on YouTube where, she comes out of the crate and she's wagging and licking your face.
Instead, what I got was a dog that was pouring blood from its anus and would not allow itself to be touched and jumped right into the shower and grabbed its own knees.
Really wanted a shower.
It was the opposite.
3 flights and 63 hours later, Bluebell bolted.
And we had to go and grab her because she was so horrified. And that's when we knew something was wrong.
Something was
What the fuck did those Saudis do to that dog?
Shoved a machine gun up its ass, I'm telling you.
How the hell did that dog go from being a happy lab to now all of a sudden going, "If anybody touches me, I swear to God, I'll cut my wrists"? What did the Saudis do?
I'm incredibly saddened by this.
How much cum is in that dog right now?
Oh God, if you
wrong
just
then.
if you did like blood testing, it's just mostly cum.
Yeah.
And ever since. at home, Bluebell would cry when left alone. At one point, chewing through a door.
Oh my
Now they want to
God.
know how this happened in the first place.
They just said this has never happened before. We don't even.
Probably because, honestly, even if the dog wasn't fucked by a bunch of Saudis, which I'm still holding out reasonable level of suspicion.
You're not holding out hope, though, are you?
No. The last time that dog saw you, you put it in a crate and then it ended up in the desert. So it probably maybe doesn't like you anymore.
Yeah, it might just hate you. Plus, all those flights for dogs cannot be fun. Like,
No,
think
they're
about like the
popping the
pressure
ear-
difference
yeah.
and your ears probably hurt. Ouch.
Even understand how this could happen because there's so many safety checks in place.
In Nashville, Marissa Sulek, WSMV4.
Oh my gosh, this poor family. So we reached out to British.
Fuck that. How about the poor dog?
Yeah, the fucking dog's chewing through doors trying to
the
escape.
Poor family.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you guys.
You know what happened? The woman, like, there obviously something fucked up happened in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Because the minute
Clearly.
its owner pulled out, was going to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and the GIF came out, the dog just took off running and started scratching at the door.
It turned into the dog from Family Guy where he's scratching the door and
Pad
it's
the
just bone.
wire! Pad the wire! Ronnie, I'm bilingual. There's a difference.
British Airways.
No more grilled cheese.
For comment, they forwarded our request to the cargo company. Bluebell's owners are hoping to get some money from them for this mistake.
I mean,
So
how
you
about
can buy the dog counseling and a new anus?
maybe some
Or
treats?
What do you think?
know? I mean, something. Help the goddamn dog out.
Couple pig's ears for him, maybe.
The dog is the opposite of God, so the Muslims thought it was blasphemous. Oh, that's right. Muslims don't like dogs. I forgot about that. So they probably did treat him like shit.
Wow, them and Jesse Lee Peterson have a lot in common.
Yeah, Jesse Lee Peterson
Jesse-
doesn't like, he finds dogs to be ungodly.
Jesse finds that, like, we, all these people, like, what is idolize a dog, and like if you let it in your house or on your bed or anything, that like you're making that thing an idol in your home.
You're idolizing the dog and you're making it of God, or you're making it the same as God, and it's not correct. It's not the same thing.
He gets like upset when people's dogs die and they cry about it.
You gotta stop being such a pussy about your dog. You
Beta.
That's right. It's amazing how much these people are, worried about their dogs, when what they should be worried about is making their wife pregnant so they can make more white babies. It's amazing, the white babies. He did. He went on Dr. Phil and he said it was bad that white people aren't having babies.
That's not his first time. I listen to his clips sometimes, or his shows in general, and he's talked many times about how we need more white babies. And like how he's said things as evil as like black people. God only put black people on this earth to do bad things. It's like, I don't know how you get away with that and still exist.
Yeah, it's Jesse Lee Peterson's take on white people is woof. I mean, I'll be honest, it's always pretty interesting.
Spicy.
Yeah, he's always got spicy takes on the whites, that Jesse Lee Peterson. All right, before we move on to, I got some Dylan Mulvaney for you today. April and a few other women in our chat have been saying that they're really getting tired of people like Dylan Mulvaney who transition to women and then act like they're the ones who are, they're the face of femininity, and they can talk about womanhood with impunity, and it's like somebody who just gets into like chess and now all of a sudden talks like they're a chess master.
Yeah,
that kind of a thing.
Oh, for sure.
And I think it's starting to piss off, like, actually, and good. I hope that women start to get upset about this because they're the only ones who can help themselves. They shut us down years ago, and men were toxic and all of this, and boy, I hope they're regretting it now because we warned about all this shit. Like, they're going to come over and try to take over your shit, and you're going to have to stand up for yourself, and now you better hope it's not too late. But before we get to that story, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you go sliding around and you go in the ditch, why don't you go ahead and call our friends at All Care Towing, and they will be there very, very fast. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville has a big New Year's Eve party on Saturday. Go to Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, the best dive bar in central Minnesota, one of our oldest sponsors, and make sure that you go have some fun on New Year's Eve. Bring your wife, find a babysitter for the kids, all that happy horse shit, and go to Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Again, Saturday night, live music, live band, great New Year's Eve party at a fun place. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Yes, April?
Did you hear the TikTok news?
What's the TikTok news?
News break alert here. TikTok is now banned on mobile devices issued by U.S. House of Representatives.
Yes, they were passing some kind of legislation because the Chinese are using it to spy on us.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've never been a fan of TikTok ever.
So if the Chinese
if
the Chinese are using it to spy on us, you don't want our politicians using TikTok. But now all that's doing, it's kind of a ban in name only because they're just banning it on house-issued mobile devices. Like you're still going to have your own personal phone, and these politicians can have TikTok on it. So it's not.
That is kind of dumb.
Yeah, it's not really going to do anything. Like
There's workarounds to all sorts of shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just house-issued shit. So it's like, here, just put it on your regular phone. Some people saying it's already banned in India. I mean, it is. It's a Chinese spy app. I don't know.
We can with confidence say nothing good comes out of TikTok, right?
No, I think TikTok's the worst out of all of them.
Thank
I
you.
Really do.
I used to get pushback for that comment.
Well, no, I think it's the worst out of all of them, but I don't think it, like, I don't know. Like, it's a Chinese spy company. Like, when it comes to TikTok, I'm kind of like, I already know what it is, so I'm not going to get worked up about them.
I think what made me mad is, like, like, there's some really explicit shit on TikTok. There just is, and, like, kids see it all the time. Kids are all over TikTok.
Oh, and I want to make it very clear. The whole it being a Chinese spy app is, like, the third least favorite thing of mine about it. Like, the number one thing is it's for total tards.
Yes, there is the worst of the worst people on there.
And it's making people tarded. Like, that's my number 1 and 2.
There's a lot of tards out there living kick-ass lives.
Living kick-ass lives. They're not on TikTok.
Don't worry, Scro.
Don't worry, Scroat.
God, that movie kicks ass itself. Like, I love that so much.
You talk like a... And your shit's all retarded. Yeah. You know, you've got to get me back to the Army. There's been a mistake. There's that talk we talked about. But, you know, my attitude with stuff, my advice with stuff like that is like, you know, like, you know, whatever, like, fuck it, you know?
Fuck it. We can't even play that clip on here, can we? At least we can't show it. That is one of the greatest sections of any movie ever.
I mean, we can't show it, but you know what we can play? Hold on 1 second. We can play this for everybody.
Well, I'll tell you, Stu, I did battle with some humongous waves. But, you know, just like I told the guy on ABC, danger is my business.
You know, a lot of people expected maybe Mark Cutback Davis or Bob Jungle Dead Gerard would take the honors this year.
Oh, those guys are fags!
Look at how happy they are.
And by the way, does Sean Penn denounce this now, these 35 years later?
Oh, yes. You know what? Sean Penn would.
Oh, no, 40. Oh, wow, this is 40 years old.
Yeah, Sean Penn would.
Oh, I'm a bad boy. I shouldn't be doing stuff like that. That is terrible, and I disavow Spicoli. He was a white supremacist.
Uncle Dead Gerard would take the honors this year.
Oh, those guys are fags!
You just said that in movies back then.
Are you sure we can't play that clip from Idiocracy?
Yeah, I didn't.
Is it trouble?
I didn't say we couldn't.
God, it is
you just
so
can't
funny.
Show it.
I know.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite clips in the
I would
movie.
start this movie every single night with you just to watch this section, and then we can change it.
The Justin Long part. Yeah, Justin Long had a run there that was awesome.
I want Justin in more things.
It's a weird misprint.
Hey, how's that?
essay?
Yeah, right. Well, not so good. You know, I don't really know what's going on, but I'm seeing things. I think it might be because of these drugs the Army put me on. But if you could just get me well enough to get back to base.
Right. Kick ass. Don't want to sound like a dick or nothing, but it says on your chart that you're fucked up. You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded. What I do is just like you know, you know what I mean? Like,
No, I'm serious here.
Don't worry, Scro. Now there are plenty of tards out there living really kick-ass lives. My first wife was tarded. She's a pilot now.
I need for you to be serious for a second here, okay? I need help.
There's that fag talk we talked about.
I love both of them. They're both great.
Why come you don't have tattoo? Okay. Owen or Luke?
Luke. I
All
prefer Luke all day long.
I'm not saying who you want to fuck, Hobag. I'm talking about in terms of like actors
I
in a
don't
movie.
even mean that. I just prefer Luke.
All right.
Jesus Christ. Not everything's about fucking.
I want to see that movie that really shitty. I saw it on Red Letter Media. There's a shitty movie. Like, you know how they made Bruce Willis do like 25 movies before he retired with aphasia?
Yeah.
There's a movie he did with Luke Wilson that just looks so bad. And like all of Bruce Willis's lines are just, yeah. Because he like mentally he couldn't remember his lines anymore. Like the aphasia was fucking him up.
Which movie is this?
I can't remember what it's called. But like there's whole scenes where like Luke Wilson is carrying all of the dialogue because Bruce Willis can't even talk anymore.
I think Luke Wilson's great.
Yeah.
I actually like I just don't really prefer Owen Wilson's acting. I think he's kind of like too goofy for his own good sometimes.
I like
don't
him.
know.
I like Luke
I'm not
Wilson.
going to go out there and say like I don't like him, but I don't think he holds candle to Luke.
Although I think Luke has been in, if you compare their two classics back to back, I will say that Old School just edges out Wedding Crashers for me. Old School just barely edges out Wedding Crashers. They're both dynamite movies.
Old School's pretty great.
Oh, and also, we rewatched Bad Santa 2 days ago and yesterday, and fuck, I forgot how goddamn funny that movie was.
It's pretty good.
Holy shit, is that great? Honestly,
I like watching movies with him now, knowing we met him too, and he's just a cool dude.
He's a really cool guy.
Really cool.
Yeah. I liked Owen in Wedding Crashers. What about Black Hawk Down? Neither of them were in Black Hawk Down. You're thinking of Behind Enemy Lines. Owen Wilson was in that. Yeah, there was a weird time at the beginning of the 21st century where they wanted to make Owen Wilson an action star.
See, I don't like that. That's not his bag.
Theron says, fuck you, Old School is the best. I just said I thought it was better than Wedding Crashers.
Who said that?
Theron.
Theron? Oh.
Theron.
See,
Theron.
Theron.
Jesus.
I agree with him then.
Yeah, Bad Santa's a really good fucking movie. Really funny.
It's just so aggressively
I know.
vulgar.
But
you can't not laugh at it.
Everyone is amazing in it. Like Bernie Mac's awesome. John Ritter's
Yes.
hilarious in it. Anyway, I'm stalling because I don't want to get to the Dylan Mulvaney story because it's going to make women mad. It's going to make that 7% of this audience that is female.
I don't like being mad.
Very upset.
I don't like being mad.
So this is from like a pro-trans website. I wanted to do this story because it's their perspective, so you get to see how they see it.
The full
Yeah.
image.
Transgender TikToker Dylan Mulvaney is firing back against anti-trans critics who bizarrely accused her of contributing to the tampon shortage. In a video posted to TikTok on Thursday as part of her popular Days of Girlhood video diary. See, this is why I think a lot of women hate Dylan Mulvaney, is because they've been a woman for 5 minutes and now they're like owning womanhood.
Right. There's a lot of shitty stuff about being a woman, and I think that's just kind of preposterous of you to sit there and be like, oh, I'm just this thing now.
Mulvaney explained she was so tired over sticking up for myself over something that was so pure intentioned. First of all, you're not tired of sticking up for yourself. You love the attention. Stop it. Referring to her carrying a tampon around in case someone else needs it. Addressing the women on Twitter who really just don't like me, Mulvaney said some of her haters had apparently complained to menstrual products manufacturer Tampax, which had sent her a few boxes of tampons to give away. Some conservatives were upset that Tampax would work with someone who doesn't menstruate. Mulvaney clarified that she had never worked with Tampax in any capacity and never made $1. Now, there was a part in this, I think this article has actually changed. Holy shit, it has. They edited this since I got it.
What happened?
Oh, guys, I'm really sorry. I'm just scrolling real quick.
Well, what's
Holy
missing?
shit, they changed it. Okay, the only reason I got this article was because yesterday when I read it, they didn't say conservatives on there. They didn't say right wing. They were saying cisgender women who may be transphobic have criticized Mulvaney for this, that, and the other thing. Like they were shitting on women for criticizing Mulvaney, going, "Hey, back the fuck off, dude. This is like you're not one of us." Like they were.
Okay, well, touche. Like ditto. You're not one of us.
What I'm saying is they took it out. They removed it. Like this article was completely different yesterday.
Well, you know.
That's why
Fluids Articles can be fluid too. They are forever changing.
Well, I guess a Dylan Mulvaney,
depending on how it felt that day.
A Dylan Mulvaney article should be fluid. I guess that makes sense.
Exactly.
But yeah, you know what? They probably got a lot of shit from their female readers who were like, "Oh, we're not allowed to criticize this person who's coming in here pretending to be, you know, all the things that we have to put up with after like a year of being a woman." Like, we're not allowed to get mad at that, so they fucking changed it and made it Republicans and conservatives.
That's good.
Wow. That is a shitbag move. Because in the original article, Dylan Mulvaney was talking about how most of the criticism she gets is from women. And it's like, wow, I wonder why.
Right. I mean, there's plenty of things about being a woman that I completely detest. I wish it would all go away and we didn't have to deal with it. Now you're sitting over here parading it around like it's yours. And
yeah,
like you don't have to live the shit that I do. And that just really pisses me off.
Yeah, I mean,
there's reasons I don't pretend to be a dude either, because you guys have plenty of shit that you go through that I don't.
But like, how long is the media going to be able to ignore the fact that women are starting to get fed up with this shit? And that,
as long as possible.
And when are we going to start acknowledging, like in pop culture, that look, being born a woman is not the same as transitioning into one. It is two completely distinct, different groups of people.
And I don't even understand why that's bad. If some dude wants to change over to a woman and just like dress that way and, you know, pretend to be that way, I don't really care. But when you start getting into like the scientific differences between like men and women, like saying, "Oh, I can have babies now," and
right.
"Oh, I've got periods." No, go fuck yourself.
Or the person, yeah, remember that person we played the video of where they're putting the heating pad on their stomach and going,
this makes me sick.
"I'm a trans woman who's experiencing my first menstrual pains." It's like, no, dude, you ate bad pork. You have to shit.
Makes me sick.
That's not, I mean, the delusion part. Look, if you go, look, man, I'm going to be happier and I'm going to be less mentally ill if I dress like a woman
and behave,
wear
like
my
one.
hair like a woman and behave
Fine.
like a woman, and I'd
Fine.
like you to call me a woman. I'd be like, look, I don't want you to blow your head off or anything.
Right.
So if this is going to stop you from blowing your head off, great. But then when you start taking liberties like, I'm one of the girls. No, you're not. Remember, you did this for you. You did this so you wouldn't do anything rash or crazy. You said this would make you happier. We don't have to join. Like, we don't have, like, all we're doing is tolerating it. We're going, all right, fine, that's cool. Do what you want to do. Oh, so I'm a woman. It's like, don't you hate your periods, girls? It's like, you don't have periods. Oh, so I'm not a real woman? I mean, not like us, no. Well, not, you know.
And I mean, we all know how much periods fucking suck, okay? So, like, every time we get one, it's like, God, I wish I was a guy today, because you know what I wouldn't have is that.
Men even know how sucky periods can be.
Well, yeah, you get sympathy ones, apparently.
Or just being around you.
Am I that bad? So cool.
You are, if you are asking not rhetorically, you are more difficult to reason with around that time.
But I let you know, I think, ahead of time.
Know.
Okay.
I've definitely, like, I know when it's happening because I can sense it. I've connected with you now in a way where I can see the mood and your attitude changing, and I go, I have these items that I want to discuss with her.
Okay.
I'm going to sit on them for a week. And if they're still there, then I will discuss them with her, because I've learned now in the last couple of years with April that if I bring them up during this time, it could start a fight that leads to her going, well, maybe I shouldn't even fucking be here then. And you're like, I'm going to
I don't think it's that bad anymore.
I
think that a lot of that comes from like my situation trying to be figured out in yours, and then you pile that on top.
No, it's not that way anymore because of what I just said. I've gone, look, she's like this now. I'm not gonna. I'll table this discussion for a week from now, and then I
think that's smart.
And then I bring it up a week from then, and guess what? It gets solved in about 3 minutes.
Sure.
Now, if I would have brought it up,
self-awareness. That's fine.
If I would have brought it up a week ago, I might have gotten eaten.
There are times though, like for you too, where it's bringing up anything new is completely impossible. So I don't know where that comes in. You know what I mean? Like
I don't.
I catch you in moods too, where it's like I can't
But
talk to this guy about anything right now.
But if there's one thing about me and my moods, it's that they are 100% owned and admitted to on the spot.
That's true. You are a moody bitch.
Right. If someone comes to me and says, I want to talk about this, I go, honestly, if you talk about this right now, I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
I think that's half the reason I don't think we argue that much, but when it happens, like, you're so moody. And if you, like, double that with something I'm really upset about, nothing gets accomplished ever.
Exactly. I try to let people know. You know what's funny is I realize I'm doing this right now. I can be in a great mood, like in a social thing, and I'll be standing like this just because it's comfortable. Okay. And people will be like, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm having a fucking blast. Like, you look like you're pissed. And I'm like, I swear to God,
I think that's usually your face. Like, you do have resting bitch face. If you're on your phone or something, you look angry.
Right.
Like, you crinkle your forehead and stuff.
I'm like your dad in that way, where, like, I can be happy sitting off by myself and not talking to anybody.
He does like that.
And people will go, like, because I noticed your dad was doing that at Christmas. He was off in the other room while we were in the kitchen watching the Vikings game. And I thought about that, and I'm like, I thought about maybe I should go in there and watch the game. And they're like, no, he's probably having the time of, he's probably fine.
No, you should go watch it with him. He was wrapping presents.
Oh, I thought he was just off watching the game.
He wasn't watching the game. He was wrapping your Christmas presents.
I like it, though, when people can go off by themselves and enjoy themselves. So I don't usually want to go fuck with that.
I like being able to do that, too, but then... Again, I get on the receiving end of that, oh, well, why don't you want to be around me right now? Like, I don't like being asked that just because I'm off by myself.
Well, I always worry you're off writing a manifesto about eliminating British people, so I try to stay involved so I can talk you off that ledge.
Are they your people?
No.
Exactly.
No. My people are a cantankerous race. A new study revealed that the reign of big butts may be ending, but experts say our obsession is worrying. Thank God. Thank God somebody finally wrote this and did a study. And I don't know. I don't care if this is the worst, most awful story or study, and it hasn't been properly vetted or anything else. Thank Christ that someone is finally calling out this gay obsession that men have with giant asses. It's enough. You guys have been gay for long enough. I've watched you be gay for long enough. It's the place where they go poo-poo out of. It's the place where guys have butt sex with other guys. You're not supposed to be obsessed with that part.
You're gonna die.
I'm sorry.
You're gonna have a heart attack.
Hips are fine. There's a biological thing with hips because biologically you go, oh, I bet you she could birth me some good kids. There's like a biological imperative.
I get that. I do.
But a big, sweaty pooper, oh, isn't that hot and cute? No. Stop it. Now who's going to call me and complain about my take on asses? Of course a black guy's going to call me and yell at me about asses.
Marquise Harris.
Oh, all right. Let's go ahead. Black and white guy having fight about fucking asses. Go ahead.
I can't even get a word in.
Oh, how you doing, April?
Hey, Marquise.
For one, this
go
is
ahead, you nincompoop.
All right, Whitey. This is where I wish.
I prefer Ofe.
Fucking you.
I went with a 1950s term for white people.
Oh my God.
Fuck that mean.
All right.
Tell us the logic behind the big booties.
This argument is going to be deemed the Ofe versus the Negro. Go ahead.
Yeah. This is where I wish Aaron could just have the mind of a nigga for once. Because, look, I get it.
Kind of an oxymoron there, isn't it? But no, I'm just kidding.
I know. But, like, you've never looked at, I don't think you've ever looked at black porn. Not the black porn that I showed you, but, like, actual, like, black porn. When you are fucking grabbing a nice, thick, juicy ass, it's like, oh, it's fucking, it's like grabbing a fucking cloud. It's so...
See, you sound gay describing it.
Marquise is about to nut.
How do I sound gay?
It's like grabbing a cloud. All right, Robert Frost. Jesus Christ, it's a thing that the poop comes out of.
Marquise, do you like nice squishy ones or meaty ones?
I like a nice, thick, shapely one.
No, because then when they put their pants back on and everything else, now it just looks like you're with a fat bitch.
I don't like a fake ass.
Yeah, fake asses
I don't
are
like the fake.
too round and
Yeah,
weird.
same way I don't like fake tits. They just look weird.
After a certain level of size, an ass becomes redundant and unnecessary. You just get one that you can get a palm on a little bit, and then you're good. Those big, giant, like anyone who looks at Kim Kardashian or Iggy Azalea goes, oh, what a nice ass, or Nicki Minaj, you're fucking insane.
Cardi B.
You're insane.
That's not a nice ass.
Thank
Those
you.
are all
He's saying he
fake
doesn't like
asses.
ones like that.
But no, that size even though. Like that size is immoral. It's against God.
But that doesn't happen naturally.
God.
Marquise, did you know Aaron yells at me when I do squats at the gym?
No, I don't. Shut the fuck up. No, I don't.
I fucking believe it too.
No.
I believe it 100%.
I want to.
This guy
I want to lay
so
under. I want to lie
anti-nice
under
ass.
April. I want to lie under April when she does her squats.
He actually has my ass cheeks shaved down.
No, I don't. No, I.
Yeah.
All right, Marquise, show me.
How about you?
Tell me a big ass to look up right now, and I'll look at it.
What's a good one?
Megan Thee Stallion. Look no further.
Oh, that's so gay! Come on!
Oh, fucking Aaron.
Oh man, do you like Brian Urlacher's ass too?
Are
Would
you
you just like to
fucking
dive
not
in?
well?
Pull it up.
Would you just like to dive into Ray Lewis's ass cavity too?
Go to
Oh,
her Instagram.
Oh, I
Do
love
it.
those
Are
big
you
athlete
not
asses.
Well, can you imagine somebody fucking clapping the shit out of that ass?
I don't need your
how it
fucking
flows
Instagram.
like a fucking river.
I don't need your fucking pooper getting in my way.
Hers isn't fake though. Hers is actually from the gym.
Right, it's a giant.
Exactly.
It's a big giant fat ass.
It's a big old meat cake. Come on.
I don't want a meat cake. I want a fucking biscuit.
He wants a cheddar bay
That's
biscuit.
the fucking issue right there. You want, and this is no knock towards April because I guarantee. I think she has. I believe
April
she
has.
has a
Let him talk.
April has a
decent ass on her.
tasteful amount of ass. A
Let
tasteful
Marquise
amount.
talk. I want to hear what Marquise thinks.
I think April has a decent ass on her, but your problem is that you are into fucking sickly looking bitches, not April. That
Thank you, Marquise.
are just meat thin and have no fucking curve, no ass, no nothing. What is it with fucking white men loving these fucking twigs again? Not April. What is it? What is it with you and sickly looking women?
That's a good question.
Don't you want to grab something and fucking
Sickly
squeeze it?
looking women.
There are some.
Sir, it's called classy dames.
There are some in your,
Oh.
rap
I'm sorry.
sheet here that
I'm
do
sorry.
look a little sickly.
I'm sorry, I don't want a girl who sits there and has a giant wavy ass bouncing up and down like she's doing a tribal mating ritual.
Oh my fucking God.
That sounded racist.
You sir sound gayer than me.
I have a theory. I have a theory about this whole white guys not liking big asses thing. And is it because you're like scared of like being homophobic or something if you like an ass?
I don't need to be inside of your asshole. And as far as grabbing onto an ass goes, I feel like now I like big tits. Don't get me wrong. Tits are beautiful. They're fun. You just you get right in there. But when it comes to ass, you have to be it has to be relative to your size.
Proportionate.
And anything really more than a handful is a fucking waste.
So what if it's not relative to your fucking size?
I don't want a
What
girl
does that
who
matter?
goes from, nice petite cute chick with some nice, C-cup tits or something like that, goes down and then all of a sudden, oh my God, she's got a playground on her fucking hips. Get out of here.
More fun.
So you're telling me you'll eye a chick and you're sitting there wondering, oh, is her ass conducive to her size? The fuck is wrong with you?
Yes.
Nobody is. No other guy has that in their mind. They just see a nice ass and they go, "Damn, she has a nice ass."
Guys, unhide Billy the Kid. Thank you. All right. So my take on ass is this: if I'm going top down, if I start at the face, I'm like, oh, she got a cute face. Oh, she got nice tits. They're nice and perky and plump. And then I get to her ass, and it looks like a cartoon character grew out of her. I go, could we shave that thing down a little bit? That's
Do you
ridiculous.
See? He has me shave it. It was a good one.
No, you have the ass that I'm looking for.
I have an athletic ass.
An athletic ass.
I have a very athletic body.
An athletic ass. I don't need a girl with a big fat flab going up and down. Oh, yeah. Isn't that great?
You don't want no ass cheeks clapping for you?
I don't need asses. I'm over asses.
You know what, April?
What, Marquise?
You know what, April? Take it from a black man. don't let this ass Nazi tell you how big or small your ass should be.
Take it from a black man, April. Put it in your mother's name.
Aaron would, in fairness, Aaron would kill me if I took it from a black man. So.
I'm done.
What? What did I do? What did I say? Did I say something? I blacked out.
Fuck you, Aaron.
Talk to you later, buddy.
Later.
Right.
See, now that was a fun phone call.
See, the black people in the chat are laughing at that. Because they know what I'm saying.
What is that last thing you said?
Put it in your mother's name?
Put it in your mother's name. Yeah.
There's there's a people are saying 10-8 Marquise. All right, fair enough. Look,
April's posterior is serviceable.
if you are into asses, you are going to think that Marquise completely dominated that discussion. If you're reasonable like me and you believe that ass is an overrated, silly thing and it's kind of gay,
Sounds like you're,
you will believe that I held my ground. So I don't think any minds were changed.
Now Marquise is kind of having me think that when guys aren't into an ass, that they're kind of, a little gay on the inside.
Oh, yeah,
maybe.
when guys really like big tits and a nice tight pussy, they sure are homos. It's the ones that look at the place that gay guys have sex with and really need a nice
But
big
it's a
prominent.
woman, you're not having gay sex.
I'm not putting it in your ass. That's what the gays do.
You don't have to. It's nice to look at, nice to touch and grab and
to a level, and then after that it's mushy fat. I don't like fat bitches.
It doesn't have to be mushy.
Megan Thee Stallion's a fat bitch, no offense.
I don't think she's like slim per se, but she does work out a lot and she's thick, if you will. She's very thick.
She's built like a defensive end.
Is that her fault? That
Yes.
she's that like size or whatever? I don't think she's like fat.
I set my limits at like
my God.
I'll set my limits at a Nicki Minaj. I do find her
That is the fakest ass of all time. She's talked about it.
not her ass. Oh no, I was back on the size thing. Like the size of woman.
You can't have that shape woman naturally. It doesn't exist.
No. Forget the ass because her ass is too big. I don't like her ass.
You're
I'm
really
saying
changing your
build. I'm saying her build. That's about my limit, build-wise. Forget the ass.
I don't know. I work out and I prefer a nice, like a fit, shapely woman. I like athletic shaped women.
That's me too. I do too. I don't like girls that look like Brian Urlacher. Is that so hard to understand?
I don't know.
Here.
Like, show that picture. She's not hideous.
Hold on. Let me show you what I'm talking about.
She is not hideous.
Look, okay, there. There's Megan Thee Stallion. Now I'm going to open up and I'll show you guys in a second.
She's got a very, very
Here.
tiny waist naturally, and she's got a really thick ass. I don't know.
Here. Ready? Let's see if we can get something without the pads on.
You want some Urlacher ass?
I want like shoulders and back, just like I've got with the Megan Thee Stallion. Actually, Megan Thee Stallion is built heavier than Brian Urlacher.
No, she's not.
That's Leighton Vander
I think you'd be
Esch.
lying if you said that.
It's not going to work. Yeah, Brian Urlacher in his
He can't even find a picture to like show you people.
Hall of Fame jacket might actually be less stout.
That's not true. Look at her waist. Look how tiny she is.
Look at her broad shoulder. Oh, yeah, I like to grab on a good pair. See, Marquise is bisexual. This is probably why he likes Megan Thee Stallion. He can grab onto her big, broad man shoulders. Yeah, and he can fucking tear into that wide, masculine chest she has.
How about that tiny ass waist?
Which makes it fucking weirder.
She works out.
I want a consistently built woman. I don't want someone who's
you
like,
just want a cylindrical.
I'm going to go on a double A gap blitz. And then at her
Okay.
waist is going to go, I'm going to watch what I eat tonight. And then on her ass goes, I'm going to sumo wrestle.
My waist is smaller than my shoulders and my hips. Like anyone who has seen me in
That's
person could back
fine,
me up on that.
but it's not to a okay, ready? Look at that. Look at the shoulders.
Yes,
Look at the
I'm
shoulders in the back.
looking.
Look at Brian Urlacher. He's narrower than she is.
That's a cylindrical person. She's an hourglass.
That is a linebacker, and he has less masculine shoulders than Megan Thee Stallion. Tell me
Maybe
who's
she
gay.
was a swimmer. I
I don't
know.
want to fuck Brian Urlacher, nor do I want to fuck Megan Thee Stallion. Why? I don't fuck professional linebackers. Have I made my point clear?
You know what? You're right.
I don't want your pity right. I'm
Well,
sorry,
you're
but
getting
if
it.
you look at those shoulders and you don't see this guy,
I don't.
well, here.
She's got a figure
Then
to
maybe
her.
it's a white-black
That
thing. Here.
Urlacher doesn't have a figure. She does.
Oh, look, it's Megan Thee Stallion. Oh, look, it's Ray Lewis. Oh, look, it's Megan Thee Stallion. Oh, look, it's Ray Lewis. Oh, I'm sorry. I got that backwards. I get confused.
I'm hungry suddenly. Looking at all these ass cheeks has made me hungry.
Maybe I'm just being cunty because I'm hungry.
I know. You are lashing out at the weirdest shit.
I don't like the ass thing.
What is wrong with an ass? Like, that bothers me because I do have a
I don't
decent
like a
ass
giant,
and I feel like it's not being
No,
respected
there's
here.
a difference between a decent ass and a giant ass.
My
I don't
God.
need this big bubbly thing in my face like it's the Blob.
They don't exist in real life. That's not a real ass.
Megan Thee Stallion has a gigantic ass.
I think you're afraid of all asses pretending they're like that one.
No.
Oh.
Here.
Aaron, not an ass man.
Scarlett Johansson has a cute ass.
Oh, yes, because I want a cute ass.
Here, let's go. Yes, that's what I want. I want a cute ass.
I like a nice meaty ass.
I don't want a monster attacking me in my sleep. Get the fuck out of here with that
What is
shit.
it going to do, eat you?
Ooh, I want to smell the poo-poo. Ugh.
Do you think that people with large asses just don't bathe?
They have
What is
sweaty,
wrong with you?
They have sweaty, weird ass cracks that need to be cleaned out more thoroughly.
I don't stand by this man.
You don't have the ass I'm talking about.
Now he's just searching Scarlett Johansson.
Scarlett Johansson
That
ass.
looks like a very round, meaty
That's
ass.
a perfect ass. That is not a round, meaty ass.
I think if you went proportionally between Megan to her hips versus Scarlett to her
That's
hips,
a cute
it's the
little,
same dimension.
Look at that tight little perfect just. There you go. That's a cute little dumper.
I love her ass too.
Right.
I think it's great.
It is nothing like
But
Megan Thee
it's got the
Stallion's
same
ass.
shape going on. It's got shoulders,
Right.
tiny waist, ass.
But it doesn't stick out 3 feet and go and wave, bounce up and down and
Look,
go crazy.
is Megan like a larger scale Scarlett? Yes.
They're not the same. They're saying nice ass for a mannish chick. See, people just like big fat asses like they're dudes, like guys. Aaron has a funny take on asses. That's all I'm going for here. I just want people to know that my take on women's asses is hilarious.
Tigger next door wants me to prove that I have a nice ass. I think you've seen me at shows, have you not?
It's relative. Nice ass is relative. I like April's ass. April's ass is perfect for my tastes. Megan Thee Stallion looks
You make
like
it sound like your
fucking
taste.
buffoon.
Your taste in ass though makes it sound like women just shouldn't have them.
No, they should be like Megan Fox has a nice ass.
She's the salt of the earth, if you will. She's
Hold on a minute. There's maybe a chance I'm just being racist.
why?
I might just not like.
Go ahead.
Look at
What
that
don't you
cute.
like?
Look at that cute ass. A cute ass on that Megan Fox.
See, that picture made it look like that beach one makes it look like she has nothing,
Look,
and I don't like that either.
Isn't that a pretty ass? Just nice. It looks good in jeans. It doesn't make an ass of itself and come out like
It doesn't.
crazy.
The ass doesn't make an ass of itself.
doesn't make a spectacle and an ass of itself. That
See,
is
but in some of these, it kind of makes it look like she has none, and that's not fun either.
look. Those pictures we disregard. We look at the ones where it looks good. She's got a cute ass.
That picture of her in that mostly see-through dress from recently, right there, that one kills me. It's like she is such a smoke show.
I wish she hadn't taken so many knives to the face, but
yeah,
there's that. Tasteful ass. That's what I like.
Well, I feel like that got out of hand.
Tasteful ass.
Like the big asses do.
Marquis says, is Aaron not well?
There's a chance.
Starting to think I might just be a little racist.
Or maybe, like, I just really feel like any guy who says they don't like ass in general, like, you might be projecting because you're a little gay or something. You
People
don't
are
want
asking.
to know it.
People are asking about Shakira. I feel like I like her ass, but I am gonna look it up real quick.
It's pretty big, I think.
But I think she's like my limit. That's my.
How about
high end.
J-Lo?
I'll look.
yeah,
I'll look
see?
in a second. I can't remember.
That's
yeah,
a big
see,
ol'
that's
ass.
about my limit. That's a cute ass, but it's starting
it
to
sticks out?
stick out a little too much. Yeah, that's okay. And she's bending over a little, so that's a bit of an optical.
I enjoy that
Jesus,
one.
that's butt crack. I don't know if we can show butt crack. Now we're smooching asses. Jesus, these two are going for boners. See, that's a wonderful ass.
I wish you hadn't said that so quick. I feel like nobody heard you say that.
These two are going for boners.
Check out J-Lo now. You always say J-Lo's hot. She's got a fat ass. She's got a real fat ass.
She's getting
And I
into
think
her
she's hot.
50s too, so I don't want to look at now pictures. I want to look at prime J-Lo ass.
You don't want frumpy ass?
Yeah, I don't want frump ass. Jesus, these are getting very graphic. Good Lord.
National Geographic.
Can we not do a bare ass
See
one?
that one there with the red feathers, though? It's pretty good. Oh, yeah. That's a big ass.
See, that's probably
Look how wide it is.
Look, and this is me being picky because, of course, J-Lo's gorgeous and everything. That's probably a little bit past my limit. Shakira's about my limit. See, I'm not a prude. I'm not like you can't have any ass. You can't have a cartoon hanging off your back. You can't have it looks like somebody hit Wile E. Coyote in the ass with a mallet and he swelled up. You can't look like that.
Couple big old bee stings.
You can't look like a fucking baboon. Okay, see, now that got back.
Hey.
No, I mean like with the big, I don't mean black.
I think you need to, tone it down a little bit.
You're right. That got a little out there.
See, I'm kind of starting to see Marquise's direction with you. Like, you seem a little too aggressive about this non-ass liking.
Well, I'm also being entertaining, but the spirit of what I'm saying is true. It's just the attitude may be a little heightened. Suave Banana, see, the gay and I are going to agree on this. I kind of get Aaron's point here. It's like me and dicks. You don't want a microphone, but huge ones are just too messy. Or a micro penis. Why did I say microphone? A micro penis, but huge ones are just too messy. Exactly. What am I going to do with all that ass? What am I going to do with all that junk? All that junk inside your trunk. Why? I want my suitcase to fit properly inside the trunk. I don't want to put the suitcase in there and then have to go look for it later because I'm digging through so much trunk.
I'm a little confused with the huge ones are just too messy comment. What does that mean?
He means he doesn't want to take
a bigger dick
Look,
is just messy.
Consider the kind of sex he has to have. You got to be size conscious. All right? It's not like you women where you can just take a giant hog like the whores you are and then have it all go back together. You wreck that anus, you only get one.
Dude, if I ever prolapsed my anus, I would that's kind of over at that point, right? You're just done now.
It's over.
Then Canada's sending you the MAID program.
Yeah, we heard your asshole got caved in by a tribal cock. Would you like to call it a day? We heard Jason Momoa bench you over something fierce. Would you like to just take a shot of this little drug here and you can go to sleep?
Oh, my God.
Brittany Martini says, Aaron has made me cry. Please say something nice, April.
You're pretty.
People are laughing at the term tribal cock. I didn't mean for it to go that way. It just kind of...
I don't think anyone ever plans to go to tribal cock,
no,
but then
nobody
you're just there.
But some people get mad at their dads. And shit happens.
God, I really could have gone a little more hard in the paint on my dad when I was mad at him for a while, huh?
Oh. Suave Banana says, I want to be able to shit the next day, April. That's what he's saying about the giant cock.
Billy the kid says April's ass deserves more. Maybe you could be nicer to it.
I said your ass is perfect.
You
think your ass looks like Megan Thee Stallion's?
You have told me that you don't want it getting too big. When I go to the gym and it's leg day and shit, you're like, make sure it's not too big.
No, I don't. I've never fucking said that. I don't know if you're gimmicking right now or what. But
yeah,
I've
why are you the only one who gets to have fun?
Because my gimmick is based in how I really feel.
You're so mean.
This
is never going to work for us.
All I do is I turn up the intensity. I don't fabricate the truth. I am as insane as I sound. I'm just not as loud when I do
I
it.
sometimes wonder if you get mad at me because you're afraid that people will think I'm serious, but I'm clearly having
because
fun.
I'm serious.
I'm having fun. I'm here to have fun, so if that's not cool with you, this isn't going to work out very well.
Bitch, I don't joke about asses. Marquise is putting me on the spot here with his crazy
Do you guys
take.
see where I'm at here? I just,
You're a real abused woman.
I don't get to laugh.
Giant bump on your head. Let's continue on here. Dated one, you have to make sure they clean every area of it and just be honest with them. Exactly. They smell like poo-poo. Eat the poo-poo.
My stomach's growling but wants to throw up at the same time.
That's going to be stomach bile.
It's going to be just bile.
Scott Richard Staska's calling me alternate universe Sir Mix-a-Lot. Yeah. Oh,
Aaron wants to remix Anaconda by Nicki Minaj, but I want a real flat ass instead of big fat ass.
Johnny 1.0 says OTS called a Jamaican vacation with the girls. They are all sitting crooked on the plate right now. Nick Stevens says if you need 2 extra inches to get past the cheeks, that's a negative. I hear you.
Oh, that's not good. I suppose a big ass would make your dick feel smaller, right?
Yeah.
Do you have experience with this? Why are you so personal about it?
I don't want my spaceship. No, it's not about my personal issue. It's about I can't stand the taste of others and they're lying to themselves. And I don't like it.
Why don't you let them enjoy the asses then so they have it and don't go for your flat asses?
You know what? You're right.
Yeah. Come on. You're
Brittany
not looking
says
at
apologies
this the right way.
for my giant ass.
Does she have a giant ass?
Giant brood of kids, giant ass, giant tits.
You know what?
Fuck is going on?
Pics or it didn't happen.
Yeah, that's right. April wants pictures of your ass.
Nope,
or you're a
I'm going to
liar.
give Aaron your number, and you can send him
Don't
all
send
these
me pictures of asses.
juicy asses.
Here's what happens with women. They'll set that up, and then they'll look at your phone, and they'll go, why do you have pictures
When
of this
have I
woman's
ever
ass?
done that?
I wanted to have some fun.
Oh, so now you... Exactly.
I had to tell you a story before we leave today. We got 20 minutes left, and I have to tell you a story.
Jesus, that went fast.
Yeah. I have to tell you a
Much
story.
like big asses do.
Yes. Go very fast. Henrik says, I may not like giant asses, but I'm being a giant ass. There's that. See, people don't like my take on
Well,
butts.
I think if you put a poll up, I bet most people like ass.
It's not about liking ass or not. Don't put words in my mouth, everybody. I didn't say I don't like ass. I said giant cartoonish asses like Megan Thee Stallion are beyond the pale, and it's kind of gay that you'd like that
You
much
know what
ass.
kind of ass I don't like? I don't like Cardi B's ass. I think that is ridiculous. But like Megan Thee Stallion does look proportionate to her body.
Their asses are cousins.
They're not though.
They're
She at
cousins.
least looks proportionate. She's a bigger girl, but she's proportionate.
Right. She's a
That's
fat
important to me.
linebacker.
I don't want somebody all blown out of, I don't want them all.
How does that go?
I don't know. I can never do that again.
I wanted to tell you guys a story about somebody that I don't know if we're going to actually get to the video. But there's this woman who does, and by the way, you know the mukbang thing where they have a bunch of food and all that shit?
Yes, Trisha Paytas
Yes.
put me on to that.
So, if I hear one more fucking YouTuber try to sound clever or cute or like cultured, we're talking about people with a giant plate of food and eating like Caligula. Okay? So we don't need to be cultured and say, oh, she did a mukbang. Stop it. It is don't even call it a mukbang. You know what you should call it? A giant fat fuck eating a huge plate of food.
So why is it excusable then when it's like a food eating contest? Why is that okay?
Because there's a trophy and prize money involved. It's a competition. And even that's kind of...
Wouldn't you say, though, if you have a mukbang channel and it does really well, isn't that a prize in itself? Like, now you're making money on it?
All I said was, don't say mukbang. You sound like a fucking tart.
Oh, so that's the only thing you're landing
Yes.
on?
Stop trying to make it sound like it's like a French
Like it's
delicacy.
fancy?
Yes. It's not fancy. You're a
That
pig.
I agree to.
So there's this woman who did these for years named Kate Yupp. And I just kind of dove into this universe yesterday because she was on r/cringe. She was doing mukbangs for a long time and like seafood. Like she was just eating shitloads of seafood.
Okay.
And there was a conspiracy theory around this Kate Yupp that she had been abducted and her captors were making her make mukbang videos and holding her hostage and telling her to eat faster and shit.
Really?
These tards thought that people would kidnap somebody, give them the Wi-Fi password, let them go on the internet, and just start eating. That's why you abduct people, so you can make them eat on YouTube.
Gun to your head. Aren't you doing it?
Right. So she starts playing this up.
Okay.
And she starts putting little things in the background of her videos, like someone going, faster, eat, this and that. And like her saying, I chipped my tooth in this one, or, oh, I did this. And then she'd show up with giant bruises on her arm and a cut lip, and people are like, oh my God. So basically these conspiracy theories started. She starts playing into the conspiracy theories, and then they start going harder with the conspiracy. It's the dumbest group of people I've ever seen.
That is bad.
Then there were conspiracy theories that she was actually Joanna Jędrzejczyk, the UFC fighter.
Okay. Come on.
Because she had the bruises on her arm, the cut lip, and their faces kind of looked the same.
Sure.
Then they found a picture of this girl on Facebook, and she's just a normal French chick. And they took that picture down off Facebook because she wanted basically she worked her fans into a shoot.
Yeah.
To where her fans had these crazy theories about this Kate Yupp, that she's been abducted, she's Joanna Jędrzejczyk, she's all these different things. When in reality, it was just a chick who started doing mukbang videos. And then when she started reading all this crazy shit about herself, she started writing messages in her videos like, hello, everyone, everything. And then she started a new line. Everything is fine. Let's watch some videos. Please like and subscribe. And the letters of the thing would spell out help. And people would go, see, I told you, she's in trouble. And she'd play it up and she'd do this whole thing. So then she disappeared. She stopped making videos.
This is so bad.
Right. This Kate Yupp stopped making videos. And then people went, oh, see, I told you, she's in trouble. There's some kind of problem with this girl. And people
just get ragers over drama like that.
Yes, exactly. This is stupid YouTube stuff. So then she came back like 2 months ago and started making videos again. And just like everyone's like, oh my God, she's back. She's back. And it's like, yeah. So are you guys done with your bullshit theories? Nope. Not done with the theories. I want to show you the gross shit that this chick eats. Because again, I didn't know the backstory of her. I just saw this video on Our Cringe.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, Kate Yupp is back. And I'm like, oh, she has 1.5 million subscribers. She obviously must be a thing. So I checked it out, and it was so gross, I wanted to play it on the show just to talk about how disgusting it was, totally not knowing about this backstory. So this is Kate Yupp. This is what she do. So what do you think she's going to do with that meat? She's got it in a skillet there. What's she going to do with it?
She probably should cook it, but I'm guessing
cook
she's
it
going
up?
to eat it.
Wow, that's fucking disgusting. She's gonna you got to spread that ground beef out all the way.
Ew.
Then you got some ketchup, some mayo, some sesame oil, some soy sauce, sunflower oil, sugar, cumin, onions, garlic, fresh parsley, and now we're gonna mush this all up. April, how does that look?
Okay, that looks like you can make some meatballs out of
We
that.
make some meatballs, sure. Maybe some really cool. Oh, now we're gonna put some eggs in there. There's 2 raw eggs, 3.
Okay, still looks like
4,
meatballs.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay, not
13,
meatballs
14,
anymore.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 eggs, 25, 26, 27, 28, 20. So 28 eggs.
Oh, no.
And now, so look, she wears a hoodie, she wears a sleeping mask, and she's got prawns and all kinds of other shit and eggs, and she just goes to town.
Can we not?
Her tooth crown fell out. And she does this.
I was hungry before this.
That's just
So she's just a pig.
She's just slurping on raw meat and eggs.
She's a pig for money.
Yeah, and people came up with these crazy theories about her. This is all she does.
Yeah, I don't think this is her being held against her will. I
No.
think she's just being
This is a weird French bitch.
a weirdo.
Who embraced. So then the theories started about her, and then she just embraced them and started playing with people. And then
Smart.
people on the internet are so fucking dumb that they're like, see, it spells out help. There was also one where there was a bowl, and she was tapping on the bowl while she was eating.
Yeah.
And people were like, she's tapping out a message that says send help or SOS in Morse code on the bowl. So she played these fucking idiots.
Well, if you're her and you can keep kayfabe, like, aren't you going to do this too if it helps?
Oh, I like her for this.
Like, this probably helped grow her pretty.
I
big deal.
love that she worked a bunch of dipshits.
Yeah.
I love her.
I don't like that she does this.
I don't know how these people stay so thin.
Because you shit it all back out instantly because it's not cooked and there's bacteria. You get norovirus.
Ugh, I can't watch too much of this. Oh, I can't watch too much more. Okay, no.
I don't like the sounds.
Should
I
we
wish
get-
you would mute this.
Let's get to the end.
I don't want to see it.
Well, this is seafood now, I think. Raw
I don't
seafood.
care anymore.
Oh! Oh, God, how do you eat all that
Please
food?
stop. I can't do this. Even if I look away,
Do you
the
like the
sound
bowl
haunts me.
scraping?
The sounds haunt me. Oh, you were a sow, and there's like sinew and shit on that fillet.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So that's the whole story of her. So I was getting ready to deep dive into this yesterday and watch all the stuff on her because they're like, oh, there's all kinds of creepy shit surrounding her and this and that.
Yeah.
So I went and looked, and I watched the documentaries, and even the guy, Sunny V2, who I usually like, I'm watching the video, and I'm like, you fucking baby. Like, you really are playing this up like it's some kind of dramatic thing?
What if he's her friend and he's helping?
That could be it.
Yeah. They're all in it together.
Johnny 1.0 says her viewers have to be 99% Asian.
Well, you know, You know what would make sense is like that Sunny V2 or whatever his name is. If they were actually friends, like it helps both of them because now he does the story in her, which he's doing content too.
Well, he does it on everybody though.
It helps
so
both channels.
I'm not sure, but like he was playing it up like all dramatic, like, and then there's a theory that she was abducted, and I'm like, I'm watching this whole thing going, are all of you this fucking stupid? How many of you are playing along? How many of you think it's a fun little story? Like the Russian sleep experiment story, and you're just playing along because it's a fun, like a Bigfoot kind of thing. And how many of you are actually buying this shit that in the age of the internet, nobody can find her, nobody knows what this is, somebody would abduct her and put her on the internet or like shit.
There's no missing persons report. I mean, come on.
She's a smart lady who was doing weird, goofy, avant-garde shit on the internet. People started developing theories. She was like, oh, I'm definitely playing into this. Give the people what they want. They want an abduction victim. I'll give them a little abduction shit. But then I'll write messages that say I'm fine. But then I'll put little things in the messages. And these losers ate it up.
I have questions about this whole raw mukbanging stuff. Does that stay in there like when you're done? Or do you go throw that up? Like, what do you do? Because I feel like that can't fit. You know what I mean? Like physically, how does your stomach fit all that?
I know one person who doesn't evacuate the food clearly, and that's Nikocado Avocado. Do you know about him?
The food contest guy?
No. Oh, boy, do you not? Oh, if you don't know, get ready to be sick.
I don't want to be.
So this guy started out. This guy started out as like a 120-pound vegan.
Okay.
And then he ditched veganism and he started doing all these mukbangs and shit. And then he had like a mental breakdown and he just started losing his mind, and he'd go on his YouTube channel. Gay dude too. Sorry about that. I didn't prepare you for that.
That was aggressive.
He would go on his YouTube channel, have these mental breakdowns about, and I agree with Gravy Show, concern trolls are so gay. There's a lot of concern trolling around Nikocado Avocado as well.
Okay.
People are like, oh, he's getting so fat. Who cares? Let him eat himself to death. Nobody gives a shit. It's all here for your entertainment. So this Nikocado Avocado would have these mental breakdowns, and then he would do these mukbangs where he'd eat a ton, and he went from like 120 pounds to, I think he's well over 400 pounds at this point.
That alone makes me sick.
And he's a fucking mental patient. Here's one from 2 months ago. We'll do this one. I'm not going to make you watch the one where he's making out with a guy.
Thank you.
Extreme spiciest fire-fried Korean noodle challenge.
Cheers.
And again, he's way too much.
Extreme spices, that should make you shit though, right?
But this guy's like super, like prepare yourself for way too over the top guy.
Okay.
Cheers, creepers.
You're going to hate him.
Not enough room for me in this place. I'm calling corporate.
He reminds me of Otho from Beetlejuice a little bit.
Oh, peasants. Can you see me? Hello? Can you see me? Hello? Cheers, creepers. This is the video. Oh my gosh. I would love to say a special thank you to the sponsor of today's video. These come from Paldo Fun and...
Why would you sponsor this person?
It's a good question. You're sponsoring a lot of bad stuff.
You're sponsoring a mental patient who's gained like 300 pounds in the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
And who has mental breakdowns on the regular.
I guess anything to get your name out there.
I guess.
I've never heard of Paldo till now.
That's true.
And yum. Link in the description box where you can purchase all of these. I'm going to have them all linked for you. So I actually think you say it in Korea. Wait, don't laugh. I'm going to try. Bekdo.
All right, so we're going to stop. So you see that he's remarkably gay.
I know somebody like him personality-wise, and I hate it.
Let's go ahead and watch them actually eat.
Oh, we have to garnish. All right. So these are little...
He's the kind of person I would use the term offensively gay.
That's not even what I'm getting out of him. He's just fucking annoying. Like, I can't stand it.
For the spicy lovers. Bagdo, fun, and yum. Oh, let's just get one bite worth. So
see,
this
that's
is
one bite.
Okay, this is not a soup, as you can see.
That's not a normal bite,
Oh, that's
sir.
pretty. What am I doing? I don't know. I'm scared! Okay, here we go. Let's just do this.
Are you scared you're gonna
How
sweat
bad
a
could it be?
little?
It's just noodles, right?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Watching fat people eat is
It
unnerving.
smells delicious. Let
I'm
me show you up
nervous right
close.
now.
One last time. Should I put a little more in?
Here, I'm going this. I'm going. Yeah, he's a mental patient, like I said.
This one's spicier. I mean, great. I can taste like actual powdered flakes. It was the same thing I thought.
Here we go. Come on. Let's watch this fucking fat guy eat.
Oh, that sound. I don't like that sound.
So he's already eaten multiple pans of this stuff.
Oh, sir, stop, please.
Ready for the fun part?
No.
2 million views.
Fuck off.
2
million. 2 million
views.
people watch this shit.
2 million
sorry.
people watch that.
Like, I made a joke, like, oh, I've heard of mukbang because of Trisha Paytas. That doesn't mean I go watch Trisha Paytas's mukbang channel.
The
okay?
mukbang thing, I get less than the hot tub thing. At least the hot tub thing, there's girls with their tits out and you can jack off and whatever you want to do.
Exactly.
The mukbang thing, to me, the people who watch that shit regularly, even if they say, oh, it's for the cringe factor, you're as bad as the person.
Yeah.
Because, like, you're not getting anything out of this.
I maybe feel better about myself. Like, when I eat, like, a big old plate of food and I feel like a pigums.
Maybe
now I
that'll
don't have
make
to
you
feel
feel
so
better.
bad.
Well, and then also, it's not, they don't live stream it, so you can't say, like somebody said in the chat, well, what if they have a heart attack, like, during the thing? Wouldn't that be wild to watch? A, no, that's kind of fucked up. But B, they're not going to put it out there. It's a video. It's pre-recorded. If they die on the video, they just won't post it.
Right. I feel like if that were to happen, I feel like I'm seeing something I shouldn't see. It's kind of like our time. Remember our friend Matt had like hurt one of his ribs and he was on medication on his show and he was having a hard time on the show
Right.
and all his friends are trying to shut it down.
Yeah.
Like that's just something that shouldn't be out there.
Can we watch on here, please? I'll send a link. All right, Brown Candy says, my girlfriend has 1.4 million views on one of her Takis mukbang videos, and yeah,
Aw.
I fuck her. All right, post the link. We'll see.
And yeah, I fuck her.
I-
That's good. That's confidence. Okay.
Yeah, Billy the Kid says, I can't remember the last time I wanted to punch someone in the face more than this. Yeah, to me, that avocado guy is the most hateable guy.
Why did I just get the criticism for my take that I've apparently never had my clamshell eaten properly because of my take on this guy?
The mukbang video. So you don't.
What?
Oh, no. I think they're saying because you don't like Nikocado avocado, you got to let him eat your pussy.
Oh, God. Can I call Canada now?
Or maybe because you said you don't like all the slurping.
There's an egregious level of slurping there, okay? Like, there's an
get-
appropriate level that's hot, and then there's
I got to
that.
tell you guys something. April is, before you start criticizing her this or that, April doesn't like mouth noises. She does not do well with mouth noises. And I think it goes back to your mother. Because you talk about how, like, your mom used to make mouth noises randomly. And
When
you don't
have I
like
said
it.
that?
I was sitting right here. And I went, or something like
Oh,
that.
I do. I hate it when people sit there and make pointless mouth noises.
Right.
Can you stop?
So you don't like
You're a human
like
being.
mouth noises.
Stop moving your mouth.
So April doesn't like sloppy sounds.
I don't like sloppiness. I want hot.
She doesn't.
I've got like very particular things I enjoy.
April wants mouth subtlety. That's what April
Yes,
wants.
thank you.
She wants a polite mouth.
I want a
So I've had
semi-polite mouth.
I've adjusted my styles to fit.
Why were you just a slurping animal
I was
before?
an old Nikocado avocado.
It's fucking gross, dude. God, I feel nauseous.
Where's
now.
Brown Candy? Where's the link? We got to get going here. We're done in like 3 minutes.
Make him a mod and he'll give it to you. He's the one who wanted it.
Oh, did
remember?
Brown Candy want to be a mod?
That's
I trust
the
Brown
accountant that said he wanted to apply.
There you go. Brown Candy's a mod now.
There you go. Now we need the link.
Where's this
there it is.
fucking link? There we go. All right, this is his girlfriend's mukbang. Oh, that's right. When I open links, they fucking suck. Not top chat, live chat. God damn you. There it is. Let's see if we can copy paste this. I don't know why I can't. There we go.
Hi guys, it's your girl Kaja here, and today
Guys, remember this is a listener's partner, so we're not going to shit on this too hard if it sucks.
and some asparagus.
That's a weird
She's gonna eat
combination.
Takis and
Don't-
asparagus?
What do you
want to do? Shit fire and piss a sewage plant?
That smell would be awful.
Oh, my
I feel like,
God.
what are you going to do? Like slide an asparagus spear into the Takis? I don't know.
Tastes like black.
No, she's
Without
just
like being like cooked like this, you know.
she's just eating asparagus.
But he said this has like 1.2 million views.
She just has
These are literally so good.
a plate of asparagus and a
We're
plastic
using paper
plate full-
plates.
or a paper plate full of asparagus.
Y'all
and
are
a bag
sleep
of-
on asparagus.
I can't tell.
If you don't like it though, you should buy it. Roast it and
Here's what I can't stand about mukbang videos: the talking with the mouth full.
That bothers me
I can't do
greatly.
it.
I do appreciate that she's pulling in, a healthy vegetable.
Yeah, she's
That's
eating,
good.
But now we're on to
my kids
Takis.
will never hate a race, and if they do, they'll get their ass beat because I'm not going.
Whoa, wait, whoa,
by
hold
skin
on.
color, by their race, a diverse neighborhood, and I mean like you don't like. You're not born and then you're a racist right when you're born. You know what I mean? That shit's taught.
She's doing social commentary between her Taki eating.
Maybe that's where this came from.
See, if Malcolm X were alive today, this is what he'd do. He'd do mukbang videos and talk about the white devil.
So wait, did we bring up like skin color because of
And it's
Takis?
facts right there. You know what I mean? No, but
Yes, now do this.
I'm glad I was raised in like such a diverse neighborhood, and that my mom.
Well, that's where you and I differ.
Aaron needs his neighborhoods as white as the driven snow.
Oh, what?
Oh.
No.
It wasn't like a racist, you know what I mean? Because when you're a racist, I feel like you have a lot of hate in your heart, to be honest. Because
you fucking judge me.
I was gonna say
I
she's
don't
judging
hate
you.
nobody. Oh, I just spit. I don't hate nobody. I'm a loving human being. I don't judge nobody. I don't judge nobody by their skin color, by their race. And I'm black and white, so what do I look like judging another person? You know what I mean?
Smart. No.
That's a great still shot.
Oh, there's a still shot. She's
Action
pretending
shots.
that's Brown Candy's wiener right there. And just-
Ooh.
she's just tearing at
So
it.
his is for sure bigger, right?
Oh, way bigger than a Taki. He's at least a baby Ruth. You feel me? All right. We don't have enough time, unfortunately, to go through the whole thing, but congratulations on the 1.4 million views.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Marquise is saying, how old is she? All right, we're getting to age questions now.
She's adorable.
Just don't pee out the window. Put that in the sewer, they're saying.
Somebody's trying to scoop up on his girl.
Yeah, people are trying to scoop up on your girl and find out how old she is.
Watch out, Brown Candy.
All right, guys, we got to get the hell out of here, and we are back tomorrow. Oh, we didn't call Gino for his birthday, Robert says. Oh, that's right. We were going to call.
Oh, it is his birthday. Maybe I should forget to tell him happy birthday today and then wish him a happy bolted.
Hold on.
2 days later.
Let's call Gino and wish him a happy birthday, then we'll fuck off. What are we we don't do phones?
He's sleeping, I bet.
What are we sleeping at 11:30? Come
him
on.
and Keanu really got after it last
What are
night.
you and Canoe just taking a nice little nappy?
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Gino Bisconti.
Gay. All right. There you go. Here. Tried to call you on the show to wish you a happy birthday, queer. There you go.
I really hate talk to text.
That's my way of saying happy birthday. All right, guys, that's it. We're back tomorrow. Watch the new Chad Zumach clip we put up yesterday. It's the one with all the memes that Dabblers Anonymous did. It was very funny. We got some stuff going up today at about 1 o'clock. Be sure to check that out. Hit the like button on this video. Subscribe to the channel. We appreciate all of that stuff. It helps us out. April, did you have something before we went?
Billy the Kid says his wife hasn't been born yet.
All right.
I thought it was funny.
April, thank you very much.
Thanks, boss.
Thank you to the rest of you. We'll talk to you